tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? Try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. careless, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Run it up, bust it. We got the fire. Run it up, bust it. We got the fire. Run it up, bust it. We got the fire. Run it up, bust it.
goals dressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah. Chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up.
Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you D.I.E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all night.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a K-Watch. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a K-Watch. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slippin' slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, 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 bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Call ya up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Run it up, can't keep up. Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Chill it with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop.
We are down to our top 8 here at Kickoff. And with Masters Bangkok on the horizon, some very important elimination matches will be taking place here in the Riot Games Arena this week. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to VCT EMEA. We are coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Billy here with me, and Tom
Kukuka's looking great.
Yeah, looking a little bit less great this week, but Tom, welcome. How are you doing?
My hair especially. I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited. I think we got banger games. What more do I need?
I love how every time you come on the desk, you have to, at some point, make a joke about not having hair. I respect it.
Someone else will do it, so I might as well get there first.
Yeah, you gotta get in there first.
Then the bar is lowered already, so if they...
Yeah, I mean, the bar being lowered, Mitch is coming tomorrow, so I'm sure he'll lower the bar even more. But let's celebrate before we get into everything, because it is Chinese New Year today. So happy Chinese New Year. 新年快乐 to all of the people that celebrate around the world, of course. We got Heretics coming up later. They played against EDG. You know, I'm sure there's a bit of a link there. I feel like some EDG fans are now Heretics fans. And the event pass there, I love it. Billy, have you got it yet?
No, I do not have it yet. I've been too busy being here. But yeah, no, it's really cute. It's really cute.
I did as well.
I went out of my way because I was like, this is actually pretty cool. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
This is special. I need to have it.
Oh, I love that. You guys at home definitely should unlock that as well. But that is not the only thing we're going to be celebrating this week, because today, one of the winners, even both of the winners of our matches, Tom will be earning points. Yay, for the first time ever.
Yeah, and as you, like in the rehearsal, I was joking around saying, oh, it's just a point. And then you went, well, how many teams sort of ended up getting screwed by not having one extra point? And so I've been converted. Very important. Get as many points as you can.
Yeah, I think that we kind of highlighted this throughout the week, saying that, like, you know, it's rewarding teams for being more consistent. And I think if you can get early points on the doors, then it's all the better for your team.
This is the thing. Last year, you had to win to get points. Coming second wasn't even good enough. And now third and fourth, they'll be getting a point as well. And as Tom mentioned, there were teams last year that really were 1 or maybe 2 maximum points away from making champs.
The other way. Getting enough early points got them into that playoff stage.
Yeah,
so
they did,
early
exactly.
points can save you later in the year.
So these points are going to be very, very, very important. And we will find out which team will be the first ones to do so. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the bracket and schedule where, Billy, I'm going to ask you the $1 million question. Did you expect this to be our top 8? Are there any upsets you feel like along the way?
I mean, would it be rude to say BBL have been kind of taking everyone by surprise? I don't know. I mean, I kind of had BBL going out pretty early, so I think that's the one that surprises me the most. I think Vitality KC is probably the game that we've had of Kickoff. It's been the best one to watch, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, a couple of upsets in there, but we can expect that at Kickoff.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit sad for some of the teams we've lost so early on. I think KC's definitely up there with the best of them. Like, they didn't look bad at all. They didn't look like a team that deserves to be out. I think you could even argue the same for Na'Vi. I think their final match was incredibly close, kind of choked it, but ultimately they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, no flaw. I miss her already.
True.
I miss her already, but maybe some flaw in the segment I'm about to show you guys. We're going to play a game. This is actually Kukuka's game, so I've taken over so I can hopefully do her proud, where we're going to do Rate That Clutch. It's very, very simple. You guys at home play along as well. The watch party is, I know you're watching, also play along with us. I'm going to show you guys a few clutches, and I want you to rate them based off of the importance, how good that clutch is.
Okay.
And you only have 4 numbers, which is 10, 5, 3, and 7. Once you've used a number, you cannot use it again. So if you're doing a 10 early doors, that is the only 10 you can use, okay? You can't combine them. But let's just kick things off and show you the first clutch. Tom and Billy, rate that clutch. It is a Rian's here.
Is a 10.
Okay, versus Gentlemates, where they were getting banged. They were getting banged, and this gave them a 9-3. They ended up losing 13-4.
Oh, I can't go off 10 immediately, though. That clutch was sick.
It was a very
yes, but they lost 13-4. This clutch.
You have to think of the context, yeah. I'm
gonna go mediocre.
On skill, it's 10, but in context, 5.
Okay.
Five.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
yeah.
5.
I feel like-
it meant nothing, but it looked cool.
It looked
so
cool, yeah.
he
Billy
gets-
had to
he
rein
gets
you
10,
in.
He gets 10
Like,
out of
had to
10
rein
for the
you in.
clutch, and 0 out of 10 because it didn't mean anything.
I mean,
which is 5.
technically, maybe it did because 9-3 is always better than 10-2. They could have lost 13-2.
Well, yeah, no, it's better if you come back, but they didn't.
Yes, but they have never. I think the hardest they've ever lost is 13-3. So that
Right.
actually saved them a little bit, I feel
Oh,
like,
well
from the
done, Reams.
13-2. Okay, let's show the next one. Rate that clutch.
I don't know if there's going to be one worse than that. That might have been a bad call.
Well, this is
what I think it is.
sociable.
Okay,
well,
yeah,
this
this
is just don't even run the clutch. I was
It's
there.
a 10. It's a 10.
I
Yeah.
didn't believe in him
Tom,
in
you're
the
too-
moment.
You're
so
too tall.
yeah, this is a.
So this is a 10, yeah? This is a 10.
Yeah, without a doubt. This
So
is
there is
don't even need to
no
watch it.
other clutch in any other context that
No.
you can
No.
think of
No.
that might be better than a 10.
not a chance.
No.
Sociable on Chamber, give me more. Give me
Okay.
more. I love it.
So
This
again,
is my. You have to bear in mind too. I was casting this, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm hella biased.
again, the context, they were knife 5 up. They
I
ended
don't
up.
care, it was sick.
We need to move on real quick, but can we just show the third one like super fast, like instant, 1 second, because I want to make them eat their words. They gave a 10 to that sociable one, and I had one in the pocket that I feel like you might regret your choice if you see this.
I don't.
I am
7.
begging for more time. So, Kayak versus Navi, round 28.
Okay, 7 out of 10.
yeah, this is a 7.
Oh,
I'm
you
pretty
guys are
comfortable with
trolling.
7.
No.
That's sociable. It was with a Marshall no scope
Bruh.
and people.
Yeah, yeah.
And also,
Sociables is cooler.
Navi trolled that round. Like, they didn't peak together. In context, it's a cool clutch. It's a 10 for context. The actual clutch was like a 3, so it's a 7.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
pretty
Navi
happy
trolled.
with 7.
Sorry,
I'm
Navi.
happy with 7. It was poetic for Kayak to
My
finish
girlfriend's
it.
the manager of Navi. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Whoa! Tom Biz is biased. Tom Biz is
I
biased.
rated it lower.
Tom is biased.
Because
Tom
they
is biased.
trolled.
And speaking of biases, I know Tom is also really biased against Team Heretics, for Team Heretics as well.
Against?
As the 4th member of the Boo family, of the Boo brothers, we know there's Heizen Boo, Boo, Mini
What about Boo the Builder?
And I know we got Bold Boo here standing
Bold Boo,
next to me
yes, love them.
as well. Now, since you're such like a connoisseur of the Boos, I want to ask you whether you think it was a good idea to role swap a Boo and Vut, because we heard it from Neozinho himself. There was a reason behind this, and the reason is because here it is. The reason is because any maps that kind of requires Vut to learn lineups, he's not a really big fan of, so he doesn't want to do that, and Boo defaults to that. But do you think it's a good choice?
I like Boo more on controller. I think that he's so good at sort of playing from the back lines and setting them up that you can kind of do that with a KO, and that's what we've seen. That's what the role swap has been. We even saw it at Champs. I just think that KO allows for a little bit more aggression. I don't really want Boo in massively aggressive positions. I do want Wu in massively aggressive positions, so I don't like it. But they probably know a little bit better than me.
I think from my perspective is why are we so hard on having to have a KO in the composition when we're in such a diverse meta at the moment? You know, we're seeing so many new agents being picked up. I feel like there's so many compositions that are actually feasible and have been shown to work. So why are we so hard focused on he needs to play KO? Patek's not here anymore.
Play Teo so that you don't need lineups.
That's made me sad now.
Boom.
You just pat he's
But like, we can't rely on that. You know, like Patek, known for being a great KO, but like, I didn't mean out of the competition. I meant the Team Heretics, but yeah.
I do also prefer Boo on the control. I think that in itself kind of hits a nail on the head. But I do also love the way that Mini Boo got everybody so rolled up, and Billy kind of like exposed the fake Heretics fan. They were giving it to him on map 1 when he was playing, but then map 2 and 3 he showed him.
Yeah, I mean, Mini Boo, that first map was pretty rough to watch for him, but again, like, it was pretty clear that Abyss, it was a little unprepared, I guess. Neilzino had openly said that, but the performance switch from map 2 and 3 was just absolutely incredible. I think he was 6 first kills, 0 first deaths overall, so yeah, I was really impressed for him to actually start warming up into the series.
For me, it was the mental side, because you go back to a year ago, and if Mini Boo had a map like that, he probably has a bad day.
Yeah.
But you see the difference. I think even there's a clip of him going like, I've got more kills than last map in like round 2 of the next game, because it didn't get to him. Even though they had a bad map, it didn't go well. He is still mentally incredibly strong, and I think it shows the advancement of 2024.
Do you think that that mental strength can go up against a team that managed to come back 3-9 against Fnatic?
Of course, they've been to Champions Final. I think that if you can get there after you were replaced in a previous event by Woot and everyone was going, just get rid of him, play Woot on duelist, all this stuff, and then he comes back and gets to a Champs Final. Yeah, the mental of going up against BBR, I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be all right.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think they'd be fine. Like you say, they've faced so much resilience last year that, yeah, they'll be all good.
I mean, we do have to talk about this comeback, though, because we've never seen it, Billy. It is the first time we saw Fnatic be on the receiving end of this, but I do think that speaks volumes for how far BBL have come as well, because this was not easy.
Yeah, I think as well we have to look at BBL's composition that they're running on split. Yes, they didn't do as well on that defensive side, but as soon as it switched to attack, you really seen that double duelist, that double controller composition come into play. They could be really direct with their approach. They could just go in, hit sites, be as aggressive if they want, and they were just being able to recognize so many gaps in Fnatic's defense as well.
Yeah, I was really impressed with both Yumpy's IGLing in that second half. I think it was fantastic, but also the fact that the coaching staff weren't showing like mass frustration or like going into the next half. They were literally trying to build up the team, and I think that was so important for them in their return.
And of course, Perfect, what a tournament he's having as well. Oh my goodness. I think he's absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to see what more he can do. But here's the thing for BBL, this is the furthest they have never been. So let's see why they managed to make it this far and hear from the coaches. I believe Billy has a Mark new pal.
Hello everyone, I'm Billy and I'm joined by the lovely coaches from BBL. How are you guys today?
I'm good. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
No worries. So obviously we heard from Vac the other day that he quit his in real life job to come and stand in for the squad. But I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about Chiwa, helping integrate him into the team. Do we have any further updates or plans for Chiwa arriving for Kickoff? I'm going to ask that to you, Mark.
Actually, we talked with this situation for yesterday. It's not we are not getting still good news right now. But if we get, for example, tomorrow, it doesn't matter for us. Probably we will keep WAC till the end kickoff. Then before stage 1, we're gonna prepare start again with Chiwa, I guess.
Okay, no worries. So that's an update for everyone at home that Chiwa will in fact be staying at home at the moment. But I wanted to throw up a little throwback for you two, because obviously you spent some time together on Fireflux previously. Pal is a strategic coach and Mark New yourself as team manager. But how has your relationship grown since then, and how do you guys work together now?
A lot. I was very I probably only got that job because of Mark New in the first place, and probably again this job only because of him. So I'm very grateful to him for giving me both the opportunity at the time and this opportunity again.
And on Fireflux, actually, I decided to step back before that season. So I chose to go to team manager. Then the Mavera was our head coach that times right now. But actually, I was involving the team always. So that days were good days, right? So before the roster lock, 2 days ago or something like that, we sold our 2 best players to different Turkish teams. Then we bring Yetujay and Wood from academy team to main team. So we had a good NIGL. And also we have an experienced smoke player and also another rookie for us, Vallas. So our team chemistry was very good that day. So
yeah, fond memories to look back on then. Yeah. And how would you say you work together now then? What goes on between you two? Because of course we see you calling the timeouts most of the time, Pal, and being the one that's vocal in those.
Yeah, and we've got a really good working system. It took a bit of time during the off season to get that going. I'm hoping I'm offering something useful. But now it's just a lot of the time that, like Sally and especially our analyst Scott as well, they have to be given a lot of the credit for how brilliant some of these individual players are. Myself and Scott then work a lot more on the team strategy, our maps, etc., and sort of bringing everything else together. But there's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of conversations, especially around team culture and planning things out that we do together. And then we just pick our specialities and go from there.
Okay, nice, lovely. And obviously this is a very different BBL roster from what we've seen before, both being no longer majority Turkish and of course the run that you have had so far. But I mean, performance-wise too, what would you say has been the sort of fundamental change for BBL so far this year?
I think looking from the outside in, I think it's a lot of people with a lot of passion, some brilliant impact in terms of leadership and calling from Yampy in and out of the server as well. What was the biggest change for you since last year?
Yeah, actually, we are working with Elias Yampy. So this is one of the best IGS and one of the best captains, I think, all around the world. So he's doing his job in a very good way. Also, we are also helping to him. So yeah, actually, this is the biggest change, I guess. We have Yampy. They
Well,
don't.
hopefully Yampi is able to come out on top today, and best of luck in your game against Team Heretics.
Thank you very much.
With me.
BBL have overcome every single challenge that's been thrown at them so far. But Heretics is going to be a different beast. They made no roster changes. They managed to win last week despite a bad start, Billy. But the map pool is going to be interesting because I feel like BBL are just have a pretty deep map pool right now.
Yeah, definitely. They've shown their hands at pretty much all of them other than Bind. And I think for me, coming into this one, Team Heretics choosing to insta-ban split, I wasn't sure if they were going to do that or the Abyss. We are actually going to see Abyss floated as a decider. So I'm expecting that they've done some heavy prep going into this week.
I am really surprised because banning that split kind of feels like doing BBL a favor almost. I know they made that comeback, but it also felt like that comeback is kind of like a once-a-generational sort of occurrence. But BBL, they don't have to play the Fracture. The split is gone as well. They get Pearl to start with.
Yeah.
Dare I say it, I smell a bit of an upset here.
Oh, do
I think they can do this.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, yeah, I'm not totally against that. I think we've seen Team Heretics ban split in their previous map veto, so that wasn't a surprise. But for me, the big surprise is Abyss not being picked into by BBL, right? They think, okay, Pearl has been our strongest map so far, and they just leave Abyss to float. Like, they just... Team Heretics not even banning it the second time. I mean, yeah, I would presume they've done some prep on it, but for me as well, Lotus, like, this is the first time we're going to see Team Heretics on Lotus since that finals at Champs against EDG. So I'm interested to see what they've cooked up in that time.
I think we're not going to see the same kind of Lotus we saw against. I mean, I hope we don't. It wasn't the greatest Lotus out of them. But let's talk about this Pearl because I did a little bit of digging. I just wanted to see if other people have adapted to this Pearl composition that they play. Some teams in EMEA, in Tier 2, in GC, they've yoinked this. They look good on it as well. I am surprised that other people haven't yoinked this BBL comp because it is so bloody annoying, Billy, to play against.
Yeah, no, it really is. I think as well, we kind of mentioned it in that clutch game that Sociable, when he's been on that chamber, he just comes to life. He was really, really impressive for me. I think as well, Chiwa openly saying in that interview, you know, he didn't even have Vise unlocked, and then we've seen him jump onto the Vise on Pearl, and it was absolutely fantastic to see him play that so well. So yeah, no, I think the Pearl composition that BBL have been running has been absolutely top-notch so far.
I don't expect any changes as we head into Agent Select from BBL, but let's see what we're going to get from Heretics. Of course, they're going to reprice that Rians on Tejo, the swap that we talked about between Boo and Vut. They're going to double down on it.
Yeah, I know, and I mean, it's something that I'm still not yet sure of, to be completely honest. I mean, as far as players going, yes, Vut maybe being a little bit more comfortable on that Astra and not wanting to play the KO, but I just really hope that this doesn't go against them, because what we've seen from them previously, it just did not look the best.
It didn't, but this is Team Heretics we're talking about. They tend to do a lot better when they have tape on the other team. We have a lot of trust in Neon Weber to be able to counter this. But at the same time, Billy, this is the map the BBL have to win. Because Lotus, we don't really know. But this one, they should be able to come out with a very nice 1-0.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. And I mean, the last time they played it was a 13-5 win up against GX. So it's more than likely that going into this one, they probably believe that Pearl is their strongest map in the pool at the moment.
They do, yeah. And of course, they have the Vice here. They don't have to worry about Tejo destroying the ultimate this time. But I want to give a shout out to Tom for doing his best Omen cosplay and TPing all the way to the caster booth to join Mitchman.
Thank you, Yinsu. From the shadows, he's emerged. Thanks very much for coming up here, Tom. It's always good to see you.
I almost left you solo casting. I really thought about it for a second, but you know.
I
didn't want to do that to the viewers. That was the main reason I didn't.
All right, very respectable, Tom. Well, we're going to be getting into the game between Heretics and BBL. And we've heard from the desk, there's no doubt at home. Probably BBL are coming into this map thinking this is their strongest position to play from. I'm excited to see what they're going to be capable of doing. And here's an overview of the map that we're looking at. It's going to be an attacking start again for BBL. Same thing as we saw last time up against GX, where they won 7 out of the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things for me here is how we're going to see that control sort of taken around A side. I think Teo especially has been very good for that. And then on the other side, just what is going to be coming out from Sociable. I know that was a highlight for both of us, was his sort of like lurks through mid. I know you mentioned in the pistol they like to sort of make their way through the door. I think it's going to be a fun one to see what goes on in this opening, as we will now kick off right into map number 1.
Well, this is it. Last time around, we saw BBL look for control over Art and A main, then playing late into that with a double doors play by Sociable, who had, as he does now, many headhunter shots purchased up. Now, one of the things that we've seen as an adjustment is BBL now pumped the brakes. Nothing like their previous pistol. In fact, there is still presence on A main, still presence on Art, but they're hoping that Heretics make the adaptation of pushing B long, of taking the space that they left wide open in their previous game. That doesn't happen here. And BBL, late looking towards the B site, but these players on the other side of the map, they've got to still try to find something. Sociable loses his life in that attempt.
Yeah, now this attack is incredibly split. 2 players one side, 2 players the other. A constant proactive push from Heretics to rotate around the map, maybe having expectations that B would now be the target. And what Boo, the main thing will be when that knife comes back online. If it's within the next 2 seconds, he might be able to catch 2 players as they look to go in towards this A side.
They played their standard pistol, or it looked like it to A, then back to B, now back to A. The reward is huge. Boo, knife not gonna land for info either. He was worried about the space given up on Art, but he should have been worried about main. Now realizing that, but already sites being taken. Plant will be coming in shortly.
Just to deny the deep hold position. In fact, more utility being expended. Maybe an adaptation from BBL trying to place themselves differently. Rienzo still connecting the shot. In fact, every shot for a moment up until Vac finds a couple. This does leave Profek in a clutch, but in a 1 versus 3, no chance.
Yeah, it's just one of those rounds. BBL throw out a double fake, try to play the control of the map is a big issue, and then where previously Post Plant was super passive on A, they get aggressive, fight up into their faces. You know, again, the idea being that Heretics should be expecting Post Plant utility, these players to fall back, the wall from Vice there again, same thing we saw before. They might not have been ready for it, who knows, but they certainly reacted well. That's a round on the board for the defensive side, a 1-0 start. BBL left with pistols. And for Heretics, like, this is a squad that we expect nothing but the best from, Tom. BBL have been upsetting teams as we've gone through. Taking down Fnatic, I think, was a pretty impressive victory. You really expect them to have a chance, though, up against a squad like Heretics?
I definitely think they have a chance. I not necessarily even because, like, talking of the Heretics, I think a lot of people have looked at last year and gone, oh, is this team going to be as good? But more so because BBL are unorthodox. And I think that's difficult for teams to play with. Similarly, when you look back at Fnatic, you even go into a map like Abyss, a lot of it was Levin, not the Lunatic. The Levenatic was really pushing down mid and being super aggressive, and it's tough to sort of come up with your own strategies when someone is being a maniac. So I think their style is tough to play against. They've got a very good mentality. That's where I think the opportunities lie. The thing is, though, if Heretics play to their peak, that may not matter. This team is a Champions finalist.
Yeah, well, I mean, even for some of the best teams in the world try to test it, it doesn't matter if Heretics turn up. Firing on all cylinders. That's a little awkward for Mini Boo. Luckily, he's out of there. It's only Classics that they're up against, and you can see how quickly they can dispatch these opponents, even when shots are missed. It's so difficult to land enough shots on BBL's side that it matters, I suppose. Plenty of headhunters here for Sociable, and a chance to at least make this costly for his opponents. Nothing will be found. An in-zone flawless for Team Heretics, certainly hitting their stride early on here on Pearl.
Yeah, I kind of want to see how they play this next round, though, because you're looking at a lot of teams nowadays will go for a few rifles, pistols, and then you replay, so that you have rifles across the board. They have not done that. They have got SMGs, they had a Marshall in the mix, so it means that this buy is going to have some pieces missing, but that also means that there's potential for them to do something incredibly aggressive. And that was where I kind of expect something to come through for them here. Ultimate's not particularly close either, so it is just going to have to come down to a decent plan. And this was that aggression I'm talking about. having that early use of the guided salvo, it gets you the orb, but it also denies A control for your opponent.
Yeah, we saw that attempt. No doubt we'll see it later with Boo popping a deep flash over if Team Heretics really want to commit to that control. For now, though, it is just denied, and it has worked. BBL starved for map control. Sociable's here on B long. Rest of the squad making their way down A. Sociable to either cause a distraction or find the pick instead. His head is ripped clean off. He even had extra armor in the form of part of the map, but not even the wall could save him. That's a man advantage for his squad that's now stacked up on A. At least 2 players close with Boo. Full utility. This could be dangerous.
They also still have potential to just look to deny the plant. A lot of that has been the goal. 11 already taking. A lot of extra space, and Vac holds the line to stop any shenanigans. The problem is every tag makes things more and more dangerous. In fact, Mini were looking to just do an incredible amount. The fact, though, is those trades have gone the way, at least for now, of the attack.
Players remaining of rifles, though. This round is far from won. Now a little bit closer, though. Boo is strangled for control. Nothing to do. Blocked off by a smoke even in the end, but was more or less just his casket. 2-1, a round that BBL should win. They end up suffering a couple of losses, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, all in all, that's fine. I think especially with how things started, I like the fact that you can see those sort of crossfires while the Heretics are trying to be a little bit aggressive themselves. And again, just seeing this more proactive approach when it comes to those afterplants, not allowing for the retake to come in. Because again, there's so much utility available to this defensive side off the back of the Astra, off the back of Boo as well, and of course, the new man Teo. For now, though, that's another orb this game. They're literally using that guided salvo just to farm the orbs, and because of that, they've got Armageddon online already at the beginning of round 4.
I mean, that is massive in a round where BBL pull in these rifles, have a couple pieces of reinvestment as well. This could definitely dictate the flow of the early half. Now for Team Heretics, not much to do, but sit back and wait. We'll see a similar hold to the previous round, just swapping in or out 1 or 2 players, but a 2-1-2. Killjoy utility defending the doors, and then very important to still have that little piece of information. What they have missed out on is art. That's being cleared right now by a drone. That can be said for both teams. And the stalemate of information and of map control has to come to an end soon, because BBL have 50 seconds on the clock. No control of that B push-up either. It's time to go.
Catch anyone. Yeah, Boo's just thrown his knife in. This is the second time that BBL have been able to avoid it, so they can't really gamble any of those rotations just yet. But it does seem like the defense, for a moment, had an idea, but they're actually starting to go back in the other direction. This walk-up, fairly late, though. 30 seconds left on the clock, and we know that there's plenty to delay the plant.
You're thinking about that Armageddon, it's close and online. I think Rian's might be setting it up as we speak. First tap goes in. Flash. As Team Heretics are attempting to retake control. In fact, I didn't think Woot had an angle, but just a small gap around that smoke. In comes the ultimate, but it will be dodged. Yumpy stepping into the smoke and making it back to site safely. At least keeping some control on the site itself, but his teammates are smoked out, and now they're about to overwhelm him. Luckily, no flashes online for the side of Team Heretics. Boo's already burned his, so Yumpy's gonna have to stand his ground, at least have a chance in an even fight. As he falls, time starts to tick away. Star already there. That's gonna buy a little bit more time. Stop the defuse a second longer. It's a little whiffy from back though, down to just 2. In fact, 1! Defending the spike, and it's Prophet holding his ground against the odds. It looks like he's got it. Unbelievable Prophet. That's BBL equalized.
Whatever his salary is, double it. Just double it right now.
4K from Profec. I don't think I've seen that
no
one
way. No way. Another 4K to add to the already growing collection in the Red Bull clutch. And the sort of the upsetting thing, if you're a Heretics fan, is they played this round fantastically. Like, they had so much utility. It was the salvo that then went into the ult, that went into a fragment, so much delay, forcing players into awkward positions. And then they went, oh, what's the one thing we've forgotten about? Profec. That guy in clutch situations is just so absurdly good. Right now, at least in Kickoff, he is the signing of the summer.
It's insane that Woot put up a 4K there. He must have felt like that round is locked in. It's done. It's over. And then Profec, blink of an eye, matched his performance.
Yeah, except he was alone. Like, Woot had a couple of buddies, like, throwing utility, running behind him. Profec's like, I stand on my own.
A magazine and a dream. Oh, Sociable showing up now. Yumpy onto Rienz. I mean, the weaker weapons in play, but Yumpy, he was in the same boat. This is a whitewash. Woot, the last left, 1v4. Ult's online for BBL. Hey, maybe he makes them use one. That's about the best case scenario.
If he makes them use one for here, they've done something wrong. Because it is a 1 versus 5. What are they going to do? Take his gun away? He doesn't have one to begin with, so not going to be a whole lot of value in that. But no, such a huge round for Profek. This one can almost still be divvied up to his performance. It ruined the economy of Heretics. Their start on the A site hold was fantastic, but one man stood between them and victory. Yumpy now is basically just getting those kills to confirm the in-zone flawless. Would only really have benefited Social Buzz. As you said, like that's the other thing to bring into consideration is we did see the ultimate thrown in a couple of rounds ago. The ult that was being farmed for Rienz was thrown in a round that they didn't win, and thus far BBL have used 0 ults, and sort of the win condition of their last time playing this map has 2 kills. He's not the win condition right now.
It is a scary time, because in that round we see Sociable step up, find that opening, convert, but like I say, this is what we're sort of expecting from him in most rounds. 25 and 12 up against GX. If he's had a slow start, you expect him to heat up. And Heretics will need to do a lot better than what we're seeing so far. They won the first 2 rounds, and then it's been nothing but the BBL show since then. A squad looking to establish their empire and doing damn well so far. As we said, they've already taken out someone like Fnatic. Normally, at this stage, with a team of the caliber and success last year of Heretics, we wouldn't expect a squad like BBL to have a chance, but
it's earning
different times.
They'll be earning champions points while playing with a stand-in. Like that, you can't really ask for anything more than that. That's all they have to do. They win this game, they've earned champions points, and I think they're, what, a match away from a Masters.
And yeah, they're 2 matches away right now. 2 steps, and they'll be all the way there. And the thing is, Vac as well. Now, listen, I'm glad he's doing well, so I can roast him a little. Phenomenal player, not playing the role that we know him for, and has not been doing well. Statistically, one of the worst players in the tournament right now. That's the sub you're bringing in. We talk about super subs. There's other ways to do it. You don't have to drop 40 kills to be a super sub. Playing with the team, your team's winning, you're already doing your job. But it's funny as well, the BBL, I mean, it's just been an uphill battle every step of the way for this squad starting Kickoff, yet
the sting.
They've delivered. He has kept a moneymaker, I suppose.
Sure.
I mean, realistically, you're going to be, you see a lot of the time you're using your drone passive, you're obviously going to be setting your teammates up. You've got...
What did he do in the last buy round? He
Yeah,
ran into the site and planted. It's like, that's absolutely
I'm guessing now he's not going to do that, though.
I'm guessing that's not true. Instantly, we're going to see him pop that Hunter's Fury. That's the opener for Yumpy, granted from afar. And then also just look at the amount of space that's been taken by Levin, already going all the way back in towards their spawn area. Nowhere is safe right now for Heretics on this retake.
I'm curious to see where Yumpy ends up going after the plan. He's going to have some limited choices.
He's going to wall.
Choose from.
That's where he's going.
Oh, he's sticking around. He's staying up close.
Oh, he's going forward, you mean?
Yeah. He was sticking around. Now he stepped into the fray. Great shot by Levin. And now look who's waiting inside the smoke. It's Yumpy. Oh, BBL delivering again. Every game from this squad is a treat. And we know Pearl is somewhere that they're going to do damage to the best of the best. And you're seeing it here. A 4-2 start for the attacking side after losing the pistol. Heretics have got to be feeling the heat right now.
That's also just the way that they manage their ultimates. We talked about them building up. It's an immediate usage just to get that opener. They went, okay, the likelihood is the B site leaves the player a little bit more isolated. Let's use that classic combo of the Hunter's Fury in tandem with the Dimensional Drift. It gives an immediate opener. And then most players, I would say within their right mind, will go, we have an opener, we have a plant. I don't need to be up in their face aggressive. And Levin goes, why would I do that? I can kill people. And we've spoken to Power before this, and he goes, no, that's what we want him doing. We want him being this disruptive force that's going to make things difficult. Because again, Heretics are very good in retakes. Not if you don't allow them to retake.
Well, this is it. Oh, okay. We're seeing a little bit of an adaptation. B-long push, utility used, guided salvo to clear out the deeper space.
Time to jump.
Nothing found. No one here. BBL are in fact grouped up on the other side of the map looking for an A site hit straight in. Damage done. Woot is out of there. He's got 6 HP left. Bit of Vi's utility might have taken him down. The plant is secured. 11, not deterred by his own teammate's utility. Steps in, takes a bit of damage. He's not gone fully around that corner just yet. He was waiting for the wrap around the other side. TP's out. It's a free pick, and he's right back into the fight with a flash. They know that for now. Oh my god, look at the art play. A flank on a flank. Profec's timing is absolutely perfect. It means the players in main just need to buy time. It's all they need to do. The wall goes up from Vice in towards the diffuse. They need to swing. There has to be the big swing to deny. There it is on Yumpy, sociable as well. And now time is there for Profec's flank to close out the round. They've done it. Even with the kills going that way for Woot. As close as he is to the 4K. A big individual performance from him isn't enough to win the round, and it's not the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, even though they lost it, I'll give credit to Benji where it's due. He put an alarm bot down there even after he walked through it because he knew that he was going to get flanked again. Like, he had it in the back of his mind from the previous round that there's a decent chance that Profec's going to go. So they knew he was there, but it was so late it didn't matter. Yeah. Like, you then have to be in an advantage, have weaponry, just not working out. And BBL in those late rounds are looking fantastic thus far. You've always got to be worrying about Profec, and that's the thing. The second you do, he's probably going to be with the rest of the team.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, at this point as well, especially Profec has to get a read. I've had several high-impact flanks that they definitely know about. It's something that they're going to be ready for. On the side of BBL, 5-2. It certainly ain't broke right now. Yeah, the changes will still be there, waiting for Heretics to get aggressive. They walked up B long. We've seen a main aggression. Sort of half a main aggression, never fully around the deeper corner, but nothing's working so far.
Well, yeah, they've moved the vast majority of the setup. A lot of what they were doing initially was setting up util on B. Now they've left Boo alone on the B side because it has been quite an A-centric look from this attacking side thus far. But with Mini Boo already set up deep on A, the Heretics can sort of gamble a little bit. It's just the pacing of BBL that makes it tough. They've given nothing away so far. Finally, that alarm bot is going to make a connection, and now utility starts to drop to try and help out Miniboo. But he's got to be careful of his backline.
Yeah, that space is just going to be conceded. They need a safe ground to stand and fight from. Woot through the smoke, goes down after one, and Miniboo gets nothing. Heretics are locked out. 3 players in the spawn, full control for BBL. A plant soon to come in. At least you'd imagine with 18 seconds left. Maybe not. They're just going to take everybody down. Benji, 70 health, and it's the jump from Yumpy. Shorty in hand. That puts them up to 6. BBL showing no signs of slowing down. And the question is, how long can this go on for before Heretics won't be able to catch up?
Yeah, it is already pretty scary. Other than the pistol in the second round, nothing has gone their way. I'm loving sort of like the spacing and synergy between these players. Like, it just seems like a team that's had a lot longer than what we're currently witnessing from BBL.
Yes, let's go!
And well, right now, there hasn't been much of a response. A rough start for Boo. We mentioned that switch up to Initiator not really hitting the same as some of the vibes you got from his controller play. Already back. Spotted the push. It'll let them know that there's at least a little bit more of a gap on this B site, but the longer this attack side takes, the more bolstered the defense on B will be.
Depending on what Vax sees, they have the choice to go back, but we see a lot of players pushed up to that corner inside the smoke. There was even maybe a flash from Levin about to fly through. It didn't come. Stealth drone is sent out instead to try to check if they're still here, and it sees them. Well, it saw one at least, but look at the mass exodus from this B site. Now, he said it's all about what Vac can find on this side of the map. If he gets space or a pick, they go back, and he thinks he has space. Little does he know, Wu is still tucked in on the back of the site. There he is. Head ripped off. Site is theirs. Job done for Vac. Phenomenal round already. And now, well, they get the chance as long as Vac doesn't go down for a free plant. Well, Vac has better ideas.
30 seconds
he drops
left.
Mini Boot too. And with that,
Spike planted.
you got Pistols attempting a retake with no control. And guess who's behind them?
He didn't even get one.
Yeah, no reward this time, but it's the dramatic flair. That's what it's all about.
Can Boo make the board is the question. There we go, first kill. At least going to make things a tad more costly, but you look at the credits over on the BBL side. Oh, well, it's been booming lately. The thing is, he may even just opt to try and go down to the spike. Obviously, getting an extra kill would be nice. Get that ultimate online, but Sociable's not going to allow it. That is now a 7-2 lead, a 7-round streak for BBL as they are running away with their map choice. Not overly surprised to see them pick this one with how things went. Even though it looked like a decent map for their opponents up against Gentlemates, it doesn't seem to matter with just the confidence and style they play with. And while Heretics, correct me if I'm wrong, that's both pauses got in the first half.
I believe that is so, Tom. You can see the stress and strain this squad is under. A 2-0 start, a 7-2 scoreline, and an uphill battle to get back into things. Now, from the side of BBL, just further confirmation that what they're working on is they've cracked the formula. They've got the secret sauce. They're not looking to share it with anyone. This squad, Pal, looking more calm, I'd say, than normal when we go to those little cams. And I think that's because this squad is very comfortable with Pearl. Sure, we saw Heretics there, but we were impressed, blown away by what BBL brought to the table, and it doesn't seem to be changing. And again, Tom, I just want to say, the fact that Sociable is on the bottom of the scoreboard. Last time, BBL were impressive. The dude was 25-12. If you're not impressive with someone dropping 25-12, you're doing something wrong.
I think the most fun thing for me is the fact that the top player in the server is almost like the guy trying to make Papa proud. Like, Mark New is the guy who gave Woot the opportunity in that Fireflux young team.
Yeah.
He's currently top of the board. He's looking great. And then it's just like, but I'm still losing. Dad's team is still beating me. It's like, is the student the master? That's the question in this series. Has Woot outdone Mark New, or is Mark New still got a few more tricks to teach?
That question might have to be asked on the second and third map, more so than here, if things keep going this way especially. Heretics have come in with 4 ultimates under their belt. A good opportunity for them to bounce back. Again, though, on this defense, we've seen some aggression, but no real success from it right there. Feels like we're real close to finally seeing at least that aggression hit a wall. Whether it breaks through it or not, well, that remains to be seen. Profek gonna eventually step into his sights, but the fight has not occurred. Timing must have been just perfect. BBL setting their sights on the A side, but look how many Heretics players are here, Tom.
Even still, they're making a lot of noise around that mid position. They're trying to bait players into that rotation back. Levin also selling the idea that they're moving this way. That's a big kill, though. Already getting rid of Sociable. The same tech is being utilized again. I think Levin got a little bit lost with his own tech. Didn't know that he was stood right next to an opponent. Now, without that opener, without that success they had last time, they have got to try and get past 3, make that 4 within this A site.
Yeah, EBS is going to need to give me a replay of that Yoru ult. That was a blunder and a half.
It's done.
Killjoy ult comes into play. 17 seconds on the clock. Well, are you going to stick that plant? Oh, apparently you're going to try. You're going to try your damnedest. That is a tight margin. I don't know if you've got that just about. One player detained, though. And he ain't going to be doing anything with it. Profek, 4 opponents, and he swings out for Mark. You know what? They're not falling for that one again.
Oh, the ult combinations there were absolutely nasty. I think we saw it right near the end that Armageddon was also put in backwards so that anybody going, I'm going to leave the ult, into another ult. Like, there was no escape. That was perfect from Heretics in terms of making sure there was no escape. It did cost them a lot of ultimates, but at this stage of the game, you have lost 7 rounds in a row. Do it. Get yourself on the board, break the momentum. And also, you have to bear in mind that you used a lot of ults, but so did the other team. So you kind of wiped the board clean other than that singular ult on the other side. Which, to be honest, Steel Garden's pretty good, but I don't know if it will change everything.
Well, that's it. Trading out the ult economy and getting a round win, something that you haven't tasted since round 2. Sure, that's a great success for your squad. The question that obviously comes to mind, though, is what do you do in this round when we're back to normal gameplay? We're back to rifle on rifle, not Armageddon falling from the skies or coming from the ground. It's unclear how that happens, the logistics. But I think at this point, you know, again, favor falls into BBL's lap. And for Heretics, a 7-5 scoreline, great. We can forget the trouble they've had here. but it's how likely we are to get there. For BBL, again, A presence is made. Again, heavy rotations coming in from the other side. There are 3 players in Art, 1 on the A site, but this time, BBL seem to have their sights set elsewhere. That does mean getting past Miniboo. Luckily, the drone has spotted the danger.
He's completely isolated. I don't know if there's any way out of it. The steel gun has been used, but it doesn't connect onto him. So he's able to hold this ground. This kill could change everything. And while for BBL, I think it has, that gives them the control they needed. It puts them into a 4v4 after plant. What could have been a really dangerous position ends up just being a single kill.
30 seconds left.
Now Heretics are the ones left to pick up the pieces. 4v4, B-long control stolen out of their hands. Operator recovered by Yumpy as well.
The attack are going to play deep as well because of the fact they have Cosmic Divide.
It's being put into play. 11 in a bit of danger. I don't think he's got a gate crash to fall back to, and he won't be able to either. Guided Salvo claims Profek. Back on backside. He's flown under the radar. They haven't detected him just yet. That gets a double on the board. It makes it possible for Yumpy. He can see when it's being diffused, and the shock dart's primed and ready. The first lands, big damage. The second on its way, but it's already halved. And he needs to land this shot. They lined up, but the shot did not connect, and it's Rien's to return the favor. 4-7. It's far from over for Team Heretics.
Yeah, no, it's the thing is, I like that round from both sides. Miniboo does incredibly well, even just to trade effectively. There's a world where he sort of doubts himself, a little bit of luck in the spams. I really like BBL's adaptation in the middle. As I said, they spot the Cosmic Divide on the other side and go, okay, that's the one ult that can own us. Let's play more aggressive. The problem is when you're up against Teo and he's going to force you into more unfavorable battles, that's always going to be a little bit more difficult. Even still, though, Heretics, they pull off the retake once again. And as you said, 7-5. Maybe you get a second pistol, you're in the game.
Absolutely. Can still slip away, but even 8-4, not quite the advantage it looked like it would be a couple of rounds ago. For BBL, though, the heads will still be held high. 120 on the clock. And Heretics not quite gone for that B-long aggression. In fact, they're not even looking at B-long. It's a very passive position from Boo, and if he does pop his head out, he might regret it. Luckily, it's not going to be Heretics losing a player. Instead, it's Sociable falling in mid. The trap now gone for this attacking side, and all control outside of B-long is in the hands of Heretics. For BBL, I don't think there's even much of a choice to go back anymore, and I think that's signified by the wall they've just put into play.
Yeah, this is a tough one, though. Walking into the Killjoy setup.
This is bold.
Yeah, they're just waiting in case there's an over-rotation. Like, with this late amount of time on the clock, but it is a mass gamble.
30 seconds left.
Until that knife comes back.
Well, he's just used it. I think that was the thing. He used it probably like 15 seconds ago, expecting them to be deep in position. So it's not going to be denied, but the fact is Benji has gone absolutely nowhere.
He takes the term anchor quite seriously. Unfortunately, he sinks just like where the chances for this round to go to Heretics may slip apart as well. Boo was to go down. He throws the nade though, and that gets the kill. That wins the round on time. Beautiful play. There was a second there where Boo could have been sniped from long. He stepped back, he waited, he held his breath, and delivered just in time. 7-5.
Yeah, no, a really big round to end out that half from the big brain of that Heretic side. And well, that's the thing though. I believe in just a moment we're going to be hearing from another big brain as we'll be throwing things off to Yumpy.
Let's go! Let's go!
I mean, it's last round. Suck! Off! Last.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I think my role right now is, of course, show example to my other teammates. I'm the only one who has played in VCT before, so I need to show an example and make people comfortable around them, because I know that when you are joining first time to Tier 1, everything is new, everything is exciting, and I need to either calm them down or make them feel super comfortable when they're gonna play on the stage. I think being IGL for the for the rookies, as you could say. I think it's actually pretty easy for me because all of them have a big trust in me, which I appreciate, and there is no bullshit around between our team, so the respect between each other is very good.
Well, with a 7-5 position, Yumpy no doubt feeling confident that his team has what it takes to push this across the line. Their attack side, well, it's shaped up well. Good rounds put up on the board early on, same as what we saw up against GX. And if Heretics hadn't started to step it up towards the end, I'd believe this one was due to be closed out. But a gap of just 2 with that 3-round recovery right at the end. Heretics have set themselves up to at least still have a chance. Pistol, though, well, it could make that uphill battle just a little more steep.
For sure. And I think it came off the back of some like really big brain plays coming out of the defense, especially towards the end. Like Boo having that fragment in the very last second was massive for them. We'll see what sort of ideas he has for the setup over on the attack, because that's where I think he's going to have to play a much more pivotal role at setting up the team. It's where they clearly believe his lineups can bring value.
Already stealth drone put out, and they saw a player backing off. They heard the TP. What they don't know is that one has snuck up close. Luckily, they've spotted him, but not quite in time. Shot landed, an advantage for BBL. Heretics, though, not all eggs are in this basket. There's 2 players still on B long, but we are on board now with an art push that's coming in a little bit later, hoping to exploit a gap that BBL may have left. As we can see, they have not.
And any chance to push that position is already going to be delayed by the Razorbind. And then a smoke. That's the thing, a lot of this composition does allow for plenty of delay. One is the shield, one is the sword. That's what this comp feels like, and Sociable, no doubt, is that sword. Looking to go that little bit more aggressive, already spotting out opponents. Has to be careful of that second one, or maybe he doesn't. Rien's already gone. And with the spike only just being retrieved now, it's going to be a tough position for them to get back into, especially now that he's seen Woot.
Yeah, this is the danger, especially in pistol rounds. Sociable, he didn't get to really have any flair to it in the previous one. Here already picking up one with the Headhunter. 5 shots ready to be sent quickly towards Heretics players. Never mind, Benji has ripped his head off. The site has not been fully taken just yet, though. Still a bit of a brawl brewing, leaving Boo alone with 10 seconds. Reveal catches him, but no one is there to take the planter down. Boo gets to reset, but he's got Yumpy and Vac. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, winning it from this position would need an isolated Jewel. Goes up to shoot the flash. That's really nice. I was looking at Yumpy being like, he is incredibly far forward. Is he going to take this fight alone? But it was literally just a bait with a flash. Like, you don't shoot it, you're blind. You do shoot it, that happens. Really nice round from them. And this is the thing. I think, as said, their defensive side, especially thinking back to the Fnatic series, was so unorthodox at times that it's really tough to play against. Even you said, oh, they've spotted a player, he has teleported away. There's a second player who hasn't teleported away, who kills you and then teleports away. It's like, there's not really enough time to think of, okay, oh, what if there's a second and you're already dead? Like, that's what this team does. It's like, you're trying to work out what they're doing in their heads and they're throat punching you.
And every time, you know, the seconds you're thinking, there could be someone there. There could be. You're also thinking, Sociable's about to peek me with a headhunter.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, your attention is divided. And that works out perfectly. Rien's, this time, Stealth Drone goes a little further. We'll make sure that close left corner is not occupied at the moment. It has seen Sociable, though, hiding in this corner. Even if he doesn't have this sniper in hand, he probably has that headhunter. And so either way, someone you don't want to mess with, Levin, probably goes in that same category.
Well, that's both sides of the map. Let's go mid, guys.
Art, I suppose. Although they have got Sociable.
Yeah, this is a bit of a gamble purchase. Boo, he really is the best big brother. He's dropped over the sniper, ready for Miniboo to take aim. Just looking to try and do as much damage as possible. Will now be handed into very capable hands of Boo on the other side. Profik about to come under pressure.
They have to place another star, backs out. They've occupied that now. There goes the dash. Nice kill, Profik! This is a Spectre. I don't think I could do that with a rifle. Beautiful BBL. now pushed up to 9 rounds. I mean, there were some dangers there, but they were dealt with quickly.
Well, the fun thing with that is that they now get a free outlaw as well.
Yeah, a little upgrade.
So if anything, this has now made things more dangerous. And what I'd probably leave, yeah, Boo's just going to be the utility man for this round, not going to have the weaponry. That was the gamble that they took, kind of damaging their own round. Have to be, and actually now looking at the buys across the board, it almost seems fairly even, which is definitely a scary prospect when you are currently 9-5 down. It is their opponent's map choice. Expectations for BBL have been incredibly high, and well, as said, it's a student versus a master in terms of the server, but I do think that even though this is a pause of technical nature, there'll be time for thought for that Heretic side, as a loss in this next round could genuinely be them out of the map.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, losing this pistol as well for Team Heretics, this has put them into rough waters, to say the least. And I think you're going to need someone to hold the rudder steady as they navigate this. 4 rounds down, BBL, economic boost that they've just had as well. They've got Outlaws coming into this round, which is a danger in and of itself. Again, I can't highlight this enough, Sociable has not been there. He's not having a game right now, and it's a 9-5 lead to BBL. If this guy unplugs and plugs in his mouse again, we're in trouble. And I think this is where, for Heretics, you start to look at them and go, okay, what can you do to deal with that? And we've seen it many, many times before. There are players on this roster that can compete with the best duelists in the world. We need to see them activated. Miniboo, he's had a couple of rough shots so far, but I think all across the board, this Heretics doesn't feel the same. But I think that is also down to proficiency of BBL on this map. They are horrendous to play against. They're an annoying team, and this is, from what we've seen at least, certainly for me, it's my favorite map that they play.
Yeah, I think as well, like you mentioned, Sociable, he was 14-9 on the attack side when he played in that previous game.
Yeah.
He was 11-3 on the defense. So if anything, statistically, it gets worse.
Yeah,
Less kills, but he doesn't die as much. So, and that makes a lot of sense. He's going to be proactive. He's going to be consistently pushing the map and then having a get out of jail free card. So we've already witnessed it throughout. It's going to put pressure on opponents. And the thing is, they also have Levin on a Yoru who's going to be doing exactly the same thing. And I think individually, he's also looking very good. So I am worried for Heretics in this map. I think there would have to be a serious shift in the pacing of how the game is going. They need to shut down some of those aggressive plays. And, wow, one's coming their way already.
Oh, well, one player further back, not caught by the suppress, ready to fire in a flash. Although, the rotation comes in. Heretics move towards this B site immediately, sensing that presence on A long, wanting nothing to do with it. Stealth drone clears the closer corners and gets them all the way down towards that site. Smoked off on the right. Levin, big play. It's a risk. Rolled the dice, and it has not worked out in their favor this time. The shot from Sociable fails to land, and despite damage done, Heretics, 5 players on that B site right now with a plant coming in.
This is a very good position to play from. You're up against a Ghost, Spectre, and 2 snipers. As long as you're not overzealous yourself, this should be a done deal.
I think shock dart attempt for a little extra damage. Maybe if they got lucky with that. But stepping into the smoke with 2 players, one of which is Woot awaiting you, it is not going to go well. Sociable. He was here early. He'll be the last one to leave. Idea to make it a bit more costly. Doesn't land it. Look, some shots hit, some damage done, but you can't deny that's an in-zone flawless for Team Heretics.
Yeah, big response. I think the way that BBL played that was, let's send our utility-heavy players on one side and our weaponry-heavy players on the other. The second this fight doesn't go their way, I think it's the fake smoke thrown in.
One enemy remains.
By the round kind of seemed like it was going to fall apart. It had to be utter heroics from Sociable. As mentioned, like, it really does seem like Woot he's really gunning for this one. 16-8 at the top of the board. No one else is even positive on his team at the moment. But this is where things could change. Full buy for BBL. Sociable immediately investing into that operator, and he wants to fight them so aggressively. Shot not landed, though, and that has been the story of this map for him.
Yeah, you're going to be that little bit more aggressive, obviously, on that agent, especially on your glass cannon. They really wanted that opening pick. Once that utility starts flying and bullets come your way, not going to be quite as easy to land that value. Now for BBL, still sticking with this 3-player towards A site that we've seen before. And I guess the difference here, we're not using that same lighter presence around mid that Heretics were able to do. Benji was watching Door and Art with his utility. BBL have to keep boots on the ground to keep control of that. They were doing so, but Art's now being given up. The avenue open. Heretics are feeling the space, and the A site, no doubt, the target.
Knife up. Prophet knows he needs that smoke just to try and survive in this scenario. Boo, those lineups that Woot didn't want to learn are going to be thrown in. Prophet's still the real danger here. Just sat within the smoke, timing ticking away. He makes a move. I think it's maybe the worst possible moment. But there is the shot that lands. It's been coming. Finally, Sociable's able to enter the scoreboard. And maybe at the perfect moment. Benji, though, still clinging to life. Another on the board for him. There's still a chance.
It's not over just yet, but look what Heretics have. No utility, except for that one nano swarm. They want to fight, they're going to have to do it dry, just swinging in, and that's exactly what Boo does. A beautiful connection from Benji. And the boys of Heretics pull it across the line. Boo with the final shot, and the gap is down to 2.
He's had a resurgence. He was 0 and 6 at one point in this map. Now finds himself 9 and 10. Said it, he won them a couple of rounds towards the end of the last, and even with a collateral shot from Sociable and a mass advantage, this is just where they stepped up. And the thing is, he learned from the previous mistake. That's the thing. I feel like Boo is like a supercomputer. Like he, as a person, like you can fool him once in a battle, and then the second you've done it, it's like calculated, stored. And so he sees that flash go put in, he goes, okay, if I shoot this, I'm getting swung, so I'm not gonna shoot it, I'm gonna dodge it and just wait for someone to peek. And that's exactly what happened.
It's a smart man. And now,
he might be the smartest, genuinely. Of all the people I've met in Valorant, talking to Boo makes me feel like the dumbest human being. And he's not doing anything particular, it's just sort of the look he gives you when you're talking to him, you go, damn, I'm wasting this time.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
He's so nice when he does it as well.
Yeah, I do get that though. I think you're very right with he's like a supercomputer. The man does just, he's very calculating the way he even thinks about the game, he talks about it. Well, there's certainly a bit more data to collect, but for now, 2 rounds in between them, it's looking like a much better game than it could have been. Like I said, 7-2. BBL were in the lead at one point. Sociable wasn't online either. We just saw a big round, a big double kill from him, collab. But outside of that, you know, the things that were working for BBL before are not working in the same way. But they've shown us another face to their Pearl. Heretics, though, starting to find their footing. Getting back into the game, putting rounds up. This attack side, they're setting the pace. And, well, that is exactly what they're doing. Barriers go up, pistols in the hands of BBL, and a spread out look to this attack side from Heretics. They are holding their bases, waiting for aggression, and BBL are keen to give it to them.
Benji, the player under a little bit of pressure here. Yumpy's going to be the one to take the fight. It seems like he's ready for it, but yeah, definitely a little bit messy in the way that that one went. Luckily for Heretics, no weapon to be retrieved, but you talk about that combination in the first half of Dimensional Drift, Hunter's Fury, that is available once again. So although the guns haven't been picked up, just thinning the herd a little bit could mean in the later rounds that those ults become even more valuable.
4 players towards A site. Pressure now on Prophet. He's only got a classic. He wants to get out of here alive once he spots that that's where the play is coming in. But even just look at what this man's role currently is. He's bouncing back and forth between B long and the double doors. And there it is.
His util's all on A, by the way. He's just placed his first star.
Oh, and he sticks around. Now, I mean, we've seen a couple rounds here where Profek, he's in the right position. He leaves the smoke right as they step into it. This time, he goes back in. Miniboo lands the shot first, a weaponry diff. The Hunter's Fury seeking out its targets and damage done, but no real conversion for the kills just yet.
Yeah, this now should become impossible. That was the thing, it needed to sort of thread the needle. Woot's lurk is expected, but not dealt with. Back now left, 1 versus 4, and although a couple of players are tagged at least a little bit, I don't don't know how much more realistically this man can do. The other danger as well is you're looking at Minibu and Rien's 2 orbs away from their ultimates. Don't really want to give those kills over. Gives it to Boo, not the end of the world. He's only got a couple, but it is now starting to really see the caliber of that Heretic side. I said it, after they had that horrible first map in their game last week, you could see the fact that it didn't phase them. They won that same young team that, oh, my mental's gone, like Minibu talking about, like, oh, I hate the way I'm playing, all this stuff. Yeah. It was like, okay, map 2, let's go. This time it didn't even take to another map. 2 pauses, they spoke it through with the coaches. I think everybody rates the coaching staff at Heretics highly at this point, and we're already seeing that resurgence.
Yeah, it has been a well-handled comeback so far in a map the BBL seemed set to win. They were dominant, they were looking confident, and everything was working. Big players weren't even online, but the game plan was too strong to fail. Now, though, they are just 1 round in the lead. All that hard work has been chipped away by Team Heretics. Oh, it's a big play from Levin. In there for 2. Doesn't quite get out, but... And I mean, they do lose Profek as well. We've ended up in a bit more of a neck-and-neck situation than I think BBL would like. Big mid control at least from them. Good passive B control as well. But the real danger is if they just commit to this A-site hit on Heretics, they're going to have 1 person standing in their way, the leader of BBL, and then it will be a difficult retake for the remaining players to actually make happen.
Peeked behind, something we maybe didn't see.
Obscuring bit concealment.
So here they go into the site. Yumpy knows that giving this up for the afterplan is going to be rough. A fragment from Boo as well. It left him a tiny gap. Oh, there was a moment where Boo could have died there. They weren't expecting the re-peek through. Instead, a post-plant. Advantage in terms of HP, but that doesn't last for long. Vak's done well.
And take a look at Art as well. Sociable on the way around. He's got a free kill. They thought we killed Profek. No one's going to come behind us in Art this time, guys, right? But, well, you're wrong. And wrong again. Nice shots by Sociable. BBL back on the board with this defuse. The gap is up to 2. They're getting ever closer to closing this map out.
Again, it was this disruptive aggression that caused them these initial problems. Trading evenly. And this was the kill. It was just that slight gap that it also seemed like Boo again was aware of, playing around. But Vak winning that fight turned the round on its head, gave space as well for that lurk to come in. Still, the difference is just 2, and the attacks still have finances, along with a couple of high-impact ultimates, and Bladestorm just 1 away. The fight isn't done just yet, but Sociable, gloves are off.
You see Yoru take this, he can get out of there, but with Sociable, he can only back off to this corner. That's why he needs Yumpy. The second player pushing up with him makes the difference. What a frustrating start to a round. Heretics coming in, no doubt, saying, all right, this is where we get back in. We bounce back, deliver the damage, the beat down onto BBL, but instead, it's BBL biting back. Sure, they lose Profek, but Levin's right in there for the trade. And Boo, with the spike in hand, has a 1v3 to make happen. No idea where his opponents will be by the time he steps into a site. And the weapon in his hands, Tom, it's valuable, but they have enough credits that I don't think it's likely he goes for a save this late into the game. Who knows, though?
I'm almost certain if they could make an agent change midway through, we would see something like a Sova or a Sky or a Fade, just something that can clear these early angles. It's been such an irritation for them. The last round, players pushing through a smoke. This round, just walking up and then having a second layer to that aggression. Again, at times it could be their undoing, but you're just not expecting that second player to be there. And while Boo's even going to take a fairly hefty amount of damage on his way in, such a passive hold from the defense as well. They are making sure this round is locked. They're going in with that dimensional drift, using that ultimate just to try and play with their opponent. There is nowhere safe for Boo to hide in at this stage. Well, he won't even get that first fight. 11 now for BBL.
Yeah, and this is the problem. We've mentioned this earlier on about how irritating of a team it is, BBL are to play against. You get to 10-8, you have your ideas, you have your plans, and this is what you face off against. Sociable on the peak is one thing. Yumpy hitting that double is another entirely. Even took down the drone as well. from that point, I mean, it is barriers up. Oh, you lost the round that quickly.
The thing as well is normally that space is fairly free.
It's given up. It's given
and more so, what they did was because there was a player deeper before, they send the drone out, so you can't retreat, or you retreat before taking the shot.
Yeah.
That's the only option you have. Because of what that drone does, it takes away your ability to use abilities. Heretics had a good idea. Locating targets.
And they're going to do it again. Going to try and clear this man out of position. Oh, Levin can't lead. Bear that in mind. He is stuck here. Yeah. That's why Sociable normally TPs immediately when he sees that drone.
And also, even Sociable, he's off TP into that location because just the range of the TP. Levin can get out with a gate crash, but a little bit of planning might have helped out there. It's a stumble. Let's see if it's a fall for BBL, as they've got players here early, but that ult has sent them running. Time to concede as the plant comes in for Team Heretics.
Still taking them some time. They got stuck behind the wall. That was it.
Oh!
The wall went up, the shear, and it trapped the spike. I think it was when Miniboo dived through it, so they've been allowed at least a little bit of extra time. The problem is, again, like Boo's now going to commit his own ultimate.
Spike planted.
No utility to try and get back into the site. A fight for Prophet is available. That's one at least in the spam. Not on the right angle to deny it. Again, don't give this man too much of an angle. We know what he can do with it. The problem is this crossfire. He needs to isolate immediately, and he's not even going to get past Benji.
I do get very nervous when I see Prophet get a kill and there's 3 players left alive. You didn't think you've seen that one before. Oh, 2 rounds in between them. Benji go kill. Well, he's been doing all right last couple rounds. We'll see if he keeps firing up. With 2 rounds in between them, they need everybody online if you're a Heretics fan to close in this gap. Operator for Sociable, and I am sat back waiting to see if there's going to be another adaptation from BBL, another bit of aggression. It doesn't look like it in the early sort of setup that we see with barriers and whatnot. And the same sort of, this is the wall that we saw last round, right? They've been putting it down on B quite regularly. That was what slowed down the spike, what stopped them from planting, what bought and just a little bit of extra time. Ultimately wasn't capitalized on. Oh, that's through the door!
Evan down early. Yummy's got to be careful. He's still in his drone, but eventually will be out of it. The problem is they're already looking out of this round. He needs another big individual play if it's going to turn, and he does well. Another double. Sociable could. Oh, he could have evened it up. Instead, though, well, Benji is going, and he is killing. Another round on the board. Heretics, the climb never stops. They are now 1 behind once again.
Must have looked up and saw that sign. For BBL, yeah, 1 round ahead. This is the kind of time where you think maybe you want to slow things down, take a breather. I've seen our timer in-game freeze. I think that's what they've done. I think BBL
I was about to say in-game, that doesn't work with their comp. Let's slow things down with a Yoru chamber comp.
Let's just play passive. Yeah, no, hopefully not on the server when the barriers are up, but let's take a breather before those barriers go up. BBL call a timeout, and it is definitely time. Heretics have been catching up. Heretics burned their timeouts very early on, but that got them back into the game. That made the course correction possible. Now, BBL look to do the exact same thing. This is their last pause, the last chance for either team in regulation to touch base with the coaching staff. Only a couple of rounds left before we either go to OT or we go to Lotus. And the question is, after a 7-2 start and some really impressive rounds, will BBL be able to keep up this theme of upsetting the better team, the underdog coming out on top, at least here on Pearl? Or will we be going to Lotus with the usual suspects 1-0 in the lead?
That's the thing as well. You have to look back to Lotus as a map that was played all through Champions for the side of Heretics, even making an appearance in the final. They didn't win it, but they showed that they were definitely comfortable versus the best in the world. Here on Pearl, obviously, it's a little bit different. A map coming back into the pool. One that a lot of teams have had to adapt on. The defense for this one, not a lot in terms of weaponry, but a lot in terms of their ults.
All right.
May not matter, though. That drone already spotting, Whoop with the spam. Don't have a massive reason to go back and fight this, but they are planning on doing so.
And it is just a bit of, I suppose, a agreed setup that they got punished on before, where you saw that drone used from, I'll use this one here, from this position. And this time they're a little bit more passive where they put that out from. And, it's a little bit of conditioning. It wouldn't get all the way down to the site where the other one would. Wouldn't get the same kind of information, but it does its job. It spots that early B long push, sends BBL backwards. And in other rounds, if it was the operator and Yumpy up close, sure, they can reset. They can still have a pretty good chance, and you've at least gotten rid of the drone. But in this round where you've got pistols, that early surprise play is really where you get all your value. And now as the round goes on, Tom, we try to get all 4 of them. Almost. Could have been a little better, but there were 4 of them in the circle. It was pretty good. It was
3.5.
I got them while they're moving.
Oh, here we go, though. They are rotating
they're on their way.
all the way back. That's the thing. The information that is currently there, not seeing anything. They are now going to have a stack, and there really isn't enough time to go back in the other direction. So Heretics are going to walk in to all 4 players. Bear in mind as well, they could take away their guns.
They don't know they're here just yet. Now the information falling into your hands, although suppression for a lot. Yumpy, round there for 1. Profex in as well. The damage was good to start with, but the weaponry difference really shone through in the end. We are now 11 to 11, neck and neck. The big thing here is, Tom, Heretics have been winning a lot of these attack rounds. They've been doing well with the rifles in hand, and there's going to be nothing but rifles from here on out. Ults are going to start to come online for Heretics as well. You have to look to BBL and say, after that big lead, after building your castles and then realizing the foundation is sand, will they be able to make that recovery? Will they keep themselves in it?
This could be a pace change. Heretics have been taking their time, a lot of the times sending it over onto that B site with early drone control. Instead, they are taking space, using that guided salvo immediately just to remove any of the aggression from this spot in the round. The question is, though, do BBL continue to do what they've done before and try and re-aggress? This time, it looks like they've thought better of it.
Drone through Art, BBL, look for mid-control. But elsewhere, Sociable wants to get a bit of extra info. If he rounded that corner, he was dead. There were 2 players, 3 in fact, if you include Miniboo, holding it. Now back to just a crossfire. Just 2 guns and the spike sitting there for Sociable. Claiming this pick would be huge. And he can immediately TP out as well. The reveal goes deep. There's the shot. Immediately gets out. Doesn't overstay his welcome. It's good. No punish from Miniboo until now.
Yeah. That's not ideal. Re-aggression as well catches Levin. Yumpy torn between 2 angles of which teammate to help, and ended up not really being able to support either of them. And you can see the attacker being so dynamic in their response. An immediate change back over towards the other side. I like this though. Use of the Steel Garden to take away their guns. There's only 20 seconds left. If they wait this out, they could be in trouble.
They know they have to go, but now reinforcements are here! Mini deals with them in an instant, and Profect falls right after. This team has been trailing since round 5. They have not seen victory to put them ahead of BBL now, right at the last second. We could see a 13 to 11 on the board. We talked a big game about BBL's Pearl, but this would cripple your mental game to lose like this.
And in zone flawless as well. They took the weaponry away, and that was what they were waiting for. They were waiting for Miniboo to come back in. The one guy with a rifle, and well, he's been having a decent resurgence again. The same for Boo. It seems like down and not out is the way that Heretics are looking at the beginning of Kickoff. Can BBL find that last little lease of life? Already, a lot of those aggressive early positions on B are dismantled. The aggression instead from Levin is over on that A site. And also a little bit from Sociable in mid. There is nobody to fight. 4 players now making their way down B long.
Definitely feels like BBL in this defense. It's been an impossible task fighting the tide of Team Heretics. There is no stopping it. Hunter's Fury won't find anything. Heretics just waited, and now they step in to claim the space that is essentially being given to them. Plant secured. Sure, the wall goes up, but To what end? It buys them some time, but unless they're going to start this defuse right here and now, it won't have that much impact. Boo around the side is huge! That's a triple from Boo! Back alone! To make this work, to keep them in it, he's got two opponents and they're hiding away. They're not giving him any opportunities. It's Team Heretics claiming this map, 13-11. As BBL gets swept away by the comeback.
Yeah. It's never easy to take down Heretics. It's never easy to stop the 2024 team of EMEA. And while BBL have learned that the hard way in map number 1, still a chance for the comeback. We'll be back after the break. Yeah. Tommy, are you stupid? Yeah. Yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight.
This is the Team Heretics we know and love. They take map 1 against BBL. I'm Yingsun. I'm back here with Billy. And welcome back, Kakuka.
Yes.
Tom did make a joke about how you were looking better this week when he was there. And I disproved it. I told him that, you know, I had your back. I had your back.
Thank you.
Just like Boo had his team's back.
Yes,
You like that?
exactly. I really like that, because that first half, we thought that it was all about BBL, that they were going to have maybe another second half, another defense that was flawless, just like against Giant X, but this was not the occasion. It was actually Boo's redemption. It took him until like round number 9 to get his first kill. It wasn't even an impact kill because it was like on a Nico getting a last-minute frag, but it was actually thanks to him and regaining his confidence by the end of that half that I think we got to see Heretics win this.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the stuff that Boo was doing on the defense though was still helpful towards his team. You know, running that KO, running that Teho. You just seen it in the clip there. They were able to use that fragment nades, the Teho utility as well, to kind of delay any sort of plants that BBL were putting down, and it was causing time to run down on the clock too.
Exactly. On the attack, we saw the micro, as you were mentioning, like comboing the rest of the utility. We still have that question of, are we compelled? Are we sure that we like a Wood playing on the smokes? Well, his individual performance was off the charts, and even though Wood took a few rounds to warm up, the result was definitely there on the second half.
Yeah, and Tom was mentioning the mental fortitude of this team in the pre-show that, you know, they made a final so many times. This is not the team that you can just take down that easy. And I felt like we saw a lot of that, Billy, from the way that they came back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think that with Heretics, the vibes are always up, of course, and I think that there was so many rounds that you didn't really know which side it was going to go in favor of, right? But I think round 23 in particular was really impressive. Again, another round I didn't know which way it was going to go. But yeah, no, I think that also plays a part in how aggressive BBL were in their approach.
And I really like this idea from Heretics. They know that BBL are in a very difficult position because of the first half that they had and how they're not solving. And even though this Vice ult was great, Heretics takes that moment at the beginning of the round to wait for them to make the first tech, to make the first mistake, and then punish it. A very good mid-round call that ends up in a round that just because of the ults that they had should have been BBL's.
Is it fair to say then, Kakuka, that maybe BBL had it coming at some point? Someone was somewhere at some time was going to punish this style, right? Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I really like how confident they play. I think that the new players that they've had are having a lot of impact, but I do agree that also Team Heretics is a team that writes a lot of momentum. Like when things start to go well, when we start seeing Benji and Wood having these rounds where it's just like them two against the world, it is very difficult to react to that and be on top of that because this is the Heretics that everybody's scared about.
Yeah, it feels like besides a grand final, when they're like this, it always close out. They always close out. You cannot doubt them. But let's talk about the next map very quickly. And also on the side of BBL, Vax Vice, which we have some official stats here. You know, it's only been 17 days since he unlocked this agent, and he looks great on it. Honestly, for a stand-in performance, for the fact that he's never played this character before, you can't really fault him.
On the second half, we know that everything was a little bit falling apart for BBL, but on the first one, the way that he was lurking, the way that he was pushing, it's definitely something to keep in mind because as you're saying, he's not performing as a stand-in anymore. And now, moving on to Lotus, let's see if he keeps on playing with that Cypher. I do not want to see like Heretics abusing the fact that he's alone on C, but my man's gonna
I do. I want to see that.
I think Vac for me was really impressive in the sense that he was able to take those timings on the attack, like, and that allowed BBL to have so much space as well. Like they were not letting Team Heretics in on the retake whatsoever. So yeah, I think he did a great job and was doing what would be expected of him.
Yeah. Now on to my second favorite topic to talk about in the world, which is Viper on Lotus. You heard it from me so many times last year. Why are teams not playing Viper on Lotus? The win rate into Viper comps was crazy low. However, coming into this year, GX are the only team that stuck with this Viper. No one else is doing it anymore. The last time we saw Heretics on Lotus, they also really prioritize the Viper. Do you think that that's the way it's going to go today, given the context of what everyone else is doing?
I think it depends, right? We need to think again about that role swap, and maybe them playing the Tejo is something that they might consider in this map. I see your point, and I see why they would see the value, but I would also see them invest in that time into creating some new composition and probably learning from some of the teams that have been playing the map.
Yeah, I think for me, I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen Tejo played on this map pick. I think that we've seen a lot of teams run Tejo so far, and again, that would mean that Boo gets to jump back onto that controller where we've seen him shine.
Well, that you would think that's what we're gonna see. And looking at the map here,
well,
I mean,
there's no Viper.
There is no Viper. I mean, I'm really sad. But what do we make of double controller, Boo and Vu?
I mean, I like it, right? Like you still have that initiating power. I think that Boo is going to feel very, very comfortable playing on the Omen. Wood on map 1 was unreal, and I want to see what Team Heretics is bringing, because even though they played a lot this map throughout last year, it was always something like the third map or another team picks it onto this. So if this year they have decided to pick on this map, I want to see what they have prepared.
Yeah, I think switching out that Viper for the Astra is really, really nice. We've seen the team have a lot of value, and as you say, Voot was performing very well on it. Rienz as well, I imagine he's going to be very much in Mini Boo's back pocket and being able to help set him up on that raise. But over on BBL's side as well, they've gone for the similar kind of composition with the Yampi being able to set up Levin with Sociable as well. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how these two pairings match up.
I am very, very intrigued, because if Team Heretics take this, it will be a clean 2-0 and they will advance into the top 3. Mitch and Tom, nobody saw that coming, right? Surely.
I gotta say, Tom, I didn't see it coming after such a big lead for BBL. But
I was gonna say, clean for the VLR analysts who only look at whether it says 1-0.
Oh, 2-0.
Oh, 2-0, clean. It's like, yeah, a little bit clean, a little bit. If they get it 2-0, maybe. We'll see how they do on their own map.
I know it being clean, but it was squeaky when it came to that first map. 13-11. Lotus, I don't know what to expect from, because for BBL, for any team, it is going to be difficult to bounce back after the loss that they just suffered. It is an emotional reset. I don't doubt you come into this map thinking we can win this. Hell, it was 13-11. That's how it goes after a couple rounds. Early aggression, BBL walk it down a long. Heretics about to have contact. It's Boo. Two players right in front of him, and he almost got both.
He's a rat, but can he get anything done? With a sheriff from there, it can be difficult. The rest of the team, the thing is, he's kind of bought them time. Just by being in that position, spotting that many players, they can get into the afterplan, and the attackers, it looks like they still want to be proactive. Miniboo taking contact.
They're expecting that play to come in this way, where the players were spotted in the spawn. So 2 of the Heretics players go towards Mound. They clear this out. Now they see no one. The nade slows them down long enough that Heretics can now set up. They realize no one's coming behind. They've all rotated. There's the at least Fade alongside Cypher spotted. I think they know Omen's there as well. That's all the information. Now, all that's left to do is find the kills. Huge damage done on the wall banks. And now, trouble, because that spike being defused will have plenty bullets flying at it. I don't think they got it half. The fights need to be won by BBL here and now. And the time is already too far gone. Woot! The one to find the last kill, the one to put 1-0 on the board for Heretics.
Yeah, he's been having a great time. Like we talked about in the pre-show, having the lack of lineups as a reason he wanted to sort of switch up the roles. To be honest, like firstly, anything Neil says, I don't trust him. Like
the man is a liar.
He is going to try and bait you. But that one maybe, I don't know if I believe it. I feel like for a pro player, that's kind of nuts to admit, but at the same time, I also think there's just comfort in putting him in a position where it's like, he can be an anchor with his utility, he can set up with his utility, but he can also just frag out on his utility. And that seems to be what Woot is doing. Leaving that man alone in the late round to almost play off of, I don't know. I think that's just as dangerous as anything else. For BBL, okay, they managed to get an orb in a round where you have a single sheriff to play with. Collecting the orbs is not a bad thing whatsoever. I'll be very impressed if they get this second one, but I think it's much more likely they're just going to try and do a little bit of damage here.
Well, that's it. And even 2 kills will be enough to put a dent in the economy. We've seen shields purchased across the board. We've seen only 1 player on Heretics have a light weapon. Guardians and Bulldogs filling out the roster, with Miniboo having a Vandal. Now, damage on the Sociable is good. This is Benji's classic. He's almost just a turret at this point as well. Sure, he can get a kill, but he's just trying to keep this information, and if he goes down, at least they have info to trade out. It's the side itself. So many players alive, some utility still to play with. This could get dangerous. Already, BBL are forcing that early utility out. Post-plant from Heretics being burned up. Now it comes into blind spams, and that's somewhere that they excel. Wow. Yeah, there were dangers there. None of them come through. And so Heretics, with an in-zone flawless, are 2-0 in the lead. And also, Tom, by the way, an in-zone flawless where they came in with 4 rifles.
Yeah.
That's a huge economic boost.
But that's the big thing is we go back to their second round in the last map where, okay, they went for a Marshall, some SMG. That's not happening this year. They're on the attack. They're going to come into this next round with 4 rifles. There's a very real chance that they manage to turn this round into a victory. So we now have to focus more on BBL. And in classic form, we're seeing this Raze combination alongside the C's, just to basically stop anybody going in that direction early. Instead, though, look at the pace of Heretics. They're going into C already.
Yeah, there's no time to wait for this roster. Quite an aggressive stance. Perhaps it will find value. Vac, a danger man up close, hiding inside the smoke. Yumpy, the real danger man, he just swung wide. That prompts Vac to do the same, claiming backside control and spotting another on the site, dealing damage to Rien's, also known to be there. They're starting to put this squad in a box, and you can guess that someone's around Mound. A smoke should be online for Prophet. Paranoia used. It doesn't catch them, though. Still on the site, ready to fight as Rien's connecting the first. Benji steps in to help, and now suddenly the script is being flipped. That's a dangerous push from Profek, just straight through the smoke. Nothing to be found by it. And Social, well, bar the one, but with time ticking and 2 players still alive, this should be an impossible clutch for Sociable. The Nano doesn't make it that much more difficult, but the player peeking on top of Mound certainly does. Well handled by Team Heretics. It felt like they really had it all put together.
Yeah, I think this is always the terrifying prospect with this team. The second they get into post-plants, it's like they just flick a switch and it's like perfect synergy.
It was just perfect.
Like every single time there was a fight, there was a secondary player ready to swing off of it. So at worst, it was a trade, and it helped them get into the lead in terms of those picks. And this is the worry that was there already early on this attack side, 3-0 up, building that economy, as that was, in essence, a bonus round. And now you look at the opposing side. And I think the tougher thing on this map that you have to take into consideration is last map, you're up against a Yoru chamber combo.
Yep.
It's obscure. It's stuff you have to adapt to, learn from, and that's exactly what Heretics did. This composition is not that. It's not anything too crazy out of the box. A lot of it's going to be Yumpy set up into other players. You've also got tape to watch back of this.
Yep.
I think catching Heretics off guard is going to be way more difficult. And this team, as said, has a lot of reps on this map. Sure, comps changed a bit, but in essence, still a lot of similar roles and comfort.
Comps changed, possibly improved for what they're looking to do as well. And I think, you know, this is very much it. Coming into this after Pearl, not just the first map going the way it did, but it being Pearl, it being BBL on Pearl. Now we move to Lotus. Heretics, it feels like there's 2 scenarios. One is that Heretics come in here and show that, yes, the last map was close, but it was because BBL are very good on Pearl, not because they're as good a team as Heretics. In that world, I see Heretics dominating this map. The other is that BBL actually have quite a fight. They really legitimize their name beyond what they've done so far. There's no questions of Blizz Fnatic on an off day and so on. They'd have to do it here, and already it's off to a poor start.
Something to note as well is the last time out, Vac played this exact same role. He had the solo Cypher on this side of the map. He did well to get a kill and get out versus GX.
Yes.
They are destroying him so far, and they are intentionally putting the pressure on him.
100%. This is a different team. This isn't GX, as I think you could guess from the logo. Might be the same region, but that's about it. Nice damage. It's just pistols they're up against, and you can see how quickly they cut through like a hot knife through butter. Rians picks up kills. Plenty of ultimates online for Heretics. Economy sky high. For BBL, time is running out. It may only be a 4-0 start, but we know what's behind door number 2. We need to see BBL break down that first.
I think one of the most exciting things compositionally with the change is Rian's going back over to an initiator. He was playing Viper last time. I think he's fine at Viper, but the second you put him on like Fade, a Sova, anything of the sort, I just feel like his damage capabilities go up 1,000,000%. Pacing, though, may look to change again. Showstopper used immediately. Good luck, Yumpy, and good night.
Clean opener. Problem with these ultimates, high impact. Big opener plant secured on the back of it, and they even got a bit of control towards the broken door. I mean, at this point, it's again a couple seconds in, and BBL have to try to find a solution. Cosmic Divide comes in to make it a little bit more difficult. I love Sociable's attempt at spamming inside that smoke. It's sneaking through the Cosmic Divide. It nearly got him a kill. Miniboo is left on 6 HP, yet still he is alive, drawing breath on that side. Finally, he falls, but the trades come in quickly. And 5-0, before you know it, the lead's extended even further for Team Heretics. The worst part about that, Tom, I don't think that round looked particularly close.
No.
There's a round where there's a world where if you just blur the sidebars, I might even think it's an eco from damage that they're able to deliver. Heretics make it look easy, and with a 5-0 lead and a map under their belt, that's the last thing you want to see as a BBL fan.
I think they know as well that that round is almost like a bit of a backbreaker.
Let's go!
Like you go, okay. We're coming up against what will be a solid buy. Ult starting to build. Rifle's going to be in their best spot here. Let's throw in 3 ults. That was it. They used 1 to get the opener, 2 in post-plan. Getting back in there so difficult. Also, the first player they killed is Yumpy. And if you've watched any of BBL so far, he is the center point of this team. Whether or not he is the person finding all the kills or whatever, especially on this map, his stuns and his flashes put players into position. You kill him immediately, it becomes a lot more difficult.
That's exactly it. He'll be in a position of leading from the crow's nest. For Heretics, 6th round is what they're seeking, but a much more slow and steady approach to it. A default to start. A minute on the clock, minute 10, they start moving back together. The unit is now grouped. The Odin, a beautiful touch. Really, chef's kiss on that one. It's going to try to deny some of the control that BBL have. Can't deny that side angle. Profek does beautifully to find that. I've been looking for a little bit more, but Profek, I mean, they know he's here. They know he's here. This swing won't catch anyone off guard. And Boo is quick to deliver. Re-ends in the same boat. That's a showstopper thrown through, Tom. It might give them a chance. It depends where this fight goes, if these weapons can be retrievable, and if Yumpy and Back can group up. But it's kept it in a 2v2.
They've done well from this point onwards, but can they convert it? As you said, a showstopper here. Oh, I think Wood's actually going to tank that. No, he missed just slightly. That means the damage wasn't anywhere near as much as maybe first thought to be. Both players looking to play on the edge of this smoke, and instead, it's those low buy weapons that get them through. The gamble was worth it. The risk taken pays off. And after a very slow start to this map, BBL are finally on the board.
I saw that showstopper activated, and I was very worried that we were not going to see the pay save card Thrifty. That instead, this was going to be an ultimate, a valuable safety net for this team, thrown away. Even the kill onto Rienz, it doesn't guarantee there'll be any impact, and this round could still fade from the history books. Instead, it has given a heartbeat, at least, to BBL, a small sign on the sensors that they are still here to play. And bouncing back in a round like that means they've got 4 ultimates, granted none with the same impact of that showstopper.
Cover going out.
But it's a start. The foundations have been set for BBL. Well, this player here, the showstopper, landed a kill. That was his 2nd kill so far. Now with the op-out, looks to change the way this has been going, turn the tides in his favor. At least for now, they've denied C-Main control. But, well, it looks like this hit is going to come in elsewhere.
Let's see if this is the start of something for BBL. Last time out, they were 5-1 down versus GX, still won the map. They've shown they can do it. Plenty of delay. With Vax utility now relying on this site, ready for the push.
The patience is definitely there. Whether it gets a reward or not remains to be seen. Yuppie is pushed up in B main. It's an off angle. It's one that's not being checked right now. He's been spotted, but got the kill in time. Fades around the corner as well. That buys time for teammates to come swooping into the site. And Profek, would you believe it? He's got another 4K. That's BBL up to 2 and a lifeline delivered.
Building off of this was so important. As said, in their last game versus GX, they started slow on Lotus. Built back in, even lost the second pistol and still managed to win out the map with a streak on the attack side. They can do it. Those ultimates, though, building up for either side. Nightfall would be good for the retake, and I'm looking at that lockdown on Benji. But I like the adaptation. They've now started to move back over to that A site. He was, as said, struggling with the hold on C. Wow, speaking of C, Yumpy has already he's just walked up. He's just taken that control. They're going to have a lot of information early. There is nobody on A or B because of the positions they've taken on the map.
Sociable. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm seeing what I like. But nothing's landing, and now he's in a lot of danger. That door is open. Uses the ult to try to force them back, stop them from pushing. Rienz goes down. I think that was a spam through the smoke from back that finds its mark.
What?
What was that? Yumpy does the exact same, albeit in a bit more ridiculous of a manner. That forces the lockdown, which has detained at least one, slowing the return of BBL. But the numbers still sit in their favor, and someone has to be the one to seek those kills. Sitting on the site, waiting, surely is a death sentence. The nade, it corrals them all to the back site. BBL able to group and get a foothold on the site, but there is a gap, and Wood exploits that perfectly. Backside control, maintained, and the spike ticks further and further away. BBL, the ones with pressure on their shoulders. An attempt to draw them into that smoke, but the defuse is tapped, but Benji Fishy wins his duel up top. They're holding control for a moment with Boo left to run this clock down just a little bit further, and he might have done it. He just survives as long as he can. And Profek, he's got it, hasn't he? He's got a little window, 1.5 seconds, just enough. Boo, try as he might, he couldn't buy enough time.
It's one of those rounds that, again, when you have all of the information there for BBL, it definitely helped that early aggression on both sides of the map. I think also just the factor of Yumpy's panic attempt. This was just an attempt, by the way, to destroy the lockdown. That was his only goal. He was trying to break it with an aftershock and spam a few bullets to make sure it got destroyed. While spamming, a bullet comes through the smoke, and he goes there and just kills him. And this is also a round, again, where you have to put the highlight onto Profek. Incredible stuff. Once more, this same aggression. Deep control from Yumpy. Deep control from Levin. But this time, it has to be given up. And why? It does seem like Heretics themselves are starting to put pressure across the map so those gambles can't come in again.
This is a big work being done by this defensive side. Not letting Heretics run away with it just yet. Narrow margins, but just about coming on top. Profek, big play in the last. He's at a 4-piece as well. Levin surely backs off. Oh, they've crossed. They're right past him. He's sticking around, looking for the duel. I mean, it's not like he's a chamber. He can't just bail out of here. No gate crash to remove him from this situation. If they swing that corner, Levin's in a lot of trouble. At least you'd imagine so.
Oh, he's heard the door breaking. He's got to choose to stand and fight, or, well, stand and fight. He's lost the battle to Benji. But even still, the door being opened has managed to get a kill for Yumpy. They're turning this back already, just as the plant goes down.
Cosmic Divide blocks out B main, though. This is a big problem. Even Vac has to now wonder, has Boo fallen back to his teammates? Are they just waiting? Sociable up in heaven. This is a wide net being cast by BBL. The side of that net a little bit thin, though, and it's being sliced apart. Team Heretics, they have quickly dealt with that retake. Boom, making it look easy in the door room. 6-3 now. Far from over.
Yeah, it does feel like when there's ultimates available in the post-fight, they're just very, very comfortable. Like the way they're able to section off specific angles, isolate some of those fights, and definitely looking a little bit more disjointed. I think it was both Yumpy and Profek coming from the same angle, but just a few seconds apart, and that's enough to just give easy 1v1 fights to the side of Heretics, and that's really not something that you want to be doing. You mentioned Boo as well, and it is just a factor. If you put this man back on controller, and he just looks more comfortable. Like, you're already talking about 10 assists. Sure, some of those are going to be people running through his smokes, as we saw in the last round, but I just feel like this sort of balance, where even having Woot as a second controller is absolutely fine, because even if you don't have Miniboo just popping off the scales, they are comfortably in the lead. And while that response, just look at the damage it's done. You can see it on the scoreboard at the moment. That was 3 in a row for the defensive side, and they may only have a single rifle coming into this round.
Yeah, it's how close so many of these battles have been. It's been left down to individuals. Pick up pieces, bar that one round where Prophet got a 4-piece, but even then, I think there was like 3 players left alive. So it's been costly. It's run down the economy. 3 rounds left to go in this half, and for Team Heretics, well, it's certainly been working out. There's been a bump in the road, but one they have quickly fine-tuned to. And the attack side now sets up for a more direct early round. We've seen them play default. We've seen them wait for BBL's aggression. It seems like this time they want to write the script early. And indeed, with the complete abandon of the A site by Benji, you have to think this will be a much more direct round. C is under threat. Yumpy's here. Vac is here. But they may be forced into a retake fairly soon.
They got Nightfall as well. I wouldn't mind seeing it committed, but instead...
I thought it was on the way, yeah.
They're just going to take that control. A little bit of an extra delay, so they had the information. Yumpy's done well, though. That spike on the deck, but with players so desperately low from the Nightfall, it almost becomes an easy cleanup. Spike still yet to be retrieved, but I think they want at least some safer space before they do too much more.
I think that's just an excellent read that in this round, BBL would not be playing on site for fear of the Nightfall, so they take site, confirm they're not there, and then it's a deeper Nightfall, capitalized on with the nade. This is mitigating a lot of the dangers, my goodness. Woot, 6 HP, and Boo, well, he was looking like he was gonna be in the same boat. This is risky. They've given a gap, and Levin almost blew it wide open. Now it's 2 players. I said Boo was on his way. Well, he's just 1 HP above Woot now. Hope is that Benji's going to be able to put in some work, because if he doesn't, well, I don't know that the other 2 are going to be all too happy to take those fights. Well, Boo clearly is. 7 on the board for Team Heretics. This was a round that they should have had very little resistance, especially after the initial site take, though. BBL did a wonderful job to still make that costly.
I think it's the gamble. That's the thing. They all in on this C site hold, and even though the Nightfall is there, you're going to be low on HP. It doesn't matter. If you have a crossfire of enough players, you can still trade out a lot of those kills. So it's extra damage. Ultimately, you're still 7-3 down, similarly to the last map, but in the other direction. Can Heretics now turn this into a truly monumental lead? As a couple of ultimates now start to get close for that defensive side. I'm looking at the Rolling Thunder, I'm looking at the Showstopper. It could easily be in play this round.
Yeah, with the round, well, the map that's in it, it will be hard for the defenders to push forward and claim those orbs, but a kill. And then a retake looks a whole lot more doable. Yumpy is here. Stun goes in, but it won't deter them. Space already taken, but there it is, the kill for Yumpy. The Rolling Thunder online. The risk outside of C, though, was massive, and they used the Rolling Thunder, and it hasn't come. Boo! Boo took his ult out! What's going on? What is happening? Then he gets caught with the ult. This round is pure madness. A Showstopper available thanks to the kill from Levin. And now the C site that they were on their way towards, it's not going to be quite as safe as you might have thought. He's toying with the idea. It's coming. Showstopper used, fired, but he's deleted right after. Sociable 1v1. The ends up winning. That was one of the most chaotic rounds I've seen in quite a while.
It's just one that I think, if you're Rians, you're probably laughing. If you're anybody else, you might just want to forget what happened. This early fight, I think it was just a singular trip that gave all the information that was necessary. Rians does incredibly well. This is nightmare fuel. Gets away with the first, goes, okay, I'm gonna leave now, I'm gonna leave, and then gets caught by a second player swinging the exact same angle. And then the show's done well. Benji is maybe a little bit lucky to even get away with that kill. Even still, for Heretics, they're gonna look up at the scoreboard and they're not gonna care. 8-3 up, finances further in the lead. Both Dogs ultimates did come online, which both of them were used. They still didn't win. And Woot has just been domed. He got hit down to 30 through the corner of the wall with a Guardian.
That's the benefit of buying the wall bang weapons. You can't afford Node and get the Guardian. It's you know, some players would say it's all right. Scream thinks it's good. Back, nice shot. He's got another player on the left he doesn't know about. There he is though. Okay, it turns out to be a bit of a bait. Showstopper fired in by Miniboo. He is going to find it tough to find a kill. Levin's behind them.
You should run.
Levin's walking up. They seem aware of it. The timing, though, is key. He's got the shot. Nade fired in as well, just in time. Woot needs to move. He's low, so there's no one that can deny that lockdown being broken. And with the nade taking Woot and Levin onto Miniboo, this round from a surefire victory. The pressure sits on Boo. He knows where both of these players are, but will not be able to take them down. 4 on the board for BBL. It's 3 in a row and 1 at the end. It might just be enough.
It's still going to have to be a serious resurgence going into that attack in half. It definitely still see some of the flair, some of the individual brilliance, Mitch, but we'll have to wait and see what they've got.
Well, it's sink or swim for BBL, the lower bracket gesturing to them. And while many people thought they would have been there already, Tom, but an impressive performance up against some fantastic teams, Fnatic being the last, has kept them in it. For now, though, they've lost Pearl, their home turf now, 8-4 down on Lotus. The way back, it seems cloudy. There's fog ahead and the path unclear, but Tom, it's not over just yet. And if they win this pistol, BBL may stand a chance.
Wow, you know, Fnatic probably thought that they'd beaten them already.
They probably did.
Went into an attack side half, got boomed. So I'll have to wait and see. Already early control taken, a very passive hold. Now both controller players sit within this A site. An abundance of utility.
Cover going out.
With the potential to delay. Paranoia is going to be the main piece to hold them back, but BBL ain't stopping.
No, blinded up, Profek finally pumps the brakes, but waiting for his teammates. Wood at least finding the first, emerging from that smoke seems to be a death sentence, and so no one else will try till the flash pops. Smoke fades, but there's another there blocking the way. And for BBL, sure, boots are on the ground. They've claimed control of the site, but there's too many opponents to risk a plant. They have to brave the push. Great reveal, huge in fact. The wall bang from Sociable and back. The shot clean from Yumpy. And a 3v2 as a result. That reveal has just turned the tide.
It seems like this is a map of fades. They've already killed one on the opposition. A bit of an awkward fight, but Sociable still gets the job done. And now it's left on to Minibu. First comes easy. The rest is going to be up to if anybody gives him a fight, and they do, but both at the same time. Solid double peek from the side of BBL, and that lifeline has been grasped with both hands.
Oh, yeah. Well needed, a much needed delivery from the side of BBL. And it seemed like it was slipping apart. The fact that this team just waits. Heretics take back side, pump brakes, and hold for that push, but that reveal right there, it changes everything, making it an easy connection for every single player on that site. They all put in the work. They reap the benefit together.
Let's go!
Yumpy is clearly excited about that. Nice shot by Rienz.
Well, that was a combo. That was the Marshall hit at the exact same time. Sociable doesn't give a damn. He's already managed to clear out 2 in response. And that's the thing, that this is where I'm most excited with BBL. You give Yumpy, the helm of the attack side, a chance to call for the team, but also with the breach, a much better chance to actually set up some of those superstars that we have well, been learning about over the last couple of weeks. Slowing the pace down, though. They still have a few rifles, still have a fair amount to lose. With Miniboo's Marshall over on that A site, they do have to be a little bit careful. We've already seen him take heads off just last map.
Well, the group from BBL and slow shift to the other side. Not looking to just push into those angles where no doubt there's going to be players sitting and waiting. With 40 seconds on the clock, well, they have the choice of any position on the map. Still traps covering the A and C push-ups. The logical conclusion is B. The thing is, that's the quickest rotation for Heretics. They'll be here watching the cross. 2 players, sure, smoked off, but ready to emerge from it. A third up top. This could overwhelm the players on the site. Sociable does well, landing another, but it's a 2v2. 18 seconds left. The spike needs to be planted. A smoke, though, gives them that safe spot to plant. The nade close. It will deny it. A second attempt at the plant. This time, a little more out in the open, but it lands. Finally connected. Miniboo needs both shots. Both players are low, though. Needs to reload first. 2 bullets. That's all he puts in. He'll have to land both. As the timer ticks away, they start to think about him repositioning, but round the corner he comes anyways. A firing squad. He spotted that. Although they've separated, they've given him a chance. He's just bullet by bullet reloading, looking for any opportunity. But nothing is granted. A swift death is all he gets. 8-6.
Yeah, a decent amount of damage, though. I think that's how Heretics can look at that from a position where they're a player down. They have a Marshall and a couple of pistols. That's really not bad whatsoever. Miniboo as well has already started building up some economy back towards that showstopper.
10 seconds left. 1.
And this is now we've kind of look at what's going to be the investment here. Because it does seem like, at least for BBL, the majority of players are going to be left on a rifle. Sociable was bought into a Ghost alongside full shields. But it seems like the goal here is to get him on that Nightfall and potentially utilize that to get into the C site. We'll have to wait and see.
Slow and steady wins the race, clearly. That spike's on its way back. If they do go towards A, there's a lot of danger waiting for them. I was going to start circling the map. Our observers are ahead of me. Boo. Already in position up top. You can see him on rubble, and the point of contact, Miniboo. He sees them. Paranoia's thrown out. Big swing. Round might just be over before it gets started, but they've seen Boo up top. Now the element of surprise. Well, it disappears. Nade goes deep. That will do great damage, actually. Miniboo down to 37, though, after that initial fight. They back off. Heretics give up the control on A and gamble a little bit more towards the B side.
Yeah, this is where the Nightfall comes in, but it's been dodged. Cage will be there to try and deny Rien's the space, but he has already managed to highlight 2 players. We talked about those haunts on the other side. This time, it's Rien's. Well, I say this time, it has been throughout this map. An incredible performance. Spike on the deck. Unsociable. It's going to be spotted. No chance for any sneaky behavior. And in fact, there's only 15 seconds left now on the clock for Profik. Holding onto the gun may not even serve with much value unless he can find himself an upgrade.
Just plant and die.
I think it may just be the latter.
Yeah, I think it was either that or attempt the plant, and you know they're going to come rushing in to kill you. No point just carrying it forward. 9-6.
Let's look at Rien's. 19-9. Like, this is the thing. He avoids, obviously, the ultimate, the Nightfall, but he throws in the Haunt and then just pops 2 heads. Like, it's just one of those things where when he is in form, also, personal thing, when he's playing that Initiator, he just looks like maybe even the best player in the world. Like, it's so hard to play against him, setting himself up for this defense. Well, it's the classic. They're going to deny that early A control. A lot of stars put in place alongside it. The benefit of the Astra is you can actually hold players back from pushing. The attack, though, again, have more of a focus on early B presence. Not necessarily taking it, but just making sure that the defenders don't have that information.
The defenders at this point, they don't have any information of their own. A Prowler is thrown out on B to confirm they're not just sitting outside there on the attack side, ready to burst through the floodgates of that site. with A being spotted. It's not the best control in the world, but it's at least the jump spot confirms that probably no one has crossed. Tiny window they could get across.
And after last round, he's just putting deep smokes to sell the idea that there is still someone there.
Exactly. They want them to think there's A control. Heretics want them to maybe walk towards B, but they've already been punished there. What they really want is BBL to have no info and play late gamble into the C site, into the stack up.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper ready to go. Benji lands the first, and wow, the Showstopper actually gets absolutely nothing. Now they have to walk back into the hands of Riens. And Boo, who's now rotated into position. There is 13 seconds. I don't know if they go for this. You're running into a site blind through a smoke. It's just not worth it for BBL. And that round ended before it even began. A perfect idea sold by the side of Heretics. And then BBL walks straight into the stack.
It's just pixel perfect Valorant. Really great ideas around map control, utility denial, the Prowler late on B, confirming that they can commit to this stack, that Showstopper can be ready. Wasn't even needed.
No, Benji was too quick.
The only contribution that had to the round was them in comms going, Showstopper. Other than that, there was nothing to worry about because the round was done and dusted. 10-6, 4 rounds between them. And the defensive side of Heretics is looking very difficult to figure out. And so now you think, let's go back to A. They were stacked C. A side should be a little easier to take. What are they doing? One guy pushing up? No, it's 4 players pushing up. It's flashes, it's paranoias, it's everything. And nothing for BBL. 5 players went towards A main. 4 players walk away.
And that's the thing. They've attempted that trap a couple of times. Again, utilizing that Astra utility, dragging players into awkward fights, stunning them as they try and make their way through. Last round, there was no contact. Okay, we got that space for free. Now, let's do it again. Wait and see if they try and take that control. And losing A control, it just makes it so hard to play because now look at the defense.
Same positions.
Exactly the same.
It's picture perfect. This time there's no Showstopper. As we said last time, it wasn't needed. Woot goes down. Spam is good. Spam is dealing big damage, but Mini Boo, he is cracked into the other smoke and from the shadows. He is dealing death to his opponents. BBL being swept away for the wave of Heretics win after win. 5 rounds now. And Tommy said there were 2 realities. Either BBL bounce back emotionally, they come in and they show we are a team that can fight you on any map. Or we realize that Heretics are just those guys. And it seems like we might be in that boat. Lotus, definitely a comfort ground for them. Not so much for BBL.
I think as well, like we're seeing solid individual performances from players like Riens, but I also think, especially this defensive side calling from Boo has literally been perfect. Every single setup or idea that they've had over the last 3 rounds has just been squeaky clean. I'd say even the pistol round strat that they had was spot on in terms of delay. The openers, it was just ruined by a singular horn.
He's got the whiteboard out, mate. That's where we're at. I said earlier, Pal seems a lot more calm than the previous ones. Now he's waving about books, flicking through pages.
Drawing?
Yeah, drawing the whole map out.
Things are going bad. Mona Lisa.
Look, the reality is, though, for BBL, they've been a team that have been underestimated every step of the way. This is not a team that pressure gets to. Sure, the community is starting to drum up support behind them, but you see them lose to Heretics, no one's going to go, guys, come on. Rework the roster at this point.
Unlike last year.
Unlike last year. Different story. But the scoreline's still not damning. They've had a moment to speak to their coaching staff. But again, this isn't one guy's popping off or one play is working or one part of the map they just can't get control of. No, this is Heretics calling a perfect game, being 2 steps ahead every step of the way. For BBL,
cover going out.
Let's see what they have come up with.
3 players with a Paranoia setup.
It's the first time we've seen this.
Oh, Paranoia in, easy kill. It literally, so far, has been spot on. They have read them every step of the way. It literally, it sounds like Boo is in their comms.
Genuinely, we need to look into that. The fact that that's the first time we see a B push-up. And again, it's like, okay, they call a pause. What's not been working? They can't get A main control, we push them back. They can't get C site, there's always 3 of us there. They probably think there's 3 people playing that side of the map because our rotations are so good. Where are they going to go? Might be B.
They went B once with an ult. Riens killed them all. They're going to think, okay, he won't do that again. This time there's a full setup waiting for them.
Honestly, outlandish. And from BBL's perspective, it must feel like just banging your head against a brick wall. chasing windmills in the Hurricane.
The thing is, so Rians has already fallen back. He has Nightfall. That's why he's solo on the A site this time. They are happy with his ability to slow them down. With the early failure on B, they're going to try and leave a player behind. Already, though, Heretics are set up for the retake. That is their goal, to try and get back into the site later into the round. They need a disruptor. Sociable is that disruptor. If he can catch someone, but I'm just looking at Boo waiting. Timing here is absolutely everything, and again, this guy has the perfect read.
He's too smart. Something needs to be done about this guy. BBL, they try to throw something else out there. It doesn't work.
They dodged him.
Sure, sidestepping, but look, it's a 5v3. Vac needs to make a big play. Boo is again watching for the player trying to sneak up on him. He's just ready for every play. Now they've got an angle to deny this spike. They've actually killed one. They don't know that that wasn't the diffuser. It's halved already. Yumpy alone knows there's a player by the door, catches his head, and now it's Benji Fishy against the Rolling Thunder. Yumpy! He gave it away! He thought there's no time for the Rolling Thunder, but there was no time for the run-up either. Oh, that's heartbreaking. He could have stepped to the side. He might have had an angle. Instead, he wants to run in.
It's just a split-second hesitation.
It's too far.
I think, yeah, Rolling Thunder would have denied, but yeah, again, in his head, he's like, he's already been on it.
1v1 as well.
So he goes for the peek, and at that point, it's already gone. He's literally a split-second behind.
Tragic.
Let's go! 12 and 6. A heartbreaker, a backbreaker, even somewhat an economy breaker. They are coming in with mostly Guardians. A faster move attempted and a much better start. They've at least cleared one. There's nowhere for Benji to go. He still gets a kill.
Exactly where
But this is one of the first times we've seen them with an advantage in one of these rounds.
Yeah, it's a first successful C take, I suppose.
Thunder.
Rolling Thunder for post plant. Yeah, good job. They saved that one over. 6 rounds in a row needed. It could be the first domino to fall. We don't expect to see Rolling Thunder used here. It should be safe. But a kill going the way of Heretics, and that plan goes out the window. BBL, Yumpy. Well, that previous round lit a fire under him, evidently. Looking hot to the touch as 12-6 turns 12-7. Boo left to save this weapon. Heretics, well, they'll finally taste defeat in a round, but defeat in the map is a long way away. It would have to be overtime, and even getting there is going to be a challenge.
It seems like Boo's attempt here is to do as much damage as possible. They've got spare credits, so not really the end of the world for him losing that gun. They will be able to rebuy. What was a much faster paced hit and an impressive opener. I like the fact as well that they are very prepared for these off-angle positions, especially considering that, look at the previous ways Heretics have played. They haven't been in that corner. It hasn't been a spot, but I think they are starting to clock on the... Heretics are constantly attempting to make adaptations. One of those is now in. 4 ultimates, but more importantly, Miniboo with that operator. They haven't really put out deep pressure onto C, and he is going to immediately take that space. However, one thing they haven't been able to claim a lot in this map is A-site control. They already have it, but you don't want to face up against Rians and miss.
Yeah, you face that storm head on, and it'll take the wind out of your sails. For Heretics, 4 ultis, BBL, 2 high-impact ones, but when to use them is the real problem they have to solve. Miniboo on his way around. Rolling Thunder used on A. Okay, Vac, I mean, he's just used a cage, though. Miniboo knows that he's on the B site. He knows they might be coming back in this direction. He's sticking around, and that Showstopper will be quick to be fired in, or at least if it is quickly fired in, they're in trouble. Here it is. Knowing that there's still players close by. One goes far, one goes close, nothing. Lands for damage. Nade is good. Levin pushed forward and it's into an off. He doesn't know what's just around that corner, but he won't walk into it. The lockdown instead, sending them in the other direction, buying space for Heretics as they now move to the site with a cosmic divide that has to be pushed through. This is an uphill battle indeed. Already halfway on that diffuse. No. Someone needs to step in. They don't even make it past the cosmic divide. 13-7. Heretics, they make it look easy.
Yeah, once again, they are a match away from making it to an international event, and there is a reason that when people made their tier list, when people made their predictions, there was only one team that sat at the top. This is the squad to beat, even when they are pushed and pressured, and that's been the thing that's most impressed me so far. The first game they played, a big defeat, they respond. Second game they played, they're down, but they make a resurgence. The credit I'll give to the other side, though, is the fact that a resurgence needed to be made. A team still playing with a stand-in, still playing with a lot of rookies. They are impressing me, BBL. But to make it to the very top, maybe there's still a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, no doubt, but this is a squad that came in with low expectations and have delivered already far beyond what anybody, I'm sure even themselves, expected from Kickoff. Stage 1, perhaps they'll look even better. Lower bracket, perhaps they'll look even better. There's teams down there that will want revenge against them. But for us, the focus can shift away from Heretics. Taking the dub down on that stage, they've battled illness. And look, this squad never has a clean kickoff or a clean start to any stage. But they've still proceeded on in that upper bracket. I think, as most of us expect from a roster as star-studded as Heretics.
Yeah, they've still had the ability to make some changes here and there. I have to say on Lotus especially, I think that Boo just had an incredible read on the scenario. Having that double controller looked really nice. I enjoyed that map thoroughly from their perspective. So I think going forward, having that extra time, having that extra break is only going to give them more and more to really build into this tournament. And of course, as I said, they are now a match away from making it to the place where everybody expects them to be over in Masters. And also they've claimed themselves a first champion point, which for any other team might be exciting. For Heretics, if they're not a champions after last year, that would be a mass failure. So maybe the 1 point won't mean quite as much to them.
Well, for Heretics, you know, no stranger to second place, but in this series, it's first place all the way. Maybe this could be where those Kings finally get their trophy, finally get their crown. For now, we're going to toss it over to the stage where I believe Yinsu is standing by with not the big Boo, but the mini Boo.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. That's right, I'm now joined by Mini Boo. First of all, massive congratulations on that victory. We saw you win last week as well. I wanted to ask, is this like a new year, new Mini Boo? Because after, you know, the very first time, I know you guys weren't feeling well as well. The way that you came back, the way that you guys come back today, it's been flawless.
I mean, I think it's just all us Heretics, like nothing changed. No, the roster didn't change. We didn't change. The only thing changed that we are gonna win finals this time.
You heard it. You heard it. How much does that weigh on you guys? Because obviously I think a lot of people in the community even meme it a little bit now, like, oh, of course they're gonna come second. Does that play into the pressure or in the back of your head at all?
I think it's motivation for us, you know, like we just focus on ourselves and we know that inside the team we are capable of winning finals. It's just like some micro details that we need to change, you know, maybe like prepare better and play until the end, but no, like I think we don't care.
Speaking of preparation, your coach Neil Zenior told me last week that you didn't have a lot of time to prepare, especially on Abyss. He said it was the first time you even played Abyss. It was on stage. Why did you leave that open today? Have you just been spending this whole week grinding Abyss?
I mean, I don't know, like I'm just a duelist player, you know. I just shoot heads, you know, like
you don't worry about the
strategical part is not on me, you know, like I don't know, like.
Would you have been happy to go to Abyss today?
Bro, I would be happy to play any map, you know. Like for me, just like duelist, people flash, stun for me, I dash, I just kill, you know. I don't need to do anything.
Easy, easy. I'm glad you mentioned the duelist part, because I'm only gonna ask you questions about being a duelist now, so you can answer these.
Okay.
Where's the Neon?
Neon is 2024.
No Neon this year?
Maybe.
Oh, I mean, Click played Neon. We were kind of surprised that he did before you. So I think people are going to be a bit sad if you don't bring out the Neon.
I mean, it's just the beginning. It's just the first 2 matches. The season is really long, so I think we're going to see surprises during the year going by.
Okay, let's hope, let's hope. And also, Yoru is currently the second most picked duelist out of all of the duelist agents. And you don't normally play the Yoru, it feels like, unless it's unbind. Is that something that you would like to try, just because how strong Yoru is right now? Or, again, is it something that you guys don't have any plans for?
I mean, for me, I'm capable of playing any duelist, in my opinion. I can play Reina, I can play, I don't know, Yoru, Neon, Jet, Raze, like, I don't care as soon as, like, it suits our team, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, I mean, I think in the past I was doing pretty good with Yoru if I played.
I remember. Breeze, Bind, yeah, we remember. Very, very quick last question. I just saw you see some of the players walk on stage. Predictions, give me a prediction. Who's winning?
Oh, Vitality or Footballist, I don't know, like, maybe
They're looking at you.
I don't know, maybe if Vitality shoot good today, maybe they can win, but Footballist is looking on fire. Kinda, and you know, like if they have good momentum, maybe they are capable of winning this. I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting matchup, and I'm really excited to play against any of those teams.
All right. Thank you very much for joining me, Minibu. We'll see you next week. We don't have to wait too long to find out because after this break, Foot will be taking on Team Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
You know, I'm not gonna call you NPC this map because there's gonna be no NPC moment.
If you cannot go, can you just throw one molly?
If I have mollies, yeah, if I can.
Molly. Molly.
One man, one desire.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
great day to be a Team Heretics fan, and it's about to get even better because we have Wout here joining us to break down everything we just saw on that match, and Billy as well. First of all, massive congratulations. You guys had a great win this week. I kind of asked Miniboo this already a little bit in that post-match interview because Neil told us that you just had no time to prep for the first game last week. Have you had more time to prep, and has all of that prep time been put into Abyss?
Actually, we worked so hard this week. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it was insane. We worked like 9-10 hours every day in this week. I think, yeah, we prepared everything. We were ready to win every map. So it's happened.
We saw that, and we definitely saw that on stage. And also your coach had a little bit to say about you and Boo and why you decided to swap around a little bit with the controller and initiator. We have that quote right now we're going to bring up in a second. But to paraphrase what Neil said here, actually to read it out verbatim, it comes down to maps. Any maps that requires lineups, Wout is not a big fan, and he loves smoke. So you can defend yourself. We're going to give you the stage to debunk some rumors.
It's completely true.
It's completely true.
It's completely true. If there is lineup, I'm done. Like, I'm not playing.
What? But like any lineup on any agent? Oh my goodness.
So that's why you like Teo, right? Because it's just point and click.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like, I hate it.
So that rules out a lot of agents, though. But you're like such a super flex player.
I mean, I'm playing, but I'm just playing on purpose, so I'm not getting tilted. But I mean, I am fine to play, but if I don't, I'm way better. So why would I play?
I would like to dig a bit deeper into this. How do you learn lineups? So what is your routine? Do you have like a Discord with all the lineups in? Do you watch other people?
I'm not Benji Fishy. Like Benji has tons of lineups in this Discord, like Boo same, Ryan same. But I don't have any lineup. I don't have any like folder. Like I don't have anything. I'm just trying to remember before the games. I'm just going map, trying, and if I remember, I remember. If I don't, I don't.
Have you ever made it up on the spot? Have you ever been like, this might work, let me just throw shock dart here or something, see what happens?
No.
Oh, okay. So it's not like completely.
Does this mean that we'll never see you on a Brimstone or a Viper then?
Yeah. That's completely true.
Okay, I'm glad that we have that. Speaking of the Viper, very nice segue. Let's take a look at your Lotus comp because I've been kind of a #1 Viper Lotus simp since day one, and you guys stuck with the Viper last year when a lot of teams moved away from the Viper, and now you've joined them. You've moved away. Why?
I don't think Viper is strong anymore because first of all, everyone knows how to play against Viper. Like, it's not hard that much. Also, I think this comp way better than Viper. For example, if you put Astra out and put Viper in, I don't think it's gonna make it better. I think it's gonna make it worse because Astra can smoke everywhere, every time, but Viper is just one wall, one smoke. And I mean, before the Viper nerf, I think it was great. We could play again, but now it's unplayable.
So never again then, we feel like? Not
never again,
but like
never again, yeah.
in the near future, maybe not again. In the near future, maybe not again. And also, Miniboo stood on stage just now and said very confidently, we are going to win Kickoff. That trophy is coming home. Can you also give us the same confidence when it comes to that? Make the fans happy, you know?
Yeah, we will win Kickoff 100%, 100 million %. We're going to win it so easily, 13-0, 13-0 every map.
Yeah.
We're not going to even lose round. We're not going to even lose map. And we will just go to final.
Yeah, and then you're going to go to Bangkok and do that to EDG, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the exact same thing. Can we clip that and whip it out for when they do make the finals? But this is the thing. In order to do that, you have to get past one of the teams that is playing up next, of course. That is Foot versus Team Vitality. This is arguably the two super teams. You know, we're talking about it in this region. And Billy, I want to start with Foot because I think people are underestimating, underrating, and disrespecting them a little bit because everyone's saying Vitality is the super team. Heretics, they get that label as well. I think Foot is also a super team.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you, I don't think. I think when you compare the two, you know, you kind of have to kind of put Vitality in that box. They've picked up 2 players. They picked up Daka, unless it's obviously going to be quoted as that. But when I consider Foot, they've only made 1 change, which is Zeus, right? So when I think about Foot, I just think that, you know, they were so consistent last year. The only teams really that were able to beat them were Fnatic, were yourselves, Team Heretics. So I think that they're in with a good shot.
Would you also say that, Wout, how highly would you place Foot?
I think they're top 3 in EMEA every season consistently. So they're really good. I think Foot is gonna win, not gonna lie.
Oh, you mean this match?
Yeah, this
I
match.
thought you meant the whole tournament. I was like,
of
no,
course
you're
not.
going to win the whole tournament. Okay, and when it comes to why you think maybe they're going to win this match, this is the problem, though. They are always top 3, right? They're always third, let's be honest. They don't even make a final. I think last stage, I was expecting them to make a final, at least at stage 2. Why do you think that is, having played against them? Because you guys never have any problems against this team.
Okay, they're decent, but they're never being better than other teams, you know, like they're never being than top 2. They're always losing the top 2 team, but they're winning so hard the other matches. So that's why they're always top 3. I think it's a bit like, I don't know, like sometimes unlucky, sometimes like happens. But I think this season they might play final against us, who knows. I think, especially for this game, they're gonna win. 2-0, I think.
Oh, wow,
That's
you're
a very early
confident.
prediction, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I think one of their biggest win conditions and obviously one of the longest standing players in all of our league is Krax. He's been here since day 1. He is not going anywhere and he's still playing the KO. And I love the way that he's playing the KO because as we take a look at this graphic behind me, towards the end of last year, as some of the map pool were changing and Gecko coming out being so dominant, he kind of got put onto that Gecko duty, got taken out of the KO. Of course, you guys know exactly what Icebox means. I've seen it on VLR, all about Icebox. But Billy, are we happy that he's kind of been brought back into this team as this KO mainstay again?
Yes, absolutely. I love Krax on the KO. I think you're right. We've seen him kind of move on to that Gecko for a lot of the last portion of last year, but that was because he was playing that on the Ascent, on the Icebox. Those 2 maps are gone now. We're seeing him back onto this KO. And I think that the Gecko, they leaned into so much because Sunset as well was in the map pool, right? We've seen so many compositions with the Gecko in there and they were leaning into that meta pretty heavily. So yeah, no, I think it's a nice and welcome change that we get to see him back on the KO.
I bet he knows lineups. I bet he loves lineups as well.
I don't care.
I'm kidding. But the times you've played against Krax, what do you make of him? Because we talk about Turkish players, you know, like CNED, Alfia that's been here. I don't think he gets talked about enough. He's also been here, you know, since day 1.
It's just fade off being initiator, not gonna lie. I'm saying like when I was Duelist, people were talking about me. When I was like initiator, people are not talking because that's the way how game works. Like you cannot be star that much when you are playing flex, initiator, or like smoke. It's so hard. Like you have to drop like 30 every map for.
Yeah, I agree with you. But when it comes to the initiators, what is it that you feel like people should talk about? What is it about initiating?
Rians.
Oh no, I mean I don't mean yes, Rians, but I mean like the agent and playing these agents. What is it that you feel like people should be looking out for?
I mean, it's so hard. Not gonna lie, 90% of this game is below like platinum. So of course it's gonna be hard to understand that they're gonna just see the kills in the game, you know, like they're gonna see like if I kill, I don't know, like so hard, like so good, like flick shots, like or sprays, they're gonna talk about it. But if I don't, like they will not. But when I do, like for example, when I do some good flash, insane flash for my teammates, and they can get like 4K with my just one flash. And they're not gonna talk about flash. They will talk about the 4K. Who is getting the 4K?
Okay,
So-
guys, I need you to look out for Krax's flashes today, okay? And also Woods in the next game.
I think as well, though, that's a really good point because whenever we watch Foot, very rarely do they have their utility out. They're usually taking gunfights, and it's because they're so mechanically gifted that yeah, exactly. They can just run it. If they're going in for a retake as well, we've seen it the other day or last week, sorry, where they weren't getting ready to take with utility. They were never caught with a bit of utility in their hands. They had their guns out. They were going in all guns blazing.
I'm going to counter that with Mr. Farland's Tejo because he was giving us some beautiful Tejo play. At this point, Billy, I would say he's definitely top 2, maybe even number 1 when it comes to the best Tejo players we've seen so far.
Honestly, his Tejo has been absolutely incredible, and I picked out a couple of rounds for us to look at in particular. I mean, this round 3, Foot were able to take control of the extremities just from using this utility dump on A main, right? You've got the Astra Smoke, you've got Fade Seeds, you've got a Euro Flash and a Tejo utility going in there, and it allows them to fight for the orb, which was really interesting, and you can see how far away he he was when he's setting that up. But this round 12 in particular, it shows their defensive protocols, right? And those kind of IGL instincts that Mr. Fallen has, the way that he stuns into the smoke, he's able to take the fight. Yeah, no, dropping that Armageddon as well before Team Liquid even come out and try and take the site. I just think, yeah, him being on this agent as an IGL has been really impressive to me so far.
I mean, Gaius has done some kooky stuff in the past. Some of the comms, we're kind of left feeling like, why are they doing this? But everything they've done so far here in that one match we saw has been great. But is it good enough to go up against Team Vitality? Because as we know, again, a team as an org haven't won anything in EMEA, but this is the team that they kind of in the off-season assembled with a purpose, right? But when you see the players that join here, you know, Les and Durka, does it give you the feeling that it is a real super team?
I mean, superstars teams are never work, like never ever. So, I mean, I said in some of interviews, I think they're gonna be I mean, there is no middle for them. Like, they're gonna be the last or first. There is no middle choices. So, it's so hard. Like, it's so hard to play this under pressure. But I think they're really experienced players, so they might achieve that. But even second place is not enough for them.
I agree. I completely agree. And here's the thing, though. Safe is IGLing. We do wonder if he can maybe lead the team into that first place. And of course, there are things that are just predictable in life. And as IGLs go, you don't normally, you know, think, oh yeah, this IGL is going to play ISO. Probably not on your card. But Billy, with this guy, that's fine. He can do that.
Yeah, I think as well, though, when I seen it, I was like, okay, they've just yoinked Fnatic's comp. Like, okay, whatever, we're going to get to see the ISO on Haven. But I think for me as well, for someone that used to play sort of site anchor agents, such as the Viper, such as the Killjoy, you know, like, seeing him on this is really unusual for me. But
really?
Yeah, honestly, it is just because I'm so used to seeing him on site anchors, right? Yeah. But honestly, like, I don't hate it either. I don't hate it.
I feel like it's not weird for me at all, because he's been that player that's like, I'll play the duelist. Like, I could do that. Like, you want me to? I can. His Jet back in the day is legendary, and sometimes he just wants to do it. The Tejo, I think, was also really good. We haven't had too much time to talk about it, but we will, I suspect. But for now, it's time to bring the teams onto stage and find out which one of them will be going up against Team Heretics in the next round. So without further ado, here is Team Vitality and Foot.
With me.
There's only enough room for one super team on this stage, but today we're gonna have a showdown between Team Vitality and Foot. Coming into this map, Vito, oh, okay, Foot, they just don't wanna go into the ISO Yoru stuff, I guess, Billy. What do you think of this?
Yeah, completely taking it away from them. And Bind as well, another interesting pick from Foot. I'm really curious to see what they've actually cooked up on that map. And yeah, Split as well coming into play. Foot deciding to ban out Fracture. They do not want to go there. And Lotus is the decider.
Any surprises for you, Foot, here, looking at this?
No, because I don't know what's the other map pool of teams.
Okay.
That's an idea.
It's okay. I could give you a bit of a rundown here. I mean, Foot, they did not ban Haven last week, and they banned the Bind, I think it was. So it feels like they're actually in a pretty good spot where they're just banning what their opponents are good at. They're like, we don't want to play against this comp from you. We're very flexible. It doesn't feel like they have a permaban. Vitality did ban Pearl before. I don't think we were going to see Pearl at all today. But Billy, as you said, the Bind, it is interesting. They must have seen something that makes them feel like it's safe to go there?
Yeah, I think so. I think the fact that we've already seen Vitality play Bind and Foot are just like, okay, well, we're going to pick into that. They've obviously seen something that they think that they can obviously counter or abuse. They have that material now that they can go back and ante. So yeah, I think that's an interesting one for me, is Foot just deciding to pick right into that.
Yeah, and when it comes to the agents they might be running, I mean, we had a little bit of chat about Cracks being back on that KO duty. We have seen a lot of teams, they do like to pick KO on Bind. It's not weird anymore. It's not really a crazy pick here. What would you like to see, though, Will? Do you think the Gecko is still kind of a no-brainer here?
I think I think Bind never changed. Like, new agents are, yeah, playable, like Wise, Deadlock, or Theo, but I think the old comps are still working, so they might run with the old comps. It's gonna work.
Yeah, and the old comp also had a Viper in it too on that Bind. So let's take a look at the agent select and see what we are gonna get. It's back, the Fallen Teho back. They keep the Viper and Billy. Yes, Cracks will pick the KO.
Yeah, Cracks is picking that KO up. And what I think is interesting here is both teams have decided to go for that double controller composition, which, of course, as you said, we've seen so many teams starting to pick up that Vice, starting to pick up that Deadlock, but no Sentinels across either sides this time.
Yeah, we do also have to quickly talk about Zeus versus Durka. Wood, I know you think Foot are going to come out of this, but not many people can diff Durka.
I mean, yeah, but I think this is the people who is gonna diff Durka.
Yeah, you think Zeus can do it?
Yeah.
I mean, Yutajay said that Zeus is the best Turkish player right now. Do you agree?
Yeah, after Rians, he is.
After Rians. But what about you, Billy? You feel like this Zeus versus Durka head-to-head is going to be interesting?
I'm very interested to see it. The thing that I worry about is you have Rookie going up against someone that's a world-class duelist, right? But I think as well, you have to consider Durka is the type of duelist that can make plays for himself. Is Zeus going to be able to do that, or is he going to rely on his team to be able to set him up?
We will find out in just a moment. For now, though, would you like to toss this over to Kakuka and Pansy to get us into game?
Yeah, good luck, Kakuka and Pansy. I hope you're gonna enjoy. I hope you're gonna cheer my Turkish brothers. See you.
We're on your side. Thank you so much. And yeah, what a great start to things.
Did you know that Icebox was released on October 13th, 2020 as a part of Valorant's Episode 1, Act 3? I'm really trying to get up to speed, but I think I might have gotten the wrong team.
Yeah, fantastic, brilliant. Someone called Nadeshot, we've got some answers for you. We're here to help you out, but we have a great game in front of us. All that aside, Foot against Vitality, it is kind of the test of the top, isn't it, right? Yes. This is the top end of the scene. We've seen so little between these two, though, really, so far. A very small sample size, but where's your mind going to now looking at this?
Two players, Mr. Fallen and Safe, both IGL and both on the deco. Of course, we do have one, and Foot has some tape onto Vitality, and things are going up to speed right from the beginning.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, J, not a chance in hell. And there was a lot of talk about this map when you had KC and Vitality facing off, and then of course Foot leading into this. So much to be said, but let's kind of touch base on that once we see the conclusion. Fabulous stall coming out from the Teho utility, just allowing so much pressure to build now.
Yeah, exactly. The spike still has not gone down. Vitality, even though put in all that pressure, still they're trying to find some kills, or probably just waiting for some utility to come back.
Yeah, waiting for that second cycle to come through. But now that pause, or about a minute.
Safe still has the drone. Maybe he wants to save it for the post-plant.
He certainly could. Smoke goes back in. And looks like that's going to facilitate at least an attempt here. Going to go there. Does he get away with it? Anything to deny? The paint shot goes a little too deep. It does actually catch Trex in the end, but the plant is down nonetheless. So man advantage to Foot, but still, Durka safe and less in the post plant. There's utility here, Bayer, that can stall so much time.
And so important that Mr. Fallen, oh, sorry, I didn't know that this screen was on. Mr. Fallen has to use those salvos to get out of the position, but they're so low on HP.
Yeah, Ada Captain's down low, you've got Zeus down low. This is going to get a little bit difficult here. Then the stall, as I said, that Viper from left, buying precious time. Safe now tries to get involved, but lovely work from Foot. Durka on the swing, gets caught. And Foot in control here, working it back, even though they were down so low, keeping composed and pulling that retake off so well.
And of course, many people are excited to see this head-to-head of these two teams because of what they represent in the region, especially with the performance that we saw from Foot last week playing against Team Liquid. Yes, some rounds were a bit messy. There was a lot of clutches and a lot of individual moments, but it's actually moments like this ones, these retakes, this having the patience and knowing exactly how to work with each other that manages to get this retake for them.
And how do you feel about this matchup? Because there was a lot of discussions about this, right? You know, which team does it suit better? Even on the desk, they're kind of saying that Vitality is either first or last, or you know, Foot's that team to look out for. Now, this super team, where do you stand on that?
I mean, I think I'm a little bit on the Vitality hype. I think that there's a lot of reasons. Probably some of them have not been highlighted properly. If we look at the agents right now, Trex going on the Brimstone. Last week, it was the first time that he played the Brimstone on an internet or on an event, right? Yeah. So it's also those pieces that are making this team work. Yes, Save and Dirk are great. You know, we can all agree on that. But what's going to happen with the rest? On the other side, though, I love the fact that the desk was speaking about Cracks. Loving him on the KO, extremely special throughout the year last year. And he also was the only player in the world that played KO on Fracture.
Gotta be pretty good at it.
Yeah, and he's this good.
Right? Like, again, this should be a farming round. You are seeing at least an Outlaw there for less. I think that's been filtered back through. But still, outside of that, it's Ghosts and Classic. So at best you're hoping for is maybe a little bit of a costly round, if you could, if you're Vitality. And the rest would be potentially a plant. You're looking at Silver Linings. That was the big chance there. Less now removed. Most of that threat is getting more and more nullified. It feels just that poison chalice falling onto the next
30
player.
seconds left. But you see, they're just taking their time. They're not taking risky duels.
Zeus got caught in no man's land there. That seems a little bit lackadaisical. Could tighten up on those things, because again, Cracks is down low. You don't want to cause too many issues. A lot of firepower is on this Vitality roster, and the plant...
Mr. Fallen still has the salvos.
And the plant's in. They've gone away with quite a lot here. Cracks needs to be careful. This is good. Clean up crew for Foot. Kicks just needs to try and do as much damage as possible. And they're doing very well. I don't think you can deny the defuse, but still cost them 2 players. A respectable outcome so far for them. And the Outlaw can be filtered through if they want it. I think they can recover both Bulldogs. They do.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking ahead and thinking about these two teams, as you were asking me, Vitality, yes, they had a tough matchup against KC, but they played very specific compositions that we do not see in the rest of the region. And especially for a map like Bind, we know that they kind of had the upper hand. But being Foot, going from banning Bind last week into peeking at this one, probably they spotted some of it. They thought that Mr. Fallen was going to clear safe on that Tejo. This is where it has to start, now that Vitality has the guns on their side.
Spot on. Durka did a recent interview as well, discussing how hard it is to play against someone like Casey early season, coming with so many ideas and unique plays, and how later on the season that can be less valid. But for now, we focus on this round because it is the bonus, and they aren't going to be overly invested here. You're looking at Yeda J down on the Ghost, Mr. Fallen as well, just on towards the Ghost himself. So you look at them trying to approach this with something unique. I quite like that. They're trying something a little bit unique. They're kind of pushing out toward that B short position. Didn't get what they wanted there, but still. Caught on the knife, but how much information?
Drone is down.
Yeah, exactly. The knife sometimes will give you like not very reliable information, probably one of the reasons why we don't see it on Fracture. And here on Bind, it doesn't really give you the full picture, but it does style a lot, and we saw it on the previous round.
Yeah, Trek still taking contact over to Tuka, but it's this safe opportunity in the 1v1 here. Yeda J is one of the weaker links, just with that Ghost. And they've actually lost out on Cracks as well. This should be the green light. Yeda J's been swept through, and the site now looks vulnerable. Mr. Fallen is here, but that's a stall on the plant. It shouldn't really cost them too much for Vitality. Nice utility to keep contained this area. Second attempt at the plant, and Mr. Fallen puts his life on the line. I like the attempt. Tried to get scrappy, but it's 5 alive, and the clock is on their side this time. That's a little bit awkward. This mouse wheel jump just in the middle of it. As Ada Captain, last one alive here. And similar to what we were saying last round, can he cost them anything? This is, you know, again, you wouldn't want to use one of those Vandals there.
Who trained you?
Okay, well, that's one gone. And that's a Vandal picked up. So Ada Captain can make this hurt. Let's see how badly. Durka going to keep it secure, pick up that Vandal again. And I'm wondering if Safe gets one as well. I think he will. Actually, Durka, did he find it? Yeah, but he's still going to be on the Bulldog. So interesting enough, but they get the first one under the belt.
Yeah, exactly. Very necessarily. And I think that I love the fact that even though Vitality has made those couple of changes, they look so good when they play in synergy. I think that Haven was a perfect example, and them using the Sky utility to then follow up with the kill is the Vitality that could be that super team.
And I wonder how they want to utilize the Seekers for kicks. You do have Cracks on the other side, of obviously with KO's ult as well, so both in a similar position. We're going to get you used to the Telestring.
Yeah, I just wanted to move this from here, but I couldn't.
Well, round 2. You want to...
You're just better than me.
Yeah, talent. For now, though, we just wait and see how this kind of plays out. It's a really early invested presence towards that B-long side of the map. They've drawn the third player. The TP gets it. This feels very similar to that previous round, but how do they want to then end it in maybe a different fashion?
Yeah, exactly. And Safe again, just taking the TP by himself.
Launching smoke.
And Safe's succeeding. He should be winning these fights out towards Showers on his own, but he does. It's Safe. I mean, the guy's good at what he does. But that's a huge pick. And Zeus now has been caught drifting a little bit back from site. I think that was in potentially the bonus at one point. And again, here, going down early, losing out in Showers control could be an issue. You want to keep a track on that young player. He's a hot prospect. Everyone was talking about this guy. There's go the Seekers, setting them into motion. Durka, this down cracks, and now that front side is completely open and ready for the taking.
Yeah, the spike's gonna go down, as you're saying. Using the Seekers in this round is massive. All the smokes are down, and now a 3v5 situation for Foot. Last week, they were amazing on those, but how much on that was on Team Liquid side?
I think quite a bit. But, you know, we wait and see. Maybe there's some magic here. Maybe there's something to them when they get in these situations, but I don't think Vitality's gonna underestimate this team. When you're looking at Foot, you know that capability. You can't give them that much run, but a nice isolated fight there. But a swing from Durka, maybe a little bit worried about that molly behind, so plays it forward. And with the numbers that they have, it's a fair attempt there. They're going to lose out on one. Yeah, time to pull the plug. Get out of there. But this looks good so far from Vitality. I'm surprised at the amount of reward they're getting from the Showers fight. The Safe's been getting away with that now for, what, 2 rounds?
There's
and
been depth
great.
to this. There's been real depth to this. We see Vitality, yes, they're running the clock down, but they're actually doing something with it. They're working the map. They're trying to force kind of a response for Foot, and they also have a response for when there's no response.
Then you go in.
Okay, so we've got a couple ults now building through Durka. I think maybe just got his ult as well in that last move, so I don't mind him going for that little aggressive play, going for that extra swing on it. So that's right there. That's huge tag in the pocket. You're starting to see some of the other ults for Foot come in here, but I'm looking at the purchase. It might be a little rough for some of these players. I want to see how they try and... I don't know. It's going to be a
Most definitely, Sheriff.
So do we see them do
playing inside the smokes?
We're not in Americas, all right? They don't work out here.
There was a time where Stinger was the thing, Lauren, and we were all here.
I'm trying to make the Stinger happen. As it stands, I'm looking at if Ada Captain gets an opportunity with that ult, if maybe Krax does, if any of those call forward. But mainly the standouts is this man right here, Zeus. Has the Vandal, right place, potentially, and maybe right time. Drop on the wall, say hello. Oh, it's not good, it's not good. We wanted the question of how does he deal with Durka? Going from someone like Team Liquid's Duelist to someone like Durka is a whole different world, and that is why he's good for a second. Now there's a bit of danger. Krax tries to fill the void, but he gets dealt with. Good spacing from Vitality to not let that Vandal get too problematic. Let it fall into the enemy's hands. So for now, a plant's in, Yeta J and Ada Captain, well, you can see where they are.
Yep.
Quite far away.
Yeah, but what is Ada Captain going to do? Is he just going to stay with that Stinger? There's not really a weapon that they can retrieve easily. Maybe if he gets into the TP.
Yeah.
But right now, Yeta J, even though he was great on those clutches, there's not much that he can do for this round. And at some point, right, I know it's only been 3 rounds, but you wonder, when is that timeout going to come in? Because we know the guy is one of the best coaches in those timeouts.
Yeah.
The effect that he has is massive, and of course, he's been with the team for a very, very long time.
And I feel like, especially if you're going to pick Bind, after you've got Tape on Vitality, you want to see quite an early impact for it. So I feel like it's one of those, you want a nice early reward. This is completely acceptable so far, but I just want to put the caveat to that. That once we've gone into the gun rounds, Vitality have had quite the stronghold here. Their default looks solid, their approach to the map looks solid, and they're about to get some ults coming through here as well. This is starting to build up to a little bit of a worry for me. Buy back here for Foot, though. If they don't get this one, we need a timeout.
But listen, also, we've been seeing a lot of teams playing on this map, and it's all about the attack, right? It's not the defense that I'm worried about. We've seen a lot of crazy comebacks, things go into overtime, and just because Foot has only 2 rounds, I think it's too early to say that they don't know what to do with this and how to deal with it.
You got the hope.
You said they're expecting the aggressive coming in from Foot.
So what are they actually doing, though? That's the question. So clearing through Showers with Drone. Good to see this guy flash and sees Raze. So 2 players present. Cool. That's a little bit of a note. Boombot there. So they've cleared Showers. See if there's any response to this.
Playing very passive because, of course, they've seen Durka. Durka has the showstopper. It's Durka. I don't think there needs any more context there.
So decent info on both sides of the map so far. You kind of got Safe on one side, Durka on the other. Again, feeling like this default, they're almost swinging that 5th player around like they're on the defending side, kind of that pendulum swing. And look at the counter-clockwise approach. You almost saw that Teo rotating back towards B. That uncertainty is certainly present in their minds. Now Zeus, that's better. That's what we're waiting for. See this young gun warm up into this. Deals with Durka, that showers control, tick in the box. Now what does Vitality do presented with a 4v5?
Yeah, exactly, because Safe looks, I don't know if he's going to take the TP again, but he's been walking onto the same position for a few rounds now. Yes, there are ults available now on the side of Foot, thanks to that kills onto Durka. Zeus got his own showstopper, so a lot of passiveness now coming from the side of Foot, as they should.
They can kind of dig into these sites, turtle up a touch, but Vitality is going to have to springboard. We're getting to 20 seconds. You've got to get a bit of a wiggle on here. Going to stall out on towards long. Smoke's going to come down. Kicks is going to find one. It's Mr. Fallen to find it back, but Vitality's trying to get towards the site, but the spike is lost. Needs to get towards the site itself. Mr. Fallen just sitting safe towards CT. Doesn't want to overdo it, but Safe is on patrol here. He's on guard duty, and that's a great shot. It's back down to a 2v2. They have that CT control, and this man's got bravado for a reason, but he respects it because he knows Trex has that next line right beside him. There's such threat to these players that you see time and time again. You cannot underestimate the individual power of Vitality.
It is crazy to think that this is only second week for Save being in the IGL full-time here on Vitality, and he's making the calls that he's making. On all of these rounds, the way that, again, they're working the map, they're dealing with the utility that they know are going to come in front, how they're leaving more or less seconds left in the clock, and always put Foot in a very difficult situation. And again, they're not going to be scared of taking the duels because it's Safe. Like, most of the times, he's going to win it.
Yeah, he's cocky, he's confident, he's got it all.
Nice, guys.
It's a scary thing when you've got someone who's like IGLing like this, who's kind of playing the Taeho role to an extent, and yet he's got that firepower. But I like what we're trying here. Get proactive on the pistol, try and do something. And Zeus does well, gets away with two, but we still want to see that next layer. Can they convert around? Because once we got to the gun rounds, it's been feeling like Vitality. So again, silver linings here, but we're going to start needing to see more than silver linings.
Yeah, totally. I'd love to see Trex with that operator. I want to see more of him just locking down the sides.
Well, you were talking about them as the unsung heroes, right?
Yes.
We were having a chat before, and obviously when I'm looking at the Vitality roster, I'm looking at your Safe, Durka, Les, big names. But you were discussing the other two as well to high praise.
Yeah, Kicks also played his first Omen last week, also in an official. And I love the way that he was playing onto sides, always staying for the post plan, just bringing a lot of value to the team. Again, there is a big system that they have created, and they're all important to it.
It's great to see. There's potential to this roster. Everyone can see it a mile off. But for now, can the remainders from Foot... Oh, bloody hell, Les. It's like you can kind of get a little lost sometimes looking at Safe with that, Shined how he plays, or Durka, but then you're like, oh, wait, that's a too. Oh, do you remember that guy? He's quite good too.
Yeah.
So Yeda J, time to keep that Vandal. I think it's Durka's.
And I think this calls for a timeout, right? I understand that guys probably is hearing that they're approaching and they're identifying the issues. And also, think about it. If you get the timeout, you also give it to the other team. Vitality has a lot of ults coming into play. Even Faded also a minute to discuss with them what they want to do with the round. Could work for them. So just be very careful when he has the timeout. But after 8 rounds and not getting a single
gun round here.
Oh, Zeus is going on the operator. Could this be the solution?
And it's been dropped out by Krax, who's waiting on a drop back himself. Okay, so they've shuffled the money around. Maybe this is the answer to it. Let's see if it's the solution. Maybe guys hearing this is the option they were going for feels okay with it. Maybe happy enough with this, but I love this response. It feels way more all in. And you don't want to be doing kind of splits when there's an op up against you because it just gives those opportunities for those picks to come in. So going for an all-in site hit is far preferable, but we are seeing some of these big ults here that can force these players out of those positions. So caught in no man's land, it's a double! Durka with both forces them forward with the Armageddon, and they were waiting in the wings. Now, luckily enough, there is still chance here. You've still got a problem where that spike is. Look at Ada Captain. Look at where the spike is. There is a chance that Foot can still do serious damage. I love you, observers. You're far too good at your jobs. There we go, getting too confident. Zeus gonna at least find one, but Kicks right there. The 1-2 punch. The spacing on this team is solid. Unless his position is out of this world. Now, does Ada Captain have that internal clock ticking? He does, but it doesn't matter. Les just does that 1-2 step, takes him out, and suddenly the red carpet is rolled out.
Yeah, exactly, and he's going to be one away from his ultimate. Maybe, give it to Kicks would have been another solution, but they've been rolling very, very well with this ultimates and having as many as they can in hand. It's going to be good for them.
Oh, nice try, but
last week he would have won this.
And I love this call, I guess, from Vitality, and I wonder how much it was reading into that. Operator might be coming out, but going for that all-inside hit, utilizing those ults, as said, that safe using his to kind of force them either forward or stay and die. Durka then ready with the showstopper. It was stunning. Now, I think at this point, Foot do need a time. Yeah, they got to. It's time to slow something down.
I was not ready.
You've got to find a solution here because the scoreline doesn't look too atrocious yet. 2-6, it's still workable.
It's
but
the
problem is,
context.
it's the first 2 rounds, they're pistol rounds.
Again, Foot banned this map last week. This week, they decide to pick it onto a Vitality that has already had that rep against probably one of the best teams, if not the best, in this region, in KC. You learn much more from the losses than from the wins.
You certainly do. And again, this was something that I think Durka did this interview with, I think it's Brandon Moore, and go check it out for yourselves because there's a lot of details there, but discussing how, they've done some great practices, they were happy with it, but you learn in those officials, they had a lot of takeaways from that game as well, and kind of discussing how hard it was to play against KC in that. So this is going to be a tough one.
I love Gaius because he speaks a lot with his hands, just like me. I sympathize with that.
I sympathize.
Yes.
It's not a joyous occurrence. It is a rough situation because it feels like they've walked in to what they thought. I don't want to say a slam dunk. It's not a slam dunk.
They haven't really managed to stop them.
Not at all. Not
they
once.
managed to stop them on the pistol, but actually Vitality is working very well around their util.
And they've had great reads. The calling from Safe has been really solid here. I've been very impressed. Now, let's see what the timeout looks like. Is there any tangible changes to our eye here? Vitality can take their time. You can see how passive this setup is, especially on that A side.
Yeah, that flash is going to get no info that nobody has pushed. And Mr. Fallen has been using this drone to clear showers more than once. He's not going to spot absolutely anything.
Starting to question its validity here, but actually that absolute dump of util towards B long could have been a problem. Durka doesn't take as much damage as I thought he might. He is still obviously chipped up here.
Falling to save util.
And now we're going to see the kind of turn of events, right? So that pressure towards B long, take the TP, go through. They already have showers control. They start to build up here. Now, what's the response? So they're trying to paint a different picture. They still have Safe towards B long. A captain looking to re-clear this space, trying to claim this back, but Safe is so clean, at least good for the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, exactly. And just look at the right side. Kick still has his ultimate less as well if they manage to get onto side. But again, almost 35 seconds left on the clock, and Vitality needs to make a decision.
But I like this positioning from Trex. It was a good opportunity to go for a little bit of a pick there, but they don't have much step towards A. They don't have showers control anymore. They don't really know too much, but it's pulled the player
I've got your
Mr.
trail. Is already rotating.
And now with the Seekers coming out, they're going to know exactly what's going on. But Yedajay, great impact. Going to find less. Okay, that maybe keeps some control of this. The plant could come in, but Dirk is going to find Mr. Fallen. This is going all over the place. There's alert coming in towards Hookah as well. There's going to be the focus towards CT. So let's look towards Durka. Off the back of the flash. Fantastic call in there. Beautiful work doing Durka and Kicks. Stunning synergy.
7 out of 7 for Vitality, and it just looks so well drilled. As I was saying, I think the Kicks and Trex are doing an amazing job. We just saw it. We know that Dirk is going to hit those shots, but the preparation, the being able to rely on your teammate for having such easy duels. I also love the fact of how Mr. Fallen here is trying to help Yetajay get out of that situation. He hears the steps, he knows the execute is coming because the clock's ticking. And even with that, Vitality come out on top time and time again.
This is a big punish. It's like, oh, you think
nice
you got a little read on us? You think that KC game you can do the same? That's crazy. Anyway, here we are at 7-2. A real punish on the veto, and you can see the money, sadly for Foot, has just been back and forth the whole time, just back down to Sheriff. So you got one Bulldog on Mr. Fallen, but Zeus is 1 off from ult, 2 away from out of captain, but.
See, Vitality's just waiting for it. You know, at some point they're gonna get aggressive again. They did on A short a few rounds ago. They have all the time, all the money, and everything seems to be working for them.
I like that
the knife
Zeus
is going to be broken.
Followed that though. Zeus has actually followed the utility around this time, which is a new layer to it. That's something very different playing out of showers. Now, he might be rewarded, but the issue is that doing this on these sort of rounds, they've only got Sheriffs anyway, so Vitality have already won the strong side, or the more vital part of the map. But an opportunity for Zeus. Takes away less, so that post-plant does get chipped away at. Not going to have as much utility.
Safe is everywhere.
You're absolutely. How is Safe here?
He's everywhere.
Truly. Look at this guy, just waiting. Zeus has no idea. The second he tries to get too close, Trek's already going to take away Yedajay. And look at it, Duck can just toy with him.
But look, like they don't take unnecessary risks.
Nope, because look who's around the corner.
He's like, yeah, he's there, he's there.
Poor old Kicks is going to die
down.
Yeah, poor old Kicks. Look, he's selfless. He's selfless in this.
We've all been there.
This is a very impressive display from Vitality in my mind.
I think that Foot is already thinking about
Next
their
map.
attack. No. I mean, I'm going to assume that they've picked this spine for a reason, and it's probably the attack. Like, that is what I want to see. But right now, the way Vitality is working, like the calls from Save, in this head-to-head against Mr. Fallen, who is one of the best IGLs that we have in the region, it's, as Pipson would say, insane.
Safe is walking him like a dog right now. It's wild to see. Because Foot are so good. This is the battle of the top, and away we go. Zeus trying to be aggressive again. I like what they're trying to do, but it feels like it finds nothing. We're discussing how passively Vitality was sitting ready for this aggression earlier in the game. Now they're prepared fully for it. Dirk are not going to quite find his man in the end. That's clean from Zeus. Lovely. Back-to-back impact, and the spike now lost. Finally, Foot have the upper hand here. How long can they get to keep it? Do they get to keep it? Out of Captain, run for your life. There we are, get out of there. Has to give up the space, but Max took a lot of damage earlier. He's got to be careful here. And Zeus is on guard duty, but Les snuck in and got the spike. Ah, but Les, he's so sharp. And now Krax is in that awkward predicament, right? He's 3 HP. He can't have an extended fight. He's got to try and catch him on the run. Now you're going to see that ult going to come through, give Les a little bit of a corner to play from. Krax just spraying in wildly, hoping for the best. We're just lost in the source here. Plant now going to come down in more of a default position. Krax trying to close the gap. Still, this is such an uncomfortable post plant. Yeah, you can see it. Yedajay's going to isolate Safe, take him away from this, and bring it down to the two. Les and Trex. Krax, Yedajay, and Ada Captain to try and navigate the mist. Work their way through. Counter ult on top. That's ballsy. Yeah, it's a bit soupy in here now. Les, what the hell was that? Was that, I don't know if he even saw him there, maybe just a shot in the dark, but the molly on top. And now this one looks wrapped up with a bow. Look at the state of it. You can't move. It's so oppressive. 9 rounds. That was the chance for Foot, it felt like, and it crumbled.
Yeah, and of course, just off the back of the hand of just having the ultimates, being able to work with it. But again, the response for Vitality is instant. Now we're getting the pressure. We know exactly what to do. We take Shower's control and we put them in an uncomfortable situation. Perfect scenario also for Les to use his ultimate. And just, honestly, I'm very happy that he's having the performance that he's having.
Nice, good job.
People
Hey,
say it
guys,
was a little bit lukewarm
No
last
stress.
week. So I'm really happy that he's confident and, you know, he's been always brilliant on Viper and Cypher.
And the value of his kills can't be underestimated. It's been so high impact. I think he's actually second on the board to potentially Durka as well, but the value on its own has been
as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's been so impressive. I wish I could give the answer of what Foot should be doing. Mini, get to work on his hospital bed. He's not in hospital, it's fine. Yedajay, Izzy's going to deny Durka, but this feels like Foot haven't found anything to really get that ball rolling with. That little bit of aggression felt good. This is the first time they've had a pick and no trade for what feels like a lifetime.
Yeah. And Vitality, almost every round, just taking control of that B-long, just fighting for it and just waiting to play on the right timings.
This is timing. Getting closer. Yedajay ahead of this. The timing actually gets what he wanted there. Takes away less at least. I thought he might have been caught in that awkward drop-down timing, but no, he was fine. So still a man disadvantage here for Vitality and a man to the good. There's still Ada Captain in a position they may not know about, but look at the pathing here from Vitality.
On the other side of the map.
This feels wild to me.
30 seconds. He's trying to force them out, trying to force some duels, but clock's ticking. They need to get that spike down, and if Trex wants to fake this, he needs to start making some noise.
So they're all going to come down. The knife comes down. They see nothing.
He's just taking control of the site.
Yeah, he's taken a lot of space here, so it's going to be Mr. Fallen. If he catches an angle, no, it's been smoked off. 12 seconds, a really late round pivot.
10 seconds left.
This is massive, but where does the plant go? Does it go towards the default spot? Does it deny? It's got to be planted now. Time is close. I think they've got the plant on this, but it was right down to the wire. But that doesn't deny Kicks there. Gets slowed down on the retreat, and a Captain doesn't get his dinner. He's made a meal of it. Safe's the one to find Zeus. We're back down to a 3v2 now. Kicks and Safe back to the wall, though. Safe trying to succeed from Showers, but he's down to just that bit of util to try and stall out. So many bodies up against him. One to the left, one to the right. He's got so much on his plate. Surely not. He made a damn good go. But Foot just about finding some silver lining at the end here.
The first round, the first gun round that they actually managed to get in the entire half. Yes, it took a lot of work and probably some drilling, just waiting on the sides, changing the position and changing how they're just dealing with everything that Vitality is putting on the table. But still, do you think it's going to be enough?
We're going to find out. I have no idea. But before we dive into the second half, let's check out this video of Safe about being the IGL for Vitality.
I feel like there are, the challenges of stepping into a role like this is first and foremost, like you have to be able to guide people, I feel. It's not only about yourself anymore. You don't have a lot of time to think about yourself, but also I feel like there's a lot of false, and maybe this is from my own subjective point of view, is like false interpretation of the role, because people are always saying, oh, if you're IGL, you can't frag, or if you're IGL, this and that, but I just feel like it sounds like a whole lot of excuses for things that shouldn't be the case, especially if you're a tier 1 competitor, especially if you're someone that's supposed to be at the top. It's just the fact that the scene is a bit young and that people haven't gotten into the role as good yet, let's say it like that. Like there are a lot of good IGLs, there are a lot of people that can shoot and call at the same time. And I feel like we've set this very standard of oh, it has to be a certain person to IGL. It's not. Like all the players that are smart enough are capable of doing it, and sure, you need to have a personality as well to be able to do it with the correct people. But at the end of the day, if you're good enough at something, you're gonna be able to do it.
Nice! That's my dog! That's my dog! Hey!
I want your opinion on that then. How do you feel about IGLs generally falling into certain player roles? Do you believe in it? 'Cause I do. I think generally the better IGLs do play a more kind of passive position, a little bit more behind the scenes, quote unquote, not expected to frag out as much, but somehow it does feel like Safe is kind of proving this theory wrong, right?
I think that it's a little bit too soon to tell. I think that Vitality, all in all, is proving to be a pretty good team.
Absolutely.
Okay, but I want to see more, because we've only seen one match from them, and then this one. Yes, everything's looking so good. I feel like I'm waiting for the moment that it breaks, and then everybody will be like, "He was always a fraud," which he isn't.
But it does feel like that with this team, though, because I think the biggest caveat...
I think that if you find your way of making it work, if Safe finds a way to be as proactive as he is being, taking so much responsibility and making it work,
amazing.
Exactly.
Right? Like
they could find something that only they can do.
Truly. And speaking of the man, he is the one who's got the vast majority of them coming towards him. Does he stand and fight? He does, and gets overrun here. Couldn't slow down the roll by any means coming out from Foot. So this is now going to open potentially the floodgates up. Do they try and work off the back? Already a 5v4, plants in play. We've got to see something here from Foot. This side has to be their strong half coming in. Yedaj's found another target potentially. Durka seen, turns around, lovely from Yedaj. This is really quite impressive. He's going to cut them right in half. Less in a bit of an awkward spot now. Does manage to pry away Mr. Fallen, but forced out of position, and Foot looking solid. Already Trex left in a 1v4, no chance in hell. So Foot gonna start things off right. Now, this also happened in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. We did see them winning that first pistol, and it didn't translate too much into the half, as you're saying, but this is a different face of Foot. It doesn't matter what happened in that first half. If you're gonna be this determined to make it onto side, just by the book with the utility, clearing out the spaces, how Yedaj manages to isolate the fights, how we still have things to play with and for during the post-plant.
Nice!
Yeah.
Need a bit of that. I mean, you've been in a drought of rounds, right? That was how many back-to-back? Like 9 rounds back-to-back for Vitality. You're not going to be feeling pumped up. So that's big stuff for Foot to start feeling out the game a bit. Keep this sort of tempo up. Keep this round clean. Go through all of that checklist, right? That's what you want to be seeing. Now, no massive stack. I say that. It was a 4-1 split, I guess. Trex was left on his own here. The rest going for the stack towards B. Bit of a gamble. Not a problem. Don't mind it at all. But Foot going to get the plant, and now you've got to see them keep 5 standing. You don't want to see them lose too many, really. The main thing you want to keep hold of is that Phantom. He was playing close forward. Mr. Fallen going to make up for that, though. Keep this secure. Keep trying, well, try and keep this safe. Kicks is feeling rather ravenous about it. Is going to close down and picks up the prize possession. Now, does he get to keep it? Oh my God.
Does he get to win it, Lauren?
Wait. He's got time
He's
on
got
this
time.
one. But you look at who's in the post plant, surely, no, wait, there's no molly for either captain. There's only a flash left for Cracks. There's still a chance in this one. Kicks, are you kidding me? There's a chance, but it gets nullified. But damn, that was way too close.
Way too close for comfort. Yes, Ada Captain is going to be able to save that Phantom, but that already looks different to that first half. Definitely the individual level is there. Some very good kills also for Zeus. We were thinking about how he was going to match up, and even with the score looking the way that he is, he's still taking that information, he's still pushing, he's still looking for those duels. But right now, as we go into the third round of this half, of course, the economy is not the best for the side of Foot.
No.
And Vitality is looking very good. Again, Kicks very close to his ultimate again.
Kicks has been having a bit of a blinder.
The drone boosted with the steam.
It's ridiculous. Especially, have you seen when it goes really slowly as well? Safe was doing that. When the first time we saw them play, oh wait, less. Trying to be forced into a corner, but it's still
What a
less.
view.
Overrun though, it's Kicks again. Still getting 2, but this is fantastic from Foot. They've taken what they wanted here. A good push on the side. Hold on, Trex is getting a little bit naughty. Oh, he's made an absolute dog's dinner of that one. Nicely done from Foot there, but it felt so frantic at the end.
And it's so different from the attack that we've seen from Vitality. Them taking the time, working the map, trying to get a little bit of information to maybe get Foot to burn some utility. Foot's just sending it fully. And you would think that a team like Vitality, especially after playing against KC, knows what it likes to be swamped with utility when it comes to that B execute. And even though Kicks is good for 2, still not enough with the rest of the utility fallen, and maybe them being too eager not to play for that post planting.
That is something we want to talk about as well. If it comes into effect more and more here, does that get exploited? That I want to touch base with you on. We do have a bit of a mixed bag. We do have the Bucky out for safe, Shorties and Sheriffs, so not much to write home about. But give me a little bit of theory on that then, Bayer, because it was something we were talking about before this started.
Yes, exactly, because I was just looking at the results from Vitality, what was working for them, what was not working for them. And the retakes, Lauren, it is not something that was really working for them. I'll find the numbers and I'll get back to you.
Sure. For now, we're seeing how Foot want to approach this, right? Because you want to obviously avoid any sort of stack, any sort of silliness, any cheesiness going on. So you've got to be a bit careful about it. And what a tempo change. That last round was fast and furious. Now, so meticulous. The spin-off series. Oh dear, that was almost like a jump scare. But Trex, going to be dealt with. Safe the next one on the line. And they're going to know what's coming their way, but this Bucky is still controlling some space, right? There is still a bit of danger here. Durka going to start working forward. Okay, done for. Zeus ain't having none of it. He's farming up now. Plants in. Less.
With a shorty.
Yeah, probably not going to do much.
So you just go and die, maybe try and die to the spike if he can prevent being killed by any of the players. Zeus with his showstopper, that's also going to be very important for next round. So far, Foot looking absolutely flawless in this half.
Look, we were questioning this, right? Like I was, at least. If you're going to come into a map like this, that first half.
If the coach doesn't ask for both the timeouts in the first half, they know that they bring it back on the second one. They know that there is a point of saving it for the second one because you know that this is where you're going to excel.
I like that. I do like that. And we're starting to see Zeus really kicking into gear. Again, he's leading the board. He's up at 17 kills so far. Showstopper's ready. You've got, if you're going to compare him pound for pound to Durka, Durka's on 13 kills. Not. Pardon?
Oh.
Pardon? It's the remix.
I think probably JetJ's screaming has scuffed our audio.
Yeah.
It was bound to happen. And now is Vitality asking for the timeout after what is 4 rounds in a row for this attack and half on the side of Foot. And guys is just telling them, you're doing this great.
Yeah, I love that. Amazing. I love that. I love the way you're like the Gaius Whisperer. You know what I mean? You can just see what he's saying. But I do feel like they've come in just looking totally different. That first half feels night and day, right? But this is also where we want to really get into the nitty-gritty about Vitality is what, the depth of this team. Now, the KC series, the one big game I guess you could talk about would be that Abyss performance.
Yes.
much closer, started to get really pressured. How do they look? It felt like they came up with the answers eventually. But the more we see games like this, the more I want to understand this team.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned Abyss, because actually some of the numbers that I also have them on this map, but I'm just going to take the Abyss one because I think it's very interesting. Out of the 16 rounds that they played on the defense on that map, in 10 of them, Casey got the spike down, and they were only able to retake 2 of them. So that's only like a 20% retake success.
You got the numbers.
Yeah, I got the numbers.
That's pretty wild. Okay, so we've got
Locating targets.
back into business. What is the change up here for Vitality? Was it just a checking in? Was it just getting themselves prepared? And already player going to be suppressed and dealt with. Oh, okay, Vitality. They're like, look, you want to brawl? Sick, we're in. Have you forgotten who we are? Durka just flies in and backhands 2 of them. And a captain in Yellow like, guys, where's the rest of the team?
There's different ways of stopping the spike to go down. That doesn't mean you have to play within the side. We give this up. You want to launch all that utility. It doesn't matter. We're just going to try and step ahead. Very good call from Faded there. I'm going to assume, because I can.
Now, is there a world in which Ada Captain and Yellow can bring this one back? I guess the one benefit to this situation that we know that sadly they don't is that it is split into 2v2s technically. Now, it's quite difficult, but the timing actually could work out well for Yellow here. The angle much better as well. Doesn't see kicks, so the spike is still within the control of Vitality, but the individual lean out here and no trade coming out there either still gives Yellow a chance. It is a 1v2. This is very difficult, and I'm looking at how Kicks is repositioning here.
30
I
seconds
like
left.
that he's trying to join up a little bit closer with Safe, kind of play a little bit more safety on this.
Especially when you go into the 2v1. Yes, the spike is still in control of Vitality. JTG is like feeling that there is a trap here. He picks up the spike, but is he going to spec this one?
Oh my, he's reading this correctly, but
Safe is such a baiter.
Ah, it was a nice try, NT, but
Very well played there.
Timeout called. Next round, they've converted up to 10.
It is crazy that Safe also goes for those picks, but also has what it takes to be like, just Kicks, play there. I'm going to bait. He's not going to clear you. Yes, JTG was ready to
He
clear
was
that,
so
but
close.
Yeah, the response has been very, very good for Vitality, playing with those Seekers, not leaving this B side to be so vulnerable as it was. Well, Lauren.
Don't know why you said my name that way. Not my fault.
That's not what I've heard.
It is always my fault. We'll find out what it is. Production have said, you know what, Lauren? We're going to tell you exactly what it is because the viewers want to know. They're worried, you know? People at home, nervous. They don't know what's happening. So thank you, production. I've put them in a horrible position now that they'll be like, yeah, it's not safe for air, but, you know, is this? We'll find out what the issue is and hopefully we'll get it fixed up soon. But,
I think the first match went just too fast. It was too quick.
True. So we get punished?
Yes, I think that's how it works.
Ah, okay, makes perfect sense.
I'm surprised to find out that you're new and how things work here. But
I don't pay attention.
We have a minimum of hours.
True. This is in my contract. Oh, man. This is wild. So how's your day been?
My day's been amazing. Got to do laundry in the morning. I had, you know, like casting is nice. Like I get to get to the studio and actually do something with the rest of my day.
It's crazy you think you're going to go home on time, though.
No, I never thought that. That's never on my books.
Yeah, no, I will.
How's your day been?
It's been alright. Read my book for a bit.
What are you reading?
I think it's called, it's either Plague or The Plague by Albert Camus. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I tried to read it before. I was a little bit stuck in the mud with it and then eventually got there. Pretty solid. What? Ah, safe to air. Here we go. Guys,
yeah.
I know you're worried.
We are too.
People at home, I've got you. We've been investigating. I've got my best people on the case. It is a gear/mouse related issue.
Look at Safe. Safe is looking at it.
There it is.
Is it the sensor?
It could be either maybe the mouse gates.
He's like, in any other of my games, I would have hit that shot.
I would have hit that.
There's something wrong.
Guys,
There's absolutely something wrong.
Replace it.
What do you mean Kicks gets the kill? What are we?
We'll find out if there's a fix for this. Can we just get a solo on Safe staring at his mouse? Please. I just want to see him just looking at it like, how dare you betray me and let me down like this. Yeah, Mum. Back to Safe. Pretty please. Cherry on top. I'm seeing him in-game wiggling around, so I think he's trying to test it out. We're keeping it.
I can actually turn around and
You
look.
could.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's far too sensible.
He's still swinging it. Looks good, I think.
Oh, I don't know if he's happy. He doesn't look happy. Durka doesn't look happy either.
No, because he's concentrated.
He's focused.
Yeah.
Oh, this is very serious. Is that an approval? He's like, well.
That's like a good nod. He said a couple of words.
Oh, thumbs up from Durka. That feels good. I think. I don't know. He doesn't look happy.
Now I want to know what it is. And I hate being in this situation.
Same. Hopefully it's not a sponsor of ours. I don't think it is.
Any good lip readers in the
Look at that
audience?
smile. Look at that smile. He's happy to go. He's good to go. But yes, it was a peripheral issue, and he is testing. Yes, I love the way the production don't talk to me in ear anymore. They're just like, no, we're just going to type through the prompter. But apparently it is resolved, and we'll be starting back up. So thank you for your patience as ever. Hopefully you enjoyed the mini podcast without Mini, but with Kakuka.
Yeah, and also just going back on those rounds and the retakes. Out of the 8 rounds that they played on the defense, no, sorry, hear me. Out of the 12 rounds that they played on the defense, the spike went down 8 times, and they were only able to retake 1 of them. So that is probably one of the reasons that we see in this unbind. That's like a 12%, let's say.
The audience is starting to clap for when it unpauses.
That's the Pansy effect.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I see you all down.
Oh, and we jump straight
into a timeout.
Yeah,
just look. This one isn't tech related. Okay, this is
That's
tactical.
an actual. Yeah, we'll go with that.
The one on the one on the left. I really like their jerseys as well. This is the
blue.
Yeah, it's kind of like
very
a nice
pretty.
colour. Yeah. This is what people want to tune in for: is jersey content. You know?
I've not been surprised by cracks in the game.
Don't try and bring this back into
No?
topic.
Okay. Like I want to see it a little bit more, especially now on the attack. Like yes, Vitality just.
Okay, what metric then? What does that look like in game for you? What does that look like? Is it just individual impact? Is it setting plays into motion? What do you want to see then tangibly?
So I want to see a reason why to pick KO and not something else. I know that Foot has been a team that has played a lot of different things and tested a lot of different compositions in the past, and especially last year. Every single time that a composition did not work, they would just change it. And I want to see a justification as to why bring in the KO beyond the just being comfortable in your own skin with it, because Krax is good in many other agents, not just, you know, K is amazing, but I want to see a little bit more. I understand that depends on what you catch, especially when you're having this fast executes. If you get like 2 with the knife and it's like saving kicks, you're gonna or you're gonna have such an easy time planting.
Keep an eye on that.
Just work for the post plan, which they have a lot of util to go for.
Yeah, that is true. And we've got the minimal HUD for you guys now. No player cams, so there's too much smiling. It's back on. Why is Durka's hand off?
Oh, that was
just happened. Oh my god.
It's gonna be falling.
I don't know what's happening. Yellowjay, okay, so Yellowjay is gonna ult out of showers. You're gonna have the deep drone coming out towards amps, I guess, clear through that a little bit, but I'm looking at what's happening on the other side of the map. Now, does Ada Captain hear or see? I feel like he's heard something. Something doesn't feel right. There's something going on. Or they have, like, God timing. Because we were discussing, when there's no Sentinels in these sort of teams, there is options for flank, and I want to see it exploited. Now...
Trex is doing it all the time.
Yeah, this actually could be so deadly. I feel like they've got no idea. If they're confident, if Kix is confident to make moves towards this, it could be absolutely lethal. He's gone for the dog, for the info on it. I guess he can maybe play in... I don't know if he even needs to do that. I think they were completely unawares of it. Now they're going to turn attention, but big boy shot from Durka. And now you've got 2 players on the flank. They're going to be crunched on the site. Let's see how that kind of CT side players push back in and do anything with. It's less to find one. Zeus has created a pocket to play from, though, at least towards short. But it's down to Krax and Yellowjay here. 2v2. Swing out from the pit. Safe's going to find. Krax now left in that 1v2. We want to see a lot from him individually. Do we see it now? Less and Safe, though. That is a dangerous duo, and he doesn't want it, apparently. He might have fumbled this one. He absolutely has. Overthinking it, it felt like something going astray as Vitality make it up to 11.
I like the way the Vitality is also working the map, but from the defense every time, especially since Foot has been having these very direct hits, just getting on the go, start moving once the execute starts for the side of Foot definitely has its value. I would have liked a little bit more follow-up in the overwhelm that they were trying to do with the utility, a little bit more of that pace up, maybe Kicks. He didn't want to give up his position by using the flash and whatnot, but still, it's a round that goes for them. It must feel good, you know, because you sit out and defuse the spike, you've got save, he's going to win that duel.
You kind of feel that, don't you?
It does.
Okay, now we're getting into a scarier territory. As much as Foot looked really good on those initial couple of rounds coming back in, that scoreline was so strong in the first half, Vitality make it up to 11 early. Now you're looking at the cycle of ults. Trex is 2 off, Safe already has his, Les has his as well. This is where I get worried, and Safe is starting to look confident, holding actively on these angles, looking to try and keep the pressure on, force the drone to try and clear through. Off it goes. Don't think it's going to find much value, no, but it will at least allow them safe passage over towards here.
Maybe a little bit more pushing. Looks like a very straightforward execute from the side of Foot. The knife, I think, is going to catch Safe.
Yep. And again, eyes on the map, folks. We are going to be seeing this every single time. There is no one to keep control of this. So if this was quicker, it could have been a problem at least before. Now there's Stall coming in. Speaking of quicker, they're going to be there. Already there's a turn of attention.
Still
Mr.
the
Baldwin
Armageddon.
knows there is someone around the back there. There is someone creeping closer, surely. Now the timing's going to be everything. This time it's a fairer 1v1. And Kicks has it in the bag. And now they are surrounded. Now there's very little comfort. Safe, ready with the ult. Where are you going to run to? Where are you going to hide? Brax tries to play it in a little bit of a corner here. Zeus going to try and play it forward, but the spacing is good. It's a trade. Now on towards Krax and Yenajay. Again, the numbers still not on their side. Vitality have this red.
5 opportunities for them now to close their opponent map pick. And this retake was almost too easy to be true, right? We speak about that KO knife and how it had that impact at the beginning, but yes, then those salvos come in, he still has the util. How effective Kicks is being on these pushes alongside with Durka, how much pressure they put onto, like there is not a second that Foot has where Vitality is not trying to get the upper head onto the round.
And I love this kind of layering that's coming into it because you're seeing the stall coming out from the Teo utility, you're seeing them buying time for those flanks to become absolutely pivotal, and then the crunch is just perfect. Now, the problem is now Foot need to make this happen with a really low economy. They're down to Guardians. They do have had a Captain's ult, 2 away from Zeus's, so maybe that could be there, but it is on Zeus this round, right?
Yeah. A little bit more patient. Past 2 rounds, but has decided to just use this round. This is literally the exact same beginning of the previous round. The response is a little bit different. We see Foot on the left side of the map, trying to get control over B-Long.
And I love this switch up though. This is so frustrating. Vitality are in Foot's head. They're like, oh, you think you're going to try and punish the flank? That's crazy. We're not even doing it this round. Have fun. Do what you want. It's a little bit more of, I guess, a sped up default at this point with a little bit more invested interest. But they haven't taken any of those key areas yet. They don't have B-Long control. They don't have hookah. They don't have showers. They have, once again, A short.
But again, like, Krax used the 0 point there onto Les' ult. Like, yeah, he's in there. Like, if you're not going to follow up, what's the point of, like, denying him the molly or anything to follow up with it?
Now, whoever wins this fight actually could be really, really telling. Waiting to see the outcome. They've drawn the 4th player over, so this kind of falls on how does Les play this too. If you're Yenajay, you're just going to get out of it, right? You've done really well. You've feigned so much attention. There is still issues on this. The ult doesn't clear Les, but it secures the security on Long. Counter ult, stall in. Look at the time. We're getting to 15 seconds now. This is now looking like there's going to be a crunch. Kicks is in control. You highlighted him, and we're being rewarded now. 8 seconds of plant is in. Flash getting there, though, but you can see them just building up. This is done for. Yenajay can do nothing but pray and hope. Vitality have looked absolutely outstanding here. That was a brilliant performance, Bayer.
And what a way to close out this map with an in-zone flawless for the side of Vitality. What a beautiful map of bind that we've seen coming from their side. They definitely learned a lot from that KC match. But next, we're gonna see Split, and Split has a lot of history for Vitality, so we'll see you on the other side.
I remember now, last time that I played Bind, I killed 33. Ooh, it was like a Navi. So I will kill 150.
165, bro.
Ooh, it's good, bro. What a great.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Oh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising.
Team Vitality really smashing all expectations out of the window with a dominant start on Bind. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Billy and a very special guest. It is the brains, the IGL of Team Heretics, Boo. Welcome, Boo. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to just dive straight in here with you because before we started, as you were sitting here watching the map with us, you were talking about how much you loved the comp surrounding Tejo. So would you be able to explain why you like the choices of KO and Sky so much that goes next to the Tejo?
Yeah, I think when you play Tejo, you want to use his util, his combos, but you don't know where to use them unless you have good information. So both KO and Sky get information. I mean, Sky even better, so maybe Vitality's comp is just better. But yeah, it's about just getting information so you know when and where to use the Tejo's util and combine it with Raze nades, Brim. And yeah, I value that a lot. I think Vitality see it in a similar way.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think from what we've seen from the Tejo so far, it's been pretty much always paired up with the Breach, right? But I think in these compositions, we got to see an indication of how that can work with information gathering agents such as the Sky, such as the Tejo.
Yeah, and of course, we have Wood here earlier telling us about how Bind, you know, it's the same. Like, you can do whatever you want on it. But let's take a look at this round from Team Vitality because the Sky, Raze, Kicks, Durka synergy, Boo, is so good. They pretty much won the round within the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's also partly Kicks, because Kicks is such a good Sky. But yeah, like in this round, they were just full ready for foot strat, because that's the same thing they did on bonus round. And on bonus round, Vitality were not set up to crunch hookah, so they just lost the round. This time they were set up differently, maybe safe call, maybe something. And yeah, in 10 seconds they win the round. And that's the thing about like binds IGLing, where you need to have some reads, because there is not much. You need to have some reads / gambles.
You were also telling us a little bit about how maybe it's good if you're a newer IG on this map. You don't have to call the way you do on a map like Fracture, for example.
Yeah, I think because there is so much less options. There is no mid where you can, pressure A, pressure B, rotate fast. Here you have TPs, which is you can use as like fast rotation fakes and stuff. But yeah, it's just so much more simple. 4 lanes. You can, in theory, you could get 2 lanes, execute side, play after plan. That's it. Like it would work. So yeah, bind is like
life on easy mode as an IGL.
Yes, if it works. But
I love that.
Work, yeah.
I love that. But what was working, though, of course, was Durkin time. One of my favorite times. Actually, my favorite time, full stop, because Billy, it just seems silly to say that he's good. It just feels stupid to even say that.
Yeah, I mean, what do we expect? It's Durka, right? I feel like every time we've got to see Vitality play, it has been Durka going Durkin time. Like, we expect this from a player of his caliber at this point, and of course, it's always a warm welcome to see him on that race. We know how good he is on that agent. So yeah, I think he was absolutely phenomenal this map.
Yeah, and also he gets so many openers, right? He gets the first kill. And when you have a team like Team Vitality, where by the way, they won 12 out of 13 of their 5v4s. They didn't lose a single 5v3, didn't lose a single 5v2, didn't lose a single 5v1. They didn't throw any rounds, essentially. Boo. So when you have that kind of performance, it's kind of easy to explain why they had such a dominant match, right?
Yeah, I think the stats of like converting advantages is showing experience of the players in Vitality, because like that's the super team, because they have so many good experienced players. And I mean, yeah, on this map they showed up. It felt similar to their first games Haven, where they knew exactly what they're doing. And even with losing 2 pistols, they still won like 13-7.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. But let's talk about the next one. Zeus didn't have a bad performance at all on Bind. I wonder if he will pop off here. And for Vitality, what are they going to play? Because Safe usually plays Raze here. Durke also plays Duelist here usually. Are we going to see that double dive coming out of them? We are not. And we are going to get Safe on over there on the Omen. Kicks on Breeze, Trex on Fade as well. Boo, break this down for me. How do you feel about this?
I mean, I'm surprised Safe is on smokes. Trex is obviously... Wait. I mean, Trex is good on Fade, yeah. I mean, I like this comp, but this is like the regular comp. Like the regular double initiator comp, which can't be bad. And then Foot are doing the same, honestly. I think I like Astra more. The thing is, like, Vitality already have a lot of initiating utility. You don't really need Omen Blind. Like, you don't have to have it. And I like Astra way more, but if you're talking Cypher or Viper, I always prefer Viper. Like, Viper's ability to control mid and defense is just unique. Nobody can do that. And yeah, I mean, Vitality can fight mains with Breach, they can defend mid with Cypher, they can go aggressive, they can make traps, they can delay. Like, that comp is like the universal one.
I'm so sad we can't keep you here for the whole day. I would love to hear you talk more, but can you do me a favor and toss this over to Pansy and Kakuka? They're casting map 2 as well.
Okay, Pansy and Kakuka, here you go.
Thank you so much. Can't wait to dive into map 2. It's the first time that we really get to see Split as well. I think we just got to fix a couple of things here. Hopefully we can get those sorted for you. But yeah, looking forward to this one and having to wait and see how this looks for us going into a map that we haven't really seen much in EMEA.
Yeah, we've only seen it the one time, so I'm very excited to see it. Honestly, I was expecting from the side of Vitality to do a little bit of the double duelist, double controller on the other side, and they're going to start here on the defense, meaning that Foot really thinks that they can excel on this attack. I'm very excited to see where this is going to take us.
Yeah, you and me both. This feels like one of those that I love this map already. So I'm happy to be here. I'm very, very happy to be here. We get to see Foot on the attacking side here. Vitality, of course, then on the defending side. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a brawl towards the A site. All players there. Stun going to come through. Durka still shouldering it. Not going to stick around too long, though. Decides to kind of drift away from this slightly. Already cross going to be contested. Foot going to make their way up towards the ramp. On the other side, that's going to be caught at least by the Prowler. So Trex in the off. Oh, that's so nice. Trex with 2 big impact kills. And you're looking at the positioning now picked up as well. Just on towards that ledge is so unpredictable. Vitality looking stunning here.
Yeah, and picking up on the first one. Those pistol rounds that were not really that effective for Foot on the previous map. Vitality manages to get the first one on their map pick. And I was telling you, you know, like the story with Vitality and this map. I am surprised because I didn't expect it. Don't get me wrong, I love it. I missed Split. I know that many teams do not like it. I don't care. It's fun to watch. I'm here for the entertainment. But during last year, this was usually the Vitality's second ban until they made it their permaban, and then it left the map pool. Like, we were on that kind of track. So I was very surprised to see them picking out. Now, should be an easy round for them. Let's just taking a little bit control over mid. He might not expect the 3 players. He's definitely going to back up now.
Yeah, Durka already going to find cracks. I just want to see the level that we get from Vitality here, right? Like, that's my interest. And same for Foot as well, is what do we get to see from these 2 coming in? Because it just feels like we haven't seen much of this in the EMEA. You said, what, there was like 1 occurrence that we've seen it, so it just feels like we're in the dark here. As it said, as everything's been discussed, we have very little to discuss here as Mr. Fallen's formality. Slowly but surely, heading right on back over towards Trex. And, ooh, Trex, that was not pretty, not the best.
Yeah, as we were saying, easy control for Vitality over mid. Still seeing the same Viper wall. Mr. Fallen is going to get the spike down, but in a 1v4 situation with that HP and that gun, I don't think he's going to excel.
Okay, Mr. Fallen, yeah. Hey, at least he got the plant down. That's not bad. You know, we take those, you know, little silver linings. So, the view's going to come in.
What do you think of save on Omen? Do you like it? When is time for save on Sentinel? Back on Sentinel.
I don't know how I feel about anything so far.
You said that you wanted him to take a little bit more of a passive role.
I think that's
is Omen on Split specifically enough?
I think it's just more that I come from the school of thought that if you... it's such a hard thing to explain, but I think if you're a very, very good IGL, that you need that capability to sit back a little bit. It's even when I was questioning like John QT's role swap to an extent, right? I was question marking that because I loved what he was able to do from the position he was playing in, but being maybe more into the pack works for some people, but again, it's that mentality that you get from doing too much Counter-Strike for too many years. But beyond that, it was a good time. It was a good time.
Same stun, same star that we saw in the previous round coming in from Foot, and Les is going to respect it just like that. Dirke waiting to use his nade.
This is still such a scary bonus, right? You've got 3 players so ready for this. Look at that B site main as well, pushing out already, taking some space. Love
Kicks
that.
is already rotating.
Yeah, this is huge. Nice from Zuso, but there's so many bodies here. They've been able to cheat that extra player, get so much focus towards it. I mean, I guess it's who sees who first. And there's, again, this layering to this crunch in middle. It's just fatal for Foot so far. Just forced it to the blender. The extremities were still being held with Kicks' positioning there. Safe going down could give them options. They should know where the last 2 players from Vitality are. There's only 2 of them as well. This is incredibly difficult. Do they just keep going along this line?
Just gonna knife out. Just walk in. They expect the other 2.
Oh, the timing. Kicks. He's gonna at least see out a captain. He could probably hazard a guess that Mr. Fallen's there, but...
And they're gonna decide to spread out. Kicks is gonna go back onto A, decide to take this fight in the 25 seconds. Just completely separated. Maybe just preventing that plant will be enough. Both Mr. Fallen and Kicks pretty close to their ultimate already.
This is, it's...
Kicks, if you do this.
All on Kicks.
10 seconds left.
Tucked into the corner.
If he gets out of captain.
Well, there you go. That's the plant denied. Timing is now pretty much key. I don't think they've got time on the plant. I think that was enough. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is wild. It was so close, but that positioning just to deny the plant was perfect.
Listen, Kicks is onto something this year. I was highlighting him during, you know, the previous match that they had and during map 1, but just making this decision of just running back, just playing with the time, going down. I don't even know how that was considered a Rebel clutch, but we'll get it, you know, on that 2v2 situation.
That's funny.
It's a bonus for Vitality. Things are starting to look as brilliant as they looked on Bind.
Oh, this is sick. And Kicks is one away from his ult as well. That is
ain't losing.
Wild. He's going to set up Durka to take that space towards B. You're looking towards him taking that space towards main. I love how proactive they are.
It's very important also with Mr. Fallen being so close to his ultimate that he fights for that orb. And the nice that's what we also see Save here, very ready to take that duel if necessary.
Okay, so 1-3-1ing, it looked like initially towards middle. They could disrespect that smoke because they're ahead of it. And let's go a little asleep at the wheel, maybe a second of the timing. Zeus trying to be a little tricky with this, and he's rewarded. Great shot towards Kicks. Trex goes down as well. Zeus having a round here. But don't forget about Durka. These two just having a brawl here. Paranoia goes out. Safe still towards middle. Yeta J behind, but apparently Safe heard that. He was aware of this coming through. So he's just trying to play his life. You got to call up your own number sometimes. How much can he do here? Oh, you saw it. You saw what he was going for. And a 1v2, Cracks 61 HP. There's to Fallen, 8. It's Durka. And the timing, not right this time. Cracks stays alive, and Foot get there first here.
How important was it in this round for Foot to like change the timing in the utility that they were using to clear a mailbox and to just help Zeus get those kills, even though he ended up not in the best of positions because of the time. Him getting this 3K was so necessary. And here in the replay, we finally see what Durka was able to do. But just later in the round, even though Save getting those picks in that 2v1, Foot is finally going to find one on this map. And all those ultimates that we were speaking of, Zeus has gotten his, Mr. Fallen has got his as well. So don't get me wrong, Durka's also very close to his, but the weaponry is not going to be the best for Vitality.
Oh, come on. You shouldn't be able to do that. Durka's just going to remove Zeus. That
Delete this game.
That could have just been the absolute checkmate right there. Flies up straight through, takes him away. Now they're investing the ults on top to try and get Yeta J pushed up straight towards heaven. There's so many people here already, though, for Vitality. This is going to be tricky. But looking for that way forward. Look at the weaponry, though. It's far from perfect. Durka's the danger man, so is Trex, but on the other side, 4 rifles still there. Chip damage done towards Kicks. Safe still firing off. It's a slaughterhouse over here on the B side, and it's Durka finding 2, leaving Attic Captain in all kinds of trouble. But the HP is low. Attic Captain, do you have a clutch in you right here? Is there a chance you could show us something? A little bit of util to play with, but look who's already ahead of it. Les playing this corner. If he tries to step forward, Les should see this. He should be aware. Yeah, high-low setup. Look at that. So impossible. Takes a lot of damage. And there's the gap closer. Unfair almost in practice. Vitality. Wrap it up with a bow. Thanks to the man on the screen just then. Durka. GOAT behavior.
4K for Durka this round. He's been an absolute menace there on B. It doesn't matter what angle he's playing for. It doesn't even matter, apparently, what weapon he's going to be using. Retrieving that Vandal, having the impact that he always had. And again, this oppression from Vitality that we were seeing also on Bind, working the map, making them feel like no place is safe for them.
It's just, it's safe. I got that. I did actually get that. That was crazy. Zeus, the only one with a weapon at the moment. Bulldogs out, the rest down to Classics and Sheriffs. Zeus has to be an instigator here, but so uphill. You're already seeing Les looking confident, Durka doing the damage as well. Zeus is gone. That was your main man, removed. And that, I mean, the weapon may be recoverable, but it's certainly not safe. This feels like we're seeing some of the Vitality strengths here on Split.
I want to see them work a little bit around A, like for the side of Foot. We saw that during the pistol round, but every single round they're trying to fight for this mid control.
And just look at what they're doing here. Cracks tries to make a fight out of it. But this is a masterclass from Vitality so far. I want to see Foot hit a timeout. I think they need it here.
Yeah. But again, just try different approaches. Yeah, I know that on the previous round before this one, we also see them just going through main, just touching a little bit on mid, and then going through B main, through garage. But I want to see what they have prepared for A. I want to see a little bit more of that control. I want to see Yeta J still has not found a kill in this map. It's only been 6 rounds, yes, but he is one of the biggest clutchers that we have in the entire region. We need him to scream. We need one of the Yeta J rounds.
It's bizarre not hearing him behind us. I'm so used to hearing after every round. Don't do that there. I saw those eyebrows. Relax. Okay, back into it. Durka just no J2J. Throwing caution to the wind. And look at the follow-up as well. They believe in the system. They're so good working in unison. Cracks, Zeus, and a captain. Now, once again, what are you meant to do here? They have no space, no safety. B main, they still have to re-clear. Mid's got 3 players on it. Hey, I guess A's the right option.
I love how Vitality are responding to every single one of guys' timeouts. In every single one of them, they have such a good plan. And this round is going to be no different. 4v2 already. And yes, Atta Captain is going to get all of this pressure in this position, but how much can he do? Krax is going to rotate over to the side onto A, maybe even get the spike down. But just look at the position that Trex has the Nightfall. They have all the map for themselves. No reason for them to just peek onto anywhere.
No, they don't have to. They're so aware of what they're up to, what their kind of win cons are here, the safety net they need to hold. So they don't need to overextend. I'm loving seeing this tempo shift from them as well, showing that aggression early on, to then going to this very passive, very considered play style. And a captain has to make damage, and it's not going to be safe. Perfectly positioned for it, and already lost out on the one player who can maybe have something there. Krax's ult, but it's not really a situation you'd want to be bringing this in for. A 1v4, it would need to be a hero play. It feels like all the heroes might be gone. Lovely reveal, but it doesn't matter. Vitality absolutely tearing Foot to bits.
Also, having the discipline to, even in a 1v4 situation, not give him anything. Absolutely nothing for Krax. He has his ult, it's a 4v1 situation. You have the money. No, we're not going down. We're playing this how it's supposed to be played. We play to our strengths, we have all the numbers for ourselves. And this brawl onto mid, time and time again, the Vitality keep on winning.
And the shift from such high tempo aggression initially to then that very passive, reserved, cerebral play towards the end. I love seeing that kind of juxtaposition mid-round. Incredible. Guys, I don't know what you're meant to come up with here.
It's very difficult. You're having a game where Durka is 11-3.
Durka be Durkin.
Yep, we know that he's a Lanimal. This is the environment where he thrives. By seeing it on the other side, and also the way in which he's doing it, because he's been giving you the passive playing with the players. He's been giving you, what's his name?
Glitch Pop, best Vandal.
Base.
It's the Durka one.
Absolutely
I mean,
base.
it's true.
Absolutely
it is true.
Base. Sometimes people be right. You, my friend, are right.
No, and again, this is when I love seeing these vetoes come through, because we got to kind of look at Bind again, right? Where we kind of got to go back towards that and see how the progression looked. Was it that KC genuinely had a lot of tricky plays, really hard to pin down? Yeah, it felt like that was the case. Okay, came into this. Okay, no, Vitality, you've got a real beat on that now. They've already improved.
Sentinel.
And then walking in to this complete unknown, not much tape on split, no tape between these two here as well, and seeing Vitality looking lethal. Foot, I don't know what they expected.
Second timeout? Was it? No. No? Sorry.
We'll say first. We'll say first for now.
We'll say first.
We'll see. I'm glad they've kind of pivoted away from this mid pressure. I don't mind the kind of glance towards it initially, but already there's... you got to force Durka off this angle. What do you have to do it with? Still got Cracks with util.
Oh, he's got the operator now.
Yep.
Okay.
Someone needs to go through the protocol list here to try and force this away, especially if you're seeing that boombot there.
Oh,
he's hungry as well. His confidence is sky high. They've had to burn so much just to start clearing this space. Gonna prop up one towards ramp, see if anyone else is trying to join, but there's 4 players, the 3, nearly 4, leaning on this side of the map there. Oh, all right, Zeus. All right, the kid's sharp, we know that.
obviously Zeus is known for not really using that operator. He thinks that he can just click, and he actually did. He actually just proved that he was right, and we were all wrong. That he was going to struggle against the best operators in the region. No, he isn't. Next question.
Now, what do they do with the space, though? Because keep in mind, they cheated over that player earlier. As I said, nearly 4 players on this side of the map.
A big investment for both of the teams.
So this is a massive
most of Trex's utility used in that collision, Jet2J's, Zeus, Dirk as well.
How long does Les stay in towards events as well? You know, back and forth ults between the two. I'm waiting to see if Les got revealed. Yeah, Les's position was everything in that. They had no idea about him. Jet2J dives in the end and clears him. But look at the time. And look at where the spike is. This round is completely just ground to a halt. There was nothing more to be done. Les staying alive there as the extra body just felt like the unknown quantity that was their downfall. We're at 7-1.
7-1 and a Vitality that looks honestly untreatable at this point. We know that Heretics is waiting on the other side, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The ult as well. Sorry, I just got also in love with that.
Nice.
It is nice. If you're Vitality, you're having a hell of a time.
If you're a Vitality fan, this year actually might be looking pretty good. You know? It's looking pretty good. I was a doubter. I might be getting...
I did
I'm
say
on board.
I wanted Foot to go A.
Was that what you wanted?
I don't think I wanted to go A.
No more of that. B perhaps.
But like, honestly, pick your poison.
Middle did not look good, so we've got the... We like B. Little B split, pressure through heaven late.
Lauren, they've gotten one round. It ain't looking so pretty just yet. Like, they're really trying, but the way the Vitality is moving and repositioning and facing the challenges and the duels that they have to take is almost flawless.
Yep. Once again, right place, right time, Durka.
Doesn't matter.
On. They're not meant to be doing this. Durka gonna get Zeus as well. They can't even make it to ramp now. The map is getting smaller and smaller. They got looking at middle this time. Brilliant.
And again, last week against Team Liquid, this 3v5 probably would have been theirs.
Yeah.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
god, this is just... It's a step above. You know, it's going to be 8-1.
Impossible because it's literally there's no room for Foot to breathe. They try and do something on A, kicks the stuns, Durka has his ult.
30 seconds left.
Goes on to you. Every single one of this more expensive rounds are the ones that should be the ones that favor Foot anyway. They're being shut down. And again, this is Vitality's map pick, so it was Foot who decided to start on this attack. And you would think, you know? Oh.
Okay. 1v5.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, make us take some of our words back here for the time, man. That's the brutality of it all. Durka gonna rip away any sort of hope, and you got to feel good about this. It's like Foot feels like they're just constantly going towards that strong side of the setup. And also, I do want to give a note here: the fact that Safe is calling this, or I don't know how much he's calling it. Obviously, I want to see the balance.
In that video, that there was a lot of vocal people, and I think that everybody is seeing. I think that Kicks has always been very proactive in the sense of he's not the kind of player that says 3, 2, 1 and flash. He said I flash, you know, and then you follow it. I think that with the stun and all these things. Is the same, and I was wondering if it was the first. It was definitely the first. Do you remember what I told you the last map?
Yeah.
If you know you're gonna bring it back on the second, you save your second timeout for the second half. Yeah. Me, never coached a round in my life, but
let me tell you.
I have watched a few hours of Valorant.
Coach Kakuka.
But yeah, using this second timeout here, it has to be something more than them not being able to solve the rounds. It's maybe this is the point where they've actually gone quiet. Where the calls are not there, where people are not syncing up and they're forgetting. Why is it that, you know, when they decided to ban the Haven because Vitality looked amazing on it, they leave this split open.
I'm scared about
curveball from Vitality, really.
Yeah, like their whole map pool is looking pretty nasty. For Foot, yeah, it does feel like this A approach they've been constantly going for has just found nothing to it. They haven't been able to exploit B particularly. Their mid approach was, I don't want to say weak, it wasn't necessarily weak, but we saw Less just being so in control up there. Kicks feels present in every position on the map. And
Durka's doing so well. It's not only the kill department, like
it's not.
Doesn't matter if it's pushing through garage, it doesn't matter if it's on mid, it doesn't matter if it's on A. And now with this ultimate, Les is going to have all the control that they needed.
One Prowler, one Deep Smoke, yeah, no one's B, cool. Pop ult mid, nothing's there. J gonna get a shot in the dark, sometimes you get them. But Kicks has full confidence. There's two more on the side, they have no idea! Turn around! Someone deal with him! Please! Someone kill Kicks! Finally, Mr. Fallen gets there! It's too little, too late! Footer in pieces, Vitality looking a cut above the rest.
We're seeing the smiles on the side of Vitality, but the way that Kicks is performing today is on a different level. 10-3 and 10 assists for him. He can do this on the side, and if he's not doing it, he will be setting up someone else for success. Everything that falls into place here. Foot trying to do a little bit something more aggressive, more on the face. Just do not stop. It doesn't matter what kind of utility they use onto it. Get onto that site.
And now it feels so predictable that they're not going to go A, they're not going to go mid. Of course they're going to go B now. And you've got the players ready to look at Kicks. Positioned perfectly and safe. Does he feel the presence behind this? There's no presence shown towards A this time.
Look at the weaponry, Lauren.
They're going to know it now. Kicks ready and waiting.
He's always ready.
It is true, genuinely, it is true. Kicks so prepared this time. Yeah, well, first challenger falls, and they're still safe on this side, so he's got security, he's got players behind him. He's nowhere near alone. Yetterjay does hit a shot, though. Now you look at the rest, though. There's one towards the forward, one on the back. It's just everywhere. Vitality. Oh, Durka, come on! Oh, this is just something else here, truly. I don't know where this falls in Foot's veto, in their map pool, in their security behind it, and how they want to be going into their map vetoes in the future. If you're playing against Vitality and I've just witnessed this, I'd be terrified.
Absolutely. There's so many things, so many little moments going on for Vitality. Yes, of course, the weaponry wasn't the best for Foot, but as we face onto the last round of their attack, one is not going to cut it. Also, all the momentum that Vitality is winning. Yeah. Everything is going on their favor. Every single little thing that they have prepared is working.
This feels like the fastest half I've ever seen.
They did what they did to Liquid last week.
Ain't that the question? And what have they got to force Trex off this angle? Not much! Zeus gets shut the hell up. That voice line is deleted. Crack's gonna try and springboard up through towards ramp. That's big. That's the first pick they've had on a lurk in middle. We haven't even been seeing that really. A big opportunity, but Les is running and gunning. With all that chance, it is squandered. Vitality, large and in charge. And that was a near-on flawless half at 11-1.
This is what you want to see in your map pick, but right now, let's take a little break.
Spike down A.
Over me. Safe, let's ready their info. Like, I'm thinking that they...
Now, there's a certain player on the server who's sat currently on 20 kills and 5 deaths. The man who didn't stick around with Fnatic. Maybe they didn't stick around with him, you know, I don't know how it went down, but I'm telling you now, his rebound is looking really good. He might have actually got the upgrade, you know what I'm saying?
This poll in chat, I don't think it's fair. Who will win on an 11-1? Guys. Literally guys.
Nasty.
Literally guys.
Wow. And again, as much as Durka is your headliner, we were saying it before, Kicks is absolutely setting him up every single time so well. And we go in. Is there life in Foot yet? Is there any sort of resistance they can muster? How has he just gone through this?
He doesn't care.
Would anyone else?
Trap wire, he's gonna break it. But Foot are 3 players playing on site.
They are.
Captain.
Durka's in CT though. Durka's in CT though. And Kicks has already found out a captain. Oh, this is not a pretty one. This is rough. Okay, now the only bonus here is that Cracks actually took down Durka because they had just won every single area on this site approach. Safe still tilting the scales and Cracks is down low. So Zeus has to be the man of the hour. Well, this one is wrapped up and done. Show me some magic here. 1v3 up against arguably one of the best. Oh, I wanted magic. Maybe he could pull the rabbit out the hat. He can't. Les breaks his heart, and Vitality might get us out here on one of the earliest days yet. I'm ready to jinx
Lauren.
it. I'm jinxing it.
Lauren,
I'm
if I
jinxing
see a red screen now,
jinx.
I will never talk to you again.
Really?
You will have to find your next Go-Gas live. Please, please.
I can't find anymore. Someone call up Ardis, honestly. Bring him in. I want the brand risk.
That would be something. That would be something.
I
Like
think-
Ardis casting with the accent that he has. It would be hilarious.
No, I want it.
Absolutely hilarious.
Riot, you gave him watch party perms. Let's go. Anyway, it's the last chance to dance for Foot here. This has to be
11 rounds in a row if they want a chance. Of course, they force on this second round, and they're just already onto Vents again with the Outlaw.
someone really. You feel like there should have been someone stopping this at some point, but it's there for the taking. And what's the comms like going? Guys, I'm through Vents again. I've gone middle. I think there's some behind me, but it's Durka. So don't worry about it. How's he so calm? How's he so calm under pressure? He maybe should have had a little bit of a fire burning under him. Zeus is going to take him away. Okay. Suddenly, a little bit of a hold here. Now, not too much considering it's Vandals, it's Guardians up against Stingers and a Sheriff. So, we pause for thought. Right place, right time. Good work from our captain. Isolates less. Now should probably get traded, and he is. But where's the next layers to this coming out from Foot? Zeus goes hunting. He's hungry. Punishing safe. Follow up there. He's got it as well. Zeus individually trying to draw this one back from the absolute brink. Kicks has had more than 3 in a round before, but this is tricky. This is tough. Zeus has got Yuta. Oh my god, I saw the control for a moment. But Zeus having a round here. Again, it's not going to be an easy show for him. So, good luck.
Not only that, with that defuse, he's gotten the showstopper. We were talking about, obviously, the economy not being the best, but they are able to retrieve 2 Vandals out of that round. After a first round loss, not bad at all. Trying to respond onto Durka, just taking on the Vents, just working with the numbers, right? 3v1, Ataka can also play it inside of the smoke, something that Vitality was respecting because of the weaponry that Foot were having for the round. Hey, they still have to get 10 in a row. But they're definitely getting. I get so scared when I see Durka with a shorty because I can understand the intention.
Okay. Well, they'll probably go through Vents again, I imagine. No? What? It's crazy like that. Okay. So this is going to be the round of can they get away with any silliness. We have shorties, we have ghosts, and a classic.
That's not silly at all.
Why do I feel like it's gonna work?
Because it's a safe smoke. No, that's true. It's just gonna wait. Everybody else can go into sight.
Okay.
And look at the position that Trace is.
Oh my god. No, he's... Rocket v Shorty. Fair trade. Fair trade. Seems good.
Still, Dirk is out. Even if it's with the shorty, he's still a menace.
But they've also then seen 2 players, maybe more, on that side of the map. Did they speed up?
It was so free. Kicks has all his util, so does Safe, so does Trex, even with low weaponry.
Oh, Yeta J.
Yes, they run.
Luckily, that Prowler kind of almost implies that no one had taken Heaven control yet, but now he knows that someone is up there. Every smoke is a landmine. You can't be going through it. Don't go near the smoke. Oh, you got a little messy, but it's fine. It's all
Trex
good.
has to drop at some point. Yep.
You called it. He appeared. Magic. Kicks can't do it, though, so this should be another one. Back. 2 HP in a dream. A 1v3. I haven't heard this story. Sometimes I hear stories about those sort of like, oh, do you remember the Trex 1v3? Didn't hear anything about that. No,
absolutely not.
Okay, three rounds.
How much is just them putting a little bit of makeup on the score so it doesn't look as dominant as the first half that we saw? Do not get me wrong, Vitality still have to close this. It wouldn't be the first time that we see some crazy comebacks, but honestly, I like Foot doing this. I do not want to see them defeated. I want to see them working round by round,
Right there.
and that is an operator, Lauren.
Yes, it is. Zeus. All right.
Let's make them dance.
Place for it. There's 3 players there. Now, he should get cleared by either a Prowler or something of the such. Maybe... That's nice. That's nice. That's a little notice, right? It's a little bit of a reminder. Now, will they remember into the next round? We'll wait and see. As it stands, there's 4 of them remaining. Losing out Trex is an issue. Harder to make it towards the site. A little bit more dependent on Kicks to try and facilitate, who's been fantastic, but tough to get that confirmed information.
Taking the time just like they were doing on map 1. Obviously, just having the Sentinel could work for the side of Foot. Is going to be forced out.
So he at least notes where the operator is. So good updated information on that. They have stacked this side of the map.
The spike is not even, you know, this is the back. Who's picking that up? Dirk, is that you?
I think it might be Dirk at this point. Les has to reveal position.
2025.
Stunned. Oh my god, I thought it might have been a cosmetic stun. No. Okay, Vitality is starting to dwindle in numbers here. Durka has found Zeus, but the spike is now recovered. One away from the showstopper. Krax is low, but the map feels small. Now, do they try and pivot out of this? I love this reposition here. Oh.
You're going to miss each other just for a second.
Oh. Caught safe on the way. But Ada Captain feels paranoid
that
that
slows
someone's...
them so much, or they forces them to run because, of course, only 20 seconds left. That spike has to go down.
He's going to get ult.
That's a showstopper, yep.
Okay.
4v2. They wouldn't.
I feel like they might, but the timing here, Kicks, you've got to feel like this. Oh no, Kicks has found one. Okay, now he can turn his attention. Stun comes in. 10 HP! He's got all as well. It could be all over now. Combined HP is 42 for the side of Vitality. But he turns back! Cleared! But now down to the one man. 32 HP. He's got one. He's got his showstopper. He's got the pain shell. And he's going to place it first. Yenerjay on the tap. Oh, the read was right, but a second too late. Yenerjay is going to continue play.
And these rounds are being too close for comfort for the side of Foot, but they managed to get another one on the board. It's definitely going to be a very long road ahead. But Zeus going on the operator we were talking about is not a weapon that he really played, or he also told us in the interview, he was telling Yinsu that he doesn't think he needs it. He can just click heads with the Vandal. But apparently Vitality must be some kind of a different beast. Might call for this kind of control. Something has to stop them.
No Raw this time though.
He's, I was going to say.
12-4. Since I said this is pretty much over, we've had 3 rounds.
It hasn't been over.
Exactly.
That's
now,
what you do, Lauren.
So you got the Stingers, you got a Sheriff with less. Obviously a decent purchase on the other side. Still gonna have the Bulldog and Mr. Fallen, but that's it. Dirk gonna invest the ult. Does his is heat-seeking when the others don't seem to hit at all.
That doesn't work for everybody.
It's Durka, he's still going. He's got the they're just running and gunning at Durka. It's got 3. The crowd wants it. They want the ace and less.
Come on. It wasn't even to the region to do this.
It wasn't even a pretty shot either. They're trying to help him out here. And Zeus, the young hero himself, might have to learn the first valuable lesson of some days you do and some days Durka does. So I think he's having to learn the hard way here in a 1v4 to try and save his side. Les says no. Vitality genuinely looking outstanding here. Map 1, they proved their validity. Map 2, they've shown their strength again.
And of course, many people had doubts about how this roster was going to work, how the prospect for EMEA was going to be, especially with how close our matches have been. I would be very confident to be sending this Vitality into an international event.
Now they scare the life out of me. We're seeing the best of the likes of Kicks coming out. We're seeing Les looking solid.
Yeah.
Safe's calls as well. Map 1 were incredible. Genuinely incredible. Trex, perfect performance as well. I can't ask any more from all of those 5 players.
I do understand that Foot took a risk by
They did.
picking onto the Bind, but so did Vitality, just picking onto that split. Of course, we do not know everything that the teams have prepared, but there was a window there, and Foot decided to just go for it. It's good to see that both of the teams had the respect to ban the best map that the team have played in the last week.
I like
but
that.
for Foot, this is devastating.
It's
still
tough.
a tournament.
No, and we're starting to see how EMEA is shaping up as well, because we don't know where we put Liquid in the mix there, but certainly put Foot above them. But then, okay, then how does Vitality blend in? And we're seeing them right.
This is a Vitality that's going to make many teams very nervous.
As they should. A group of absolute superstars. The map 1 calling from Safe, in my mind, is still one of the biggest highlights. Map 2, you saw Durka just letting it absolutely fly. Every single player on form. Glad we got to see Split coming in here, starting to learn that map pool a great deal more.
Safe is feeling it. I want to also hear what Faded had to do in those timeouts, because guys has always been so proficient with it, and today it was just not possible. But hey, don't go.
I love that.
Because Besides, oh,
the loud jersey. Shout out to Leicester going over there. That's brilliant. But you're right. We do need to just give that a moment, enjoy it. But don't go anywhere. Durka and Safe are joining our delightful people on the close part with Yinzu and Billy.
Oh, we can yoink the player from Americas, but we can't take Americas out of the player. Very, very wholesome there from Les. But this is the thing, Billy, we will be joined by Safe and Durka in just a moment. I don't know how anybody doubts him. I think Vut needs to give him an apology.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
I think, to be fair, I can understand why people would be apprehensive, right? We need to see them have a couple of out-ins before we can go, yeah, these guys are the super team. But yeah, no, I think nonetheless, great performance coming out from Vitality there.
What does it say about Foot though? Because I think it's like, let's not overreact. I feel like they still have a good chance in the lowers. I think they're still probably one of the best teams we have.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of make a lower bracket run.
I think that last map in particular, I was kind of disappointed because Foot decided to start on the attack.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, we didn't really get to see the reason behind why they chose to start on that attack side. And I think that might have kind of bit them in the backside a little bit because, yeah, I mean, we really didn't get to see anything at all, one round.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is, I don't know what is it about Durka versus Foot, but this has happened before. This has literally happened. I remember when he was on Fnatic, it was like map 1, Foot 1. Everybody was like, oh my god, Fnatic are washed, they're terrible, they're dead. And then I think Fnatic went on to win 13-2, 13-3 immediately after. And it was Durka, you know, in the front, at the helm, doing all these crazy things. And again, I feel like at this point, it's even difficult to say that he's not the best player we have in the league. He just is, no? He's the best player we have in the league.
The way you whispered that into your mic though. But no, I think that the thing with Durka is he's so mechanically gifted in a way that maybe other players in VCT aren't so much, and without putting other players down to pick someone else up, I think that you don't just get movement from Durka when he's on the duelist. You don't just get, just the way he's able to throw utility. He's in your face. He's mechanically gifted. If you're doing a 1v1 versus Durka, the likelihood is he's winning that.
Yeah, and Kakuka mentioned she would feel very happy if we were to send Vitality to Bangkok to represent us. I'm in agreement. I think I said before this, again, it wasn't a controversial take, I thought. But I did say that it feels like there's only one spot for Bangkok in our region because the other one is going to Team Vitality. And I stand by that. But would you feel good if we sent them?
Yeah, I wouldn't feel disappointed. I think that we have to remember Vitality were sent to Champs last year, and that was maybe a little bit unexpected for a team like Vitality at the time. Of course, they've made roster changes since then, but I think since Champs, they've obviously made really big investments with Durka and Les coming into this team. So yeah, I think if they can keep this momentum off the back of last year, making Champs, going to the first international event after Kickoff, yeah, I think I'd be pretty happy with that.
I also love how I'm like, let's not overreact. Like, let's just chill for a minute. And I'm out here like, they're winning Champs. It's in Paris. It's Team Vitality, technically French.
Based, honestly based.
And Durka's been looking for that Champs trophy for so long, so like it's happening. And speaking of, oh my god, I'm so excited about this post-plan. Please join me, Safe and Durke. It's Durkin time. We need a catchphrase for you, Safe. You got one? Like, we got it's Durkin time.
I don't need catchphrases.
Are you sure? What about if I think of one and I present it to you? You can choose one. Would you be interested? Oh, okay, never mind. Let me just throw my notebook out the window. But what I would like from you guys, though, first of all, congratulations. Second of all, I feel like we are really beating the phrase super team to death. We just say super team after super team after super team. Is there anything that you feel like there's about your team that we're not seeing? Because we just keep using this as a crutch.
I don't think it's super team. I think, again, I told the boys, like, guys, doesn't matter what everyone else says, because I told them that you need to work for your title, or you need to work for everything. Like, it doesn't matter if we put 5 of the best players in the world and then, you know, maybe it doesn't work out. It's not about that. Like, usually super team is something you earn, and I don't think we've earned that. So I cannot call ourselves a super team at all.
Okay, so how about, like...
a team, maybe.
Like super team bracket, like maybe if they work hard enough and win.
No, just a team. For now, just a team that's hungry.
Team that's hungry. Hungry team.
Hungry team.
What do you think?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think though, like you raise a point about, you know, you need to have really good players and this and that, but like you played double controller across both of your maps today.
Okay, let's address that because we do have the call. We do have the call.
I want to talk about that because who would you say is your primary controller?
Usually it's Derke.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I
Okay,
thought
you're
he was
memeing
a
me.
Sky main.
You're actually
Sky
memeing.
main, no?
No, I mean we don't.
Sky is my worst agent.
I'm so sorry I had to do that to you.
I don't think we have a primary controller. Like depends on the vibes, you know.
Okay, and
Yeah.
what were the vibes saying today? Because Safe, the last time we saw this, it was on Ascent last year, your Omen. I remember seeing on Lotus, I think, yeah, it was Lotus a little bit. We saw it on Ascent like a while ago. So why were you on Omen duty today?
I just think I play Omen well, and also it's like easy to call. But also like Omen is.
But Kicks is the IGL.
Yeah, Kicks is the IGL, but like for me, it doesn't matter like if it's Omen or Astra or whatever. What matters is like how are the boys feeling? Because if they're comfortable, I'm super comfy. The important thing is like we are comfortable.
Okay.
It's not about like, oh, you play Omen, you've played it for 2,000 rounds, so you play Omen.
Oh, it was less than that,
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah,
less than
I get you. And speaking of Dirke, on Split, I think we got so used to seeing you play Yoru. So why the return to Raze?
I don't know, I just thought Raze was a bit better, suits me a bit better on this map. I think with Yoru you leave a bit too many gaps, like for example on other maps you can play it and it's a bit easy, but on Split I think it makes it really complicated, and we thought just let me throw some nades.
Now, since we're sitting next to the Duelist of the Year last year, officially voted, by the way, you guys remember this? You won that
I was
award.
in 23, bro.
How did was that? No, it was last year, no?
Yeah, he got
Yeah.
24, I got 23.
Yeah. How do you feel about the fact that he got 24 and you didn't?
I thought people who voted don't care that if you win 2 splits in a row, like it doesn't matter. But I honestly didn't care because the Safe also deserved it. But for me, it was like I think a lot of awards that moment went to people that didn't win anything. So I was.
I voted for you. I just want to make it clear. There's a paper trail of me voting for you. But is there a world that we see the double duelist again? Because we saw it last week. Because we thought maybe on Split you would just go Raze Yoru. You know, you could play. We've seen you play Raze on Split loads of times.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's worlds where that happens, but also like, of course, I'm not gonna say it on broadcast. But obviously, like there are.
Shut the cameras off.
If there are potentials, yeah, sure, there are potentials. Yeah.
Okay, so more importantly, will you be going for IGL of the Year award this year? So you can maybe
Absolutely
do
not.
Why not?
Like IGL, like it's a title, but like it's not really me IGLing. Like I IGL, yes, but I feel like a lot of people have really good adjustments to my calls or like something like that, and it doesn't feel like it's one-man effort. It feels like the team is like a cogwheel, and we're like.
So you're going for Duelist of the Year back-to-back?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You're going to have to be competing against your own teammate, I feel like, which you don't see a lot.
Sounds like it. But speaking of Duelist of the Year, what did you guys make of Zeus? Obviously, this is a player that's come up from Tier 2. How was that facing him today in the server?
I think he was good today. I mean, he was hitting some insane shots, so I was like really surprised and stuff. And I know there was a lot of hype of him like during off-season and stuff. So I was just excited to see. Like he did really well in my opinion, and I think he's just gonna only grow and stuff. Like heavy hitter and stuff, and playing a really good team with experienced players. So I think it's gonna suit him well.
Wow, huge. I will put that in my bio if you spoke about me like that instantly. But let's take a look at just how Dirk woke up today, said it was Dirk in time and Dirk all over them, because this is currently the leaderboard of our players here. Kiko snuck himself in there. Shout out to Kiko. But it does look like, Dirk, you are really miles ahead of everyone else right now in terms of stat. I feel like you're used to this, so I'm not going to direct this at you, but Safe, you know, when you're building a team, when you're picking players up, this is exactly what you know was going to happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's undisputed GOAT for me. Even like if we were thorn to thorn last year or like whatever when I was playing Duelist, I still think he's super insane. And obviously, like to some extent, he's a billion times better than me on Duelist. I'm gonna be real. Like that's just
a billion?
Okay, not a billion, maybe 2.
Okay.
Can we reduce that?
We can reduce that.
So,
Do you
I
agree?
mean, I genuinely think that, I mean, it's not really expected because obviously he's always played for Fnatic. He's never had like a new team, new structure and things, but I feel like he's so free to do Durkin time, you know?
You're trying
like
to make me cry right now.
He's just doing his thing, and you can be proud of him because like he's so easily adjusted. He's like really a pillar in the team, and like I don't know, for me it's just insane, and I expected it.
We all did, right? We all expect. Like I feel like that was the easiest. It was like the coldest take to be like, yeah, Dirk is gonna be good. Has that somewhat fueled you, Dirk? You know, leaving Fnatic, joining a new team, making you want to kind of prove them wrong, and maybe find like a new level to reach?
No, I think I was most excited about it. Like when it happened and I knew kind of like which team I'm going in, I was most excited because like I was friends with Safe long time before that and stuff. I was excited to play with like KX Trax and also Les. Like I remember me and Les like messaged each other a lot during that fall period. Like, oh, let's play together, you know.
Oh, okay.
And then so it felt really good the way we were building a team. And then I think like me going as a duelist with Save, like calling and stuff, I felt like okay, I'll be more free and stuff, and I can do things I like, which like works out really well right now. Yeah.
I will say, you know, we're talking a lot about how you've kind of evolved, you know, as a player since leaving Fnatic. That Haven comp, though, whose idea was it?
That was Minnie's idea.
Oh, Bose is going to be really upset that you said that. But was that really like a... Did you yoink it? Did you want to yoink it? Was there any discussion about it?
Yoinked it.
Yeah, we saw it. We were like, this looks familiar.
Okay, I'll say it here. I was playing Yoru in that Haven in Fnatic, yeah. So I came into this team and like, you know what, guys? It was really good. Let's play it. And I said, we're going to be better than them because I was the Yoru, and Yoru has to call there and do kind of like those adjustments and plays. So I felt like, oh, it's going to be really natural for me. We can play it. We can even make it better, which for me, like, works really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the focal point is do not reinvent the wheel. What works, works. What's good is good. You don't need to start everything from scratch all the time. I think it's fine to yoink a thing or two.
I think you should.
You think other teams aren't yoinking stuff?
Oh, people used to yoink your Cypher stuff all the time back in the days. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah.
I don't remember him playing Cypher.
On Split?
But I remember him playing Killjoy on Icebox back in the days with an Odin, yeah.
You don't remember his Cypher on Split? Oh,
no.
We're rolling back the years. We're rolling back the years.
I'm trying to hype you up, bro, but it's okay.
I'm gonna just like throw this out there because, you know, we had Vut here earlier. We've had a lot of kind of people in the community weigh in about what they think about your team. And I think there's been a lot of, they're either gonna win everything or maybe they come last. There's no in between. It's like two very extremes. Have you heard these takes and what do you think about that?
Obviously, like you hear things there and there, but at the same time, when have you ever listened to people on the internet? I mean, if we believe in an idea and if we think our team works, why would we care what other people are saying about us? The important thing is, again, people like teams talk about this, the bubble, the group, the people in it, like that's the important thing. And for me, it's like whatever the internet says, it doesn't matter. It could be true, it could be a flop, or it could be the best, but it's what we make out of it. And if there is trust in the people, like for example in Derke and Les, and like people saying, oh, implode, things like this, bro, it's the friendliest group of people I've played with. And really passionate as well.
Why do you think people are saying that though? Because like you said, even you, if it's even reached you guys, which
like it's the internet at the end of the day, and obviously everyone has their own like subjective opinion about each individual. Therefore, they apply it to everything, and they're like, yeah, I know everything because I'm on the internet.
They're just talking rubbish, basically.
Yeah, it's more exciting to see someone fail than.
You're right.
Yeah.
They're praying for your downfall. They're praying for your downfall.
That's a really nice outlook to have, though. I think, and you know, speaking about your team. Were Team Heretics, they're obviously going to be your next matchup, but were they the ones that you were kind of expecting to see moving along in the bracket?
I don't know. I mean, Kickoff is like RNG, kind of. It's a bit random. Like you don't know what people are gonna bring. You don't know who's like on their A game or whatever. So I think like, yeah, I mean, we would presume Heretics, obviously, but it could be anything. So yeah. I mean, we thought about it.
I don't think it would have been a super hot take, I feel like. You know, like I feel like if you just look at this and do your pick'ems, I expect most people's pick'ems ended the way that it is currently right now with you taking on Heretics. How are you feeling about that game? Because obviously you guys, you rebuilt, you know, you've got this, all these new things, and they have not changed a single player.
How are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling excited. I mean, I played them multiple times last year. Safe played them multiple times last year. So I think it's going to be an exciting match, and it's like a lot of people put them as favorites and stuff. And of course, they're probably going to be a strong team if they played so long with each other and had like so many finals last year and stuff. So we're just going to see. I don't think we're underestimating anyone. We're just like focusing on ourselves, and that's like our like biggest thing right now. Like if we focus on ourselves and make us play good and feel good, then everything on the match becomes like 10 times easier.
Have you watched the other regions at all? Have you kept an eye?
No, because for some reason, once I come home from playing this game, one NA game is already finished for some reason, so I cannot watch much.
Yeah. Thank you, Safe. Thank you. Love that take from you, Safe. Before we go, I don't know if you noticed, but there was a very rowdy group of people cheering for you in the crowd. And I, took a double take, and it was the League of Legends team, obviously. And a little birdie has told me, Safe, that you have a bit of a friendship with Kazi. Is that true? How often do you interact with them?
I interact with Karzi every other day. Make sure he gets his water, his food. You need to feed the dog, so.
What about you, Decker? Because I know we play League together. I've seen you on the Summoner's Rift.
I must talk to their coaches and stuff. Not really the players and stuff, but I mean there are a bunch of nice people and stuff, and we're across each other in the rooms, so it's fun interacting with them sometimes, especially when you eat lunch or dinner and stuff. So really nice people though.
Are we gonna see you back here cheering for them when they play in the LEC?
I'd love to.
I will go, yeah.
All right, I feel like I'm just doing the LEC a favor
so
by inviting some
yeah.
VIPs. But thank you very much for joining me. Congratulations once
Thank
again.
you.
We'll see you in a while. You have a nice time to prep for this, so relax, enjoy it. I can't wait to see you guys back here. Thank you, Billy, as well for joining me. Congratulations to the team that made it. Today was such a nice day, but tomorrow is elimination day. So make sure you guys have a nice rest at home. Come back and join us as we are starting, I believe, with the Fnatic versus Gentlemates, I think. Anyway, come back and join us. We'll see you then.
His head is ripped clean off.
Last player standing. I'm punished. One enemy remaining.
It's Benji Fishy against the rolling. Oh no, Yappy! He gave it away! 13-7. Heretics, they make it look easy.
One, two, three.
But the way that Kicks is performing today is on a different level.
Vitality genuinely looking outstanding here.
your stress and ride. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7